I couldn't help but to have Greg up there, man. That's beautiful. That is beautiful, man. Wonderful. It is a wonderful day, y'all. It is a wonderful day. We are here to have a conversation, to troll, to argue, to do whatever we want because we have this space to do it with. So shout out to Greg, my so-called life first man in. Pause. How you gentlemen doing today?
All right.
I'm ready. I got my kangaroo ready. I got religion ready. I'm ready to go.
Well, I'm gonna make a bitch out of your kangaroo.
You're the one that's dry humping kangaroos, brother. I'm trying to protect the kangaroos. I alerted all local zoos last night.
Oh, we're fucking
That's
them?
hilarious.
Oh, I thought it was a different kind of party. I'm ready to fight.
Shout out to Naya in the chat, man. Appreciate you. So you did that was last night was funny. The kangaroo thing, Greg. I have to say I do believe that you have like the crocodile. Me and Greg, my so-called life, we had the same conversation at the end of the friendship. We had the thing about the crocodile and the mosquito, which would you choose? And Greg's like, I know enough about crocodiles that I would choose the crocodile because the mosquito has a likelihood of having a disease that'll kill you. So he knows he can take out a croc. Yeah, I say I know I can take out a kangaroo. I think there might be a slight overconfidence problem, Greg.
Just like the bear, much like a bear, people underestimate.
Not a bear.
No, but listen, that was just set up. Just like a bear, a kangaroo will gut you alive.
No, it won't. The claws aren't long enough, bro.
Brother, I wish my brother Mark Short was still here because I actually am friends with lots of Australians, and they have cages. Like you'll go to a restaurant. And if there's a place where there's a bunch of roos, they will literally have a cage on the outside so the roos don't come in and mess with you.
Okay. I did not think I could take out a kangaroo until I realized they max out at 200 pounds. That's the high end. They're a small dog. They're not that
way.
Big.
I think a lot of that.
If you can pick it up, you can win. It doesn't have opposable thumbs.
That's the thing. No, if you pick it up, you can't fight it. If you pick it up, you don't have any more arms to fight it with while it's clawing and scratching.
Beat it against a tree. Okay. I'm talking just grab it and slam it against a tree. You would whoop a kangaroo's ass if it came down to it.
I'm a trained fighter. Man. I'm a trained fighter, and I wouldn't go up against my son's coach, who was 140 pounds. I outweigh him by at least 60. I outweigh him by at least 60 pounds. Almost 70 pounds.
You outweigh a chimp, and you should not mess with a chimp. It will rip your face off. It's a primate.
I wouldn't want to fight a chimp.
Then why do you think a kangaroo? Then how do you? You know what? It's almost worth me and Dose, and you were all going to meet in LA, and we can all go to Australia, and I will help the arrangements. I will help the arrangements for when they have to cart you home in pieces.
I'm not losing to an animal that hops away from me after whooping my ass. It's to the death.
I will say,
I would die before that happens.
I did see a couple of videos where like people had to fight off a kangaroo
and like whooped its ass.
I won't say they whooped its ass, but they like deterred it. You know, kind of like you said, kind of like a dog. You know, it got once it took a couple of licks, it kind of backed off.
Okay, you're fighting a Joey. Fight a buck. Fight a buck face to face.
No.
You're fighting a teenager. Fight a grown Joey.
It was fighting adult kangaroos. People have screwed up with them.
They were buff.
And the
Because
kangaroo.
one guy
walked
went to go
away.
save his dog. One guy went to go save
Yeah.
his dog.
That was a punch. That was fight or flight, and he chose to fight. That doesn't mean you win.
Yeah.
That was a punch, and he stood there. You know what? I was stalked by a cougar at my job, a real one, and with a weed whacker, I went like this and made myself look bigger, and it backed off. You
It'll
know,
back off if you the cougar. You don't have to worry about it if you can see it. That's not how they hunt.
no, it was
If
stalking me,
it
and somebody else.
finds you and you can't see it, then your life's in danger.
It was, and
Mm.
somebody that I was. We have spotters at my job, and someone actually did their job.
There was a
Good.
60-year-old woman in Georgia who killed a cougar with her bare hands because it
Ooh.
jumped on her and she was like fighting to her life, and she killed the cougar with her bare hands. I'm just saying, primates are
Mm.
scarier than you think they are. If a kangaroo was bigger, I could not kill a
I
kangaroo.
work near a gibbon farm. They are
Would not-
scary big.
nope. Would not mess with a gibbon.
They are, man.
I don't even
every
know what
time-
that is. Now I got to look that up.
We're the
They're-
weakest primates, but we are still primates.
Oh,
They-
okay.
A gibbon
kinda
would
cute.
rip your arms off.
Oh yeah, no, we are the any other primate is way stronger than us. Like in grip strength and just pure power, it will kill you dead as hell.
The gibbon?
Yeah, a gibbon could mess you up.
It looks adorable, though.
It
They-
does
when-
it will look adorable while it's ripping your face off.
Full grown. Imagine, just like a kangaroo, imagine any animal that works out every time it moves.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're really like,
Wow.
I think one of the reasons why we're caught in this, I could fight a kangaroo. It's because you haven't seen a full grown one face to face. Have you
I
seen a
have.
full grown kangaroo
Yes.
face to face?
Yes. And I didn't think it was full grown until I looked them up and realized they're only maxed out at 200 pounds. That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
Like a bull, not gonna mess with it. A bear, a moose, nope.
But
Not a
200
chance.
pound
200
bipedal.
pound max. It's not a predatory animal. It
Yeah.
doesn't have teeth. It would hurt. It would hurt. I would be
Yeah, those
injured in the
kicks.
fight, but I would
Yeah.
win.
I have raccoons in my neighborhood that I don't mess with.
Oh, I'd kill a raccoon dead as hell. I have killed raccoons dead as
There's
hell.
law. We have laws here. We have laws here.
Means all more concerning. So real quick, let me just introduce anybody that's in the chat. Appreciate y'all. We're going to just chop it up. I do have some political topics, but they lean more black, which is going to make Greg squirm a bit because he would have to give his perspective from an outsider, which I appreciate, but he gets a little hesitant to do. We are going to be on Twitch watching the debate at 9 p.m. Eastern. So I do not know if we will go the entire time. It actually depends on, the conversation. People might have to pop in, pop out. I have no idea how the flow will go between here and there. We got Bree in the building. What's up, Bree? What's up, Nova, man? Appreciate you. And it is a kangaroo court. I started last night. Go ahead.
The other conversation is extremely multifaceted because it comes from, many different areas. Because we look at black people like they're a monolith and they're not.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I say this all the time. Like when I lived in Arizona, I was shocked to find that black people lived in Arizona.
Yeah.
I've been to Bangor, Maine. I actually have a cousin who lives there now. So I think we have to take that in consideration that not everybody's going to think the same.
No,
I really think like the urban rural divide is the biggest divide in this country right now. Like it is
it's pretty big.
It's what people are voting on, like their motive for voting, like their concerns that they want addressed are very much based on either city or rural life.
I want to halfway agree with you, but I feel like half of the rural value system has infiltrated into people in the city. Like I think the rural value set, like the Sun Belt, like the salt of the earth. There are people in the city who have adopted those values. Like there are people in the city that are running around with Confederate flags in the north, but that never don't have family from the south. Like a lot of those rural and I would say country southern values, both of those have been adopted by people who don't come from that culture or area. Because for whatever reason, I don't even know why. I won't even talk about why. We can talk about it if y'all want to, but I don't think it's just pure rural and city, but I do think that the value sets that you're talking about come from the rural people
It's
I don't think that's
because
who's
we
adopting
we don't have culture. We are emulating each other. So what happens is someone says, "Oh, this is white culture. I have to have a buck on my wall. I have to have hardwood floors and listen to Kenny Chesney." Just as
it.
someone who's black would say the exact opposite, People are wearing these things like they're uniforms. It's
There are a
not
lot
like,
of
it's a stereotype.
There are a lot of vanity trucks out there, which annoy me because trucks should be cheap.
Man.
It's half a car. It should be cheaper than a
Man.
car.
As
It
someone
should
who
be.
works on a ranch, as someone who is a legit real cowboy, wears a cowboy hat, I kind of laugh at wannabes. I wear cowboy boots because that's part of my job, and I want to be taller. But
Man.
it trips me out when I see people with the jacked up truck and all of this stuff. I'm like, hey, bro, we could
Mhm.
use you at the job. And their truck's clean. My truck
Mhm.
my truck has pop marks from oak trees. From
Yeah.
when I put my truck in floor low, I'm working.
A clean truck with air conditioning and leather seats, all
yeah.
vacuumed out. You're just like, why didn't you just buy a car? Just buy a car and stop driving the price up, man.
And is that, I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce that name. Novarin.
Nova Rain.
Nova Rain. Sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Arizona is also 55% Hispanic who vote red.
Yeah.
Just as Texas, you ever heard of a Tejano? That's just an American Mexican, and I hope I hurt your feelings. I hope if you're a Tejano and you heard me say that, I hope I hurt your feelings.
Didn't you just get mad at me for saying Mexicans are white on your stream? Now he's gonna come in our show.
Let me show my face. I did. As a gatekeeper, I did. And I will continue to gatekeep. Let me show my face for that one.
He said I did and did.
And he's gonna come on our show on stream and say something just as spicy.
I protect everyone on the paper brown test, on the paper bag test in the opposite direction.
That's crazy. That is too funny. Let me see. I get
offended when people do everything to claim something that they're not. As far as being African American, if you're Samoan, your ancestry is black. You're not anything but black. If you're Hawaiian, your ancestry is black. We use all these labels to skirt away from from who we are, and it's weird to me. In Mexico, I lived in Mexico. You'd be surprised how many African black people live in Mexico, and they have never left. No. They're called gente de las montañas. That's people of the mountains.
About to say, I don't know what that means. About to say.
Is that Mexican hillbilly?
Basically.
You are not downtrodden. Get out of here.
I'm Chicano extra. My pops used to say that. My pops used to say, I'm an underprivileged minority. We'd be like, bruh, get out of here. You are not underprivileged.
Samoan and Irish. Does it cancel out?
Not necessarily. I have a cousin who's half black, half Irish, like Ireland Irish. It's just weird that way. I don't think, and that's another thing. I think we are too rigid on what we consider race. We all come from each other. Mm-hmm. You cannot say that one race did not meld into another.
Right.
Our mitochondrial DNA proves that. We can't even sit up here in front and lie about that. We can't say that any human came from anywhere else except for Africa. So that bothers me too when people talk about that, because we all come from the same source.
That's true, but certain groups of people were singled out by governments especially as another group, and they were subjected to a different set of laws and rules than the rest of the population.
Are you giving me my argument?
What?
That's my argument. I agree with you 100%.
No, I'm saying there is nothing to race biologically, but there is something to race socially and politically.
But we do that with everything. I've been to Africa. I've been to a place where everyone. Let's take Africa out. I've been to Central America where everyone looks alike. Even in Mexico City, people will instead of race, it becomes class or socioeconomic. We always find ways to distinguish,
to separate.
It's
because
terrible.
that line was divided by race in America. It created Black America as a group. It was created by the entire system.
I agree with you, but what I don't know. I agree with you, but what is considered white or black wasn't established until the 16th century.
Right.
Because up until then, it was pretty much known that everybody came from the source.
So what people still identified nationally, though. Like people had tribes and nations that they identified
and
with.
They still do.
Like even yeah. So it's like it's weird. It's kind of weird. Like as Black Americans, though specifically, I think we get kind of this like disembodied in a weird way. Like we're like dispossessed. Like we don't have like a country there's no Blackistan, there's no Blackica, there's no Black America, there's no land that you can call other than America. So why not go by American? But it's like, you're uniquely aware. Yeah, you're not really American.
But we, in a weird way, we are though, because we're a product of it. We are nothing else but. We're nothing else but. Like, I can't remember the name, but if you go to a place like Ghana, they'll tell you to your face you're white. There's someone I absolutely respect. Her name's Afra Hirsch. She's a little bit lighter than me. She's from the UK, and she lived in Ghana, and they would call her something. I can't remember the name, but it meant white woman. And she's black. She's English black.
Wow. Yeah, because we're definitely a subculture. It's of the the dominant culture. I get that. And on paper, we're fully American citizens. I get that. But as far as the feeling, I guess is the better word for it. You never feel like a citizen unless you choose to. Like there's a lot of things. Like I don't know how some people I've never experienced any racism. I'm like, you're a liar. Because some people like your guy, my so-called life, your guy, Marcellus Wiley. I've never experienced racism.
He's such.
I'm like, bro, I've seen you experience racism. I've seen you experience things that happen solely because of your racial makeup. Because they assume they make they stereotype, they prejudge, and then they cast you in a certain light as superior, inferior, simply because of your race. So it's like it's weird to like you didn't feel it. So you're saying you didn't experience it. Like the experience, like it, the phenomena is happening. Mm-hmm. But maybe you're not taking it in, and I can accept that. But it annoys me sometimes. I remember the name Atlanta Moon Demon. Now, Nova, that always trips me out because Bree. I know Bree might be listening, but she be doing the whole Moon Demon thing. It be cracking me up, man. But I be feeling uncomfortable. Oh my god.
Wait, that makes you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. I mean, because it's like I don't know. It just feels away. It's like when I hear people like on certain groups and they just got to sit there and take, like maybe he takes it affectionately and jokingly because it's about a group and he doesn't internalize it. But I know if I was around people and they always talk about black people like them jigaboos, I'd be like, ugh. You know what I'm saying?
I just think it's funny.
Get to me.
Honestly, I was actually really pretty prevalent in the atheist community. And I was shocked about how the extremely left were more racist than the hillbilly people that I consider kind of borderline.
Yeah, well, you got to consider that, like, for rednecks and hillbillies, like, our whole philosophy is there's Jesus and everybody else. So ain't nobody else shit. And city whites look down on us, too, all like a lot of other groups. But from our perspective, we're just like, you ain't better than me. I ain't better than you. But I don't really care if you think, like, you look down on me or call me names, because it's like...
But I think it's a numbers game. It's if you have a majority of something, you become confident. Again, I lived in all kinds of places, and anywhere where there's a majority, those people will treat everybody else like shit.
I think rednecks particularly treat every outsider like shit. Just naturally suspicious of outsiders.
I can see that.
You won't find southern hillbillies who like northern whites at all. Like they'll be polite, but they hate northern whites.
I got that vibe from I went to Savannah, Georgia, and there were cousins that were absolutely like they wanted to know everything about me, what kind of lotion I used, everything. But then I had old school uncles that wouldn't even talk to me.
Yeah,
call me mongrel. Wouldn't even talk to me, you know. So
when I lived in Florida, like there were white people who hated my guts for being from the north.
Ooh.
Of course, I said things like, why don't you guys have any libraries? But there were no libraries. It was a legitimate question.
To answer Inya's question, I grew up around all white people. Of course, I experienced racism, but it's different though, because I'm not even saying this like to be tough. I started defending myself at a very young age, so I gained a reputation of like, hey, don't mess with that guy. And being back then, it was a small town. People left me alone. I mean, all the way through high school. And it was weird. I grew up in such a place where white people were a majority that any person of color, we would all hang out with each other. We would all come together like Voltron because in a weird way, we, you know, I don't know. Human beings are weird that way. We have a little Ethiopia here, a little Russia, a little, you know, you name it. We separate ourselves.
I want to say for the record, like, I've never taken offense to Bree calling me a moon demon. I think it's freaking hilarious.
It's funny. It is funny. Like this, the combination of the words is hilarious. Yeah, and the other ones I've heard that are funny, like Snow Roach, is hilarious. Like just the combination of words. Male Sapien, I haven't heard that one. I haven't heard that one. Male Sapien's a good one, and this was actually serious. We were watching the Afrocentric panel. Me and Nova we were all in the chat, and this guy was like, "White people are an invasive species," and Nova was just like, "Wow, I'm an invasive species." It was just so crazy. But it's like I've taken a point, I guess, a stance of empathy, not like complete empathy. I'm not like a Candace Owens, but I feel like, man, I know how I would feel being around a group of people that constantly says something negative. Like even I know they might think it's funny and affectionate for them, but it's like negative about Black people. So I feel that when it happens the other way. So I do see things that happen to white people, and I'm like, ugh, that's kind of. Matter of fact, Stephen A. Smith, he's a sports commentator. For anybody that doesn't know, he just told this white broadcaster, what he's like. He said something like, "Mind your business, white boy," or "It's none of your white business," or something like that. I'm like, ugh.
But on the other hand, like, I choose to hang out with people different than myself, and I could always leave if it bothered me. So obviously I'm still here. It doesn't offend me. Like, yeah, I'm cool with all you guys. I don't have a problem with you making fun of me for being white. I don't care. Like,
yeah. And see, I guess that would be my distinction. I don't mind us making fun of our cultural differences or racial differences. But like when it comes to name calling, I separate that out. It feels different from me. Like I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it feels different in my head. Like when you start making up names, because those names start catching.
I'm extremely sensitive towards that. I am. But again, because I grew up, I had to be the token representative. So I had to gatekeep. I had to tell people to not talk, you know.
Well, it doesn't offend me for anyone worried about it. I am not bothered at all. I think it's hilarious.
Nice. The guy was commenting on how white people get triggered by Black cosplayers. Man, he said nice skins. And nice skins that's beautiful. I don't know why I like that so much. Nice skins. So nice skins and day skins. Nice skins and day skins. Okay. Anyway, I like it.
We can't eat that stuff every day. I wish I could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's one of the things on my Discord is just like the white names. That there's an entire list of them, like default color.
Yeah. Okay. I like default.
No purpose flower. I can't remember the rest. There's a whole list of them.
But do you think that is in good nature, or it's just
it doesn't matter to me either way because I find it entertaining, so I don't care. What their intent is, that has to sit with them. If they really are mad, really hate white people, they have to sit with that. I don't care. Same.
Ignorance bothers me, so I don't entertain it. Like there's joking and having fun, but if I feel it's malicious, I'm gonna, you know what's funny? I'm gonna come at somebody, say what I have to say, and then be done with it.
Thank you, Nova, for making this way worse.
I had that thought. I was like, there's a privilege.
Hijo de la fregada.
That's what Greg means by entertainment.
Actually, you did see, because I've never been really big on white privilege. Mostly because I live around all white people. So it's like, how can I have white privilege? But the thing you said that actually made me think about it is I can be invisible, which is to me actually a big deal. Like you said, you can't walk into a room without people staring at you or knowing you're there.
Right. I'm always noticed.
Are you noticed? Are you kidding me?
I can do that, and that's a huge deal to me.
Where I live, at least once a month, someone asks me, "Hey, where are you from?" And I always tell them, "You're standing on it. You're standing on it." And I don't take offense. The older I've become, I don't take offense. People ask me what race I am all the time.
Yeah. I love how
all the
Southern Bree is. You were just like the stereotype of the South, Bree. If I call you a snow road, square up.
So I want to get Greg's response to. I know you said you don't care about it, but have people actually like made racist comments towards you, like with the intention of being inflammatory or insulting?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
But I mean, it not here, obviously, but like when I lived in Chicago, when I lived in Florida, when I lived in LA, like,
I could see someone in Chicago screaming cracker at you.
When I've been in the minority, yes, people have said that stuff to me.
Gotcha.
But I've also had white people say defamatory things to me all the time.
What do they say? How do they in-group insult? How does that work?
It's like hillbilly, redneck. Can you even read, shit like that.
Okay.
I'll tell you.
Have you ever read a book?
You just sparked something. I will tell you, people that look like me have been more harsh to me than white people.
Same.
So I could sit here all day and talk about, because I'm telling you, I grew up around all white people, white Mormons. They were my friends growing up. Literally, I remember telling my mom, I want to slick my hair back. And she was like, oh, come here, baby. You don't have that kind of hair. Like, I have been discriminated against more by people who look like me. In my own family, they call my family on the West Coast, they call us the West Coast sewings. That's code for like, oh, they have more money than us, which really it's not even like that.
Yeah,
there's an image.
I had a really good friend who dated a black girl, and her family and friends had a way bigger problem with it than any of his friends or family did. Like, he got a lot of shit from her family and for being white. So it just depends on the people, I think. Some people just don't like it. Like, they have a problem with it. Some people are just chill.
So that brings up a good question. I have another question behind it. So I know you said it was mostly myself. It was mostly people like you within your own family. I have the exact same experience. And that's what actually kind of started changing my feelings about racism. I'm like, I can't, like, I know macro level and micro level. I interface on the micro level with so many more angry, hurt, bitter, resentful people that have harmed me on a day-to-day. Than all the white people that are out there who don't really harm me on a micro level on my day-to-day. But like, I get the whole overarching system. I understand the systems of credit, the systems of economics. I understand how that does infect my entire environment and the decisions they make, but they're not at me specifically. So it feels different. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't land on me like, okay, everybody's got to deal with the bad system of economics, whether they're advantaged or disadvantaged. Everybody's got the same system. But the people that just attack me or say something about me, they're always like me. Like, it's my family, my friends, my neighbors. And it's like, that changed my entire lens on racism and harm. Cause it's like, well, I'd rather go deal with that nebulous hurt than all this acute hurt, because you keep targeting me. But what about you two guys? I know you said you dealt with it more in group myself, but like, what about that argument about the system and
it's multifaceted, because in my case, I sound different than black people. When you can see me come up on a motorcycle hard as hell, everybody's like, oh, who's this guy? And I'm like, hi, how's it going? From the jump, they're like, what planet is this guy from? How's it going? What is this guy from Mars? Is this guy from Mars? I love it. I think we have inherent insecurity. And and I don't care where you're from. I speak Spanish. I speak Salvadorian Spanish, Mexican Spanish. Insecurity is everywhere. It's the gift that we give our children. And it keeps going and going. And I think that's something that we have to deal with. Until you deal with who you are, you won't be able to be a productive person in society, because every time you reach an impasse, you're going to try to chop somebody down. I look at it as crabs in a barrel. There are certain communities, like the whole manosphere. Honestly, I stay away from it because it's not that I'm above it, below it. I just don't participate in that hater world. It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
Mr. He said.
How's it going, Mr. He said? Much respect. I think
I love me some
people do not respect themselves enough to even lead. Like it's weird when I see people talking trash to me. I'm like, ooh, there's something wrong with you, because you're projecting.
I get that.
That's
true. Because you don't know anything about me
at all. At all.
Yeah. So shout out to Mr. He said. What about you, Greg? Like, as far as the question, like, who in group or out group, and what's your perspective on that question at all? Like, in totality, I know that's a big thing. Like, black on white crime, white on black crime, but then most crime or harm is done in group. So what's your take?
Oh, it's certainly in group, but I mean, being that we have a white majority population, I'm more likely to encounter white people just in general.
Yeah.
But there is like, it's interesting because the homesteading thing that white people have been into lately, which is very much like the redneck mentality is, we're not going to win the economic game. Like, the city whites have all the money. We're not going to win at that. And so if you want any kind of freedom or self-determination, you have to buy a little bit of land, kind of grow your own food where you can, take care of your own stuff, be independent, not rely on any other people for what you need. And the flip side of that is you have less amenities, you have less access to things. We don't have good internet, we don't have the same culture that cities have. Right. Like we live poorer or less amenity filled lives. Yeah. And there's a lot of people looking down on that. But at the same time, we don't have to go begging the government for anything. That's more important to us. But it is funny because a lot of city whites are now trying to be homesteaders, and the average is 6 years. 2 years of doing it, 2 years of realizing it's too much work, and 2 years of having the property up for sale. Like, there's a huge turnover in that.
It's funny you would say that, because a bunch of people where I live are moving to Texas, and weirdly Tennessee. Tennessee is being invaded by Californians. I feel sorry for Tennessee.
Oh, well, there's a lot of cheap land in this country. In the flyover, what they call the flyovers, like we're a big country, and there's a lot of land out there, but it's a lot of work to maintain your own property.
Yeah, as somebody who does for a living, I don't think people realize how much it is to
they have no idea.
Working farm. Right now, they're at I call it's my job, but like, we have 4 shifts because we have people and animals there, so there is always at least 200 employees on the property at the same time, 24 hours a day.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, and people don't realize how much in a city everything is provided for you. Like, the government does everything for you.
I do. I'm so thankful. I'm trying to tell you, they were selling land and a house. I want to say it was in Butte, Montana at one point. And I was like, man, that sounds beautiful. It's like $1,000. You had all this land in a place. And I'm like, I wouldn't even know how to get water. And I was like, let me just quit that idea.
I know a lot of 5%ers that have done it. I know a lot of people that have done that. And a few have actually made farms. And some people have failed. But it depends on what kind of person you are. Because I know someone that came from the city that started a farm, and they're thriving.
Yeah, you just have to accept that a lot of your time is going to be put into working on that property.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're not going to be able to just, come home, chill, go to a movie, whatever. Yeah. Like, your normal city life where your free time is your free time. No, that time is usually spent doing something.
That's why I don't keep my work phone in the same room. My son is my unauthorized secretary. He picks up, he's like, what's going on? How important is this?
No, you need a buffer. And Nova Rain had somebody move from the Bay Area to Texas. So, I mean, that's really a thing. That's crazy.
But the California exodus, people, I always laugh when people talk about politics about a state they don't live in. The reason people are moving is because no one can afford to live here. Yeah. You have to make at least $150,000 a year just to live in my neighborhood.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's because it's where
there was a follow-up question for you, man. So when you talked about the insecurity, the inherited insecurity, why do you think many people are insecure?
Well, in the old school way, let's talk about population first. Up until World War I, with the invention of penicillin, the population was only 2 billion. Okay, so you had to have fear in people. You had to tell people, like, you had to be selective, right? So there were certain insecurities, and I'm talking about black people. There were certain insecurities that we would tell people, like, don't go over here, don't do that, don't associate with those people, because there weren't many of us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in modern society, in today's society, people make money off of insecurities, makeup, clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, if you don't have this
The
fresh
new
hat,
car.
you're not like us. If you don't have these Jordans, you know what? I'm glad I grew up with a redneck father. My dad sat me down one day and he was like, "Look, bro, I could buy you these Jordans, but for the same money, we can go do all this other stuff."
Yes, that lesson is the best lesson, man.
Because in 1990, $100 was like $1 million.
Man. I got one lesson like that. Oh, that's so beautiful.
So I think certain insecurities are there for a reason, because they protect us, but other ones are there because we are easily preyed upon. We are easily molded and melded, told what to do. That, in a way, that's why, because of my lineage, I could never be Christian ever, because I come from slaves. I come from slaves that were told, like, "Hey, this Christian God is going to save you." Oh, let me go get my wig. Hold on, I got a wig. Let me go get my wig.
Rico, holding it down for the wigs. Wow.
And see, I know my soul said he doesn't do the manosphere, but as a manosphere regular, I want to make the joke about black women heading up the wig party, but I'm going to leave that as a side comment that I sort of made. I'm going to leave it there.
I don't mess with the manosphere.
I love it. Because it's because of what you hate about it, the insecurity. I love it because I love to see people who are so insecure that they fall into like a rage cult. And
it's weird to me.
Why?
Bro, I come hang out with sewing, man. I have hobbies and weed. Come hang out with sewing.
Rage cult is the perfect term.
Yes, but it's they're so grown good. Because they're grown men. That's the first thing that gets me. Number one, they're grown men from. I'm gonna say young men from 16, but on the top end, some of these dudes are 60, and they're talking about women almost exclusively. Now, 15% of their content they'll talk about male improvement, maybe 15% of the time, and they'll complain about how nobody watches it. So the other 85%, all they do is talk about what women do, what women don't do. And it's hilarious because it's not that they're wrong a lot of the times. It's the fact that they're so bitter about it. And they don't know that they're bitter. Like the fact that you focus on what this other person is doing lets me know that you're bitter and insecure. Yes. And it's like everybody can see that, but they can't see it. So it's like watching an animal like look at itself in the mirror, but it doesn't recognize itself. So it's standing there barking. But it's just that animal, and it's hilarious to me. I don't know.
Another reason why I'm so weird about the manosphere is because I watched at the time my 70-year-old father get radicalized by angry men.
Oh no!
And because my dad had lived, my dad's first wife put an iron on his back. He wore that scar his entire life. He had beef. If you were from South Carolina, he didn't like you. Like if you were, my pops, he had opinions on women, and I loved him, but we parted at some way. But he got radicalized by watching. Who's that man? No, but who's that other dude that everybody hates? He moved to Arizona. What's his name? Tommy
Sotomayor. Sotomayor.
You know what's funny? If I ever saw him, I have a feeling I'd probably square up with him.
I can't words. I can't listen to him. He is funny though.
I would, because me and my dad, we were friends. We would hang out. We would ride bikes together. And when he got old, he became cool. Long story short, I asked him one day, "How can you watch this trash?" Because my pops, he wasn't an angry dude, but he had it inside of him his whole life. Yeah, Bree, iron. He had beef. My pops had real beef.
The only one I really let get me upset is the whatever guy. because it's very clear
Oh,
that dude is just a pussy who's afraid to go to war, and that is like, and like, there's not even a draft, but he is very obviously terrified that he is going to get sent to war, and that's like his whole personality. And he's wearing a leather jacket, so he keeps the studio like 60.
For some reason, For some reason, I thought he lived. Sorry, Greg. For some reason, I thought he lived in Arizona.
No, I might have the wrong guy. You might be talking about the whole dude. What's up, man?
But also, this is like my pops died. He died in his 80s, so my references are from 10 years ago. I recently tuned into Angry Man. I was shocked he wasn't still in his car. He makes money now.
yeah.
I remember when he was
set up. Little man cave with the light, the little neon light. You don't like that?
No, I stole the floating astronaut. I stole that from him.
Oh my God.
I love that. I chill out with music to that. I love that stupid floating astronaut. Yeah. My whole point is, I come from a weird background where I was raised to respect women, and not even in the like simpy way, because let me tell you, I will tell someone someone I actually loved and respect, I had to dump them because they got weird. And then everyone's like, where's your co-host? Stop asking me where my co-host is.
How long ago did you have a co-host? Sorry, I know the site, but how long ago was that?
It's only been like a month and a half. She's probably watching right now.
Okay.
YouTube time is weird because we do this all the time. In our I look back in videos and I'm like, that wasn't 3 years ago, but it really was.
Yeah.
It really was. But with and I even did that with respect, and I actually respect her. I don't hate anyone. My whole point is, I don't come from that background, so it doesn't it doesn't register with me. And I've had a million girlfriends. I've been divorced. I'm still not mad at women.
Yeah.
Because there's a common denominator in that problem, and it's me. So a lot of the issues was me.
Most of their premise too is like what women want is wrong, which is the dumbest premise. Like, what men want is somehow okay, but what women want is wrong inherently. And I'm just like, okay, how is the things you want okay and good, but the things they want are somehow inferior or evil? Or I'm like, maybe people just want different things, and you can come to some kind of understanding rather than,
and I know
you can't get what you want because I have to get what I want. Like, what kind of argument is that?
I know this is going to sound crazy, but like, if you ever want to live with a woman or a man, if that's your preference, you got to compromise regardless.
Yeah.
Especially at my age, it's like, okay, can my faults meld with your faults at this point?
But what other people want isn't somehow inferior to what you want just because you wish it was. Like, that's like second grade thinking.
But that's the problem. We've allowed this to seep in our society. This bothers me so much. I can tell when someone didn't get their ass whipped by their parents. I can tell. I can tell.
I say that all the time. Like, your mom had slow hands, bro.
Yep. Because they'll say something, I'm like, ooh, or a certain amount of respect that people do or do not have. I can tell. I was raised with the fear of God.
Bro, some of the things I say, that hand would have been across my face before I even got that sentence out. I'm just like, yep, your mom had slow hands.
Rico, I agree 100%. For real though, find someone to tolerate you.
I gotta ask Rico a question about that too, because he was over here making fun of that person. We had a video, and he was making fun of that lady. Yeah, she's lazy, but I got a feeling Rico takes care of his wife too, and she ain't got to work. He was telling her, make her go out there and get a job. And I got a feeling his wife does not work. So I wasn't gonna bring it up that stream, Rico. But I was like, I'm smelling hypocrisy. I could be wrong, but I'm like, I got a feeling his wife is not working. I got a feeling he takes care of his wife. He better put her out there to work, put her out there in the field, whip her. No, but he didn't say that. He did not say that. So at our
I
age,
agree with this ornery, and I respect it.
Yeah, it was fun though. He was going off. It was fun.
I've never seen my mom drive a tractor. She's never been in the field.
But do you two think, like, with the whole manosphere gender war thing, do you think that this and politics have influence on one another? Do you think that people are taking these things and notions and trying to affect policy, or has current policy created some of the dynamics that the gender war is arguing about?
Yes, because we no longer go outside and touch grass. So people live this. People live this. Do you know, I love all y'all. I think this is amazing. But when I turn off my computer, my brain shuts down. I pick up a book. I go in my backyard. I go in my side yard because it needs to be clean. You know, like I try to do other things, you know. And I think some people in today's society, I couldn't imagine being mad at somebody else because of their choice of sexuality. I said it. And it's weird to me when people judge other people because of their sexuality. But I'm from Kami, California. We're all walking around with flowers and hugs around here. But it's just weird to me, you know? But people live that. Politics. Yeah. My parents had opposite politics. They loved each other. One was literally Republican. One was literally Democrat. They were together for 40-something years. Never fought over politics, at least in front of me.
That was honestly like a lot of older families. Like the wife was usually Democrat and the husband was usually Republican.
It's money. But back then Republican was always based on being what was it? Fiscally conservative. So it wasn't about values, it was about money.
It still is. So that's what I was going to say. I don't think the gender war has any effect. I don't think any, like Fox News has 3 million viewers of the last election was 180 million people voted. Like it's the loudest people.
I can't stand Rico. He said,
but I'll bet money he didn't say it as you're too lazy. Go get money for that.
He used totally different verbiage. Verbiage.
I'm willing to bet he said it slightly differently.
I'm stealing that joke, Nova Rain. I'm stealing that joke.
But yeah, I think it's
with a pair of
money.
Scissors.
I think it's economic.
Wow, I needed this. Wow, I needed this. That does sound like Rico. I wish I could show y'all this picture. He sent me a picture while he was in Paris with his family. That screams that he had a beret on.
You can show it. Please do.
I don't have it handy. It's on my phone. But
when I switch computers, I'm almost done working. I'll pull it up. Look. Yeah.
I'm gonna find it because it's on this. I'm gonna start this. I'm gonna come back to this. He has a picture that says this right here, like he's screaming this. Yeah. But how you feeling, Rico? How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good. Ready for the night. Ready for the big fight tonight.
Yeah.
So, this is I don't know why I'm such a political junkie. Like I said, my side loses more than half the time, but it's just like it's the ideals. You know what I'm saying? For my old liberal ass, I'm gonna be a liberal queen until I die. I just think liberal politics is the politics of the poor. And even though I've done well for myself in life, I never forget where I came from. I can never, that the trauma of poverty will follow me to the grave, even though I'm no longer poor. Because when I think about it now, I think about people. I think about Lil Rico, where the gas was turned off and the lights was turned off, and I still have empathy because even in America, this country, it's a lot of people that are poor, and people don't think so. It's a lot of fucking poor people here, and both parties walk past them and don't do enough for them. I think both parties need their ass kicked.
I did outreach for over 20 years, and I can't say I quit. I kind of just put myself in the office, but I can't take the human devastation anymore.
Yeah.
And people, like, I could help 1,000 people. I could help 1,000 people. 4,000 are getting off the bus right now in downtown.
Yeah.
It
tears your soul up, but then you say to yourself, so, well, if you don't do it, who the fuck is going to do it?
Then that's why I made the comment angry the other day. Where I was like, the other day in the comments, I was like, no one cares about the homeless. That's from experience. Because all these people would wolf online like, oh, we'll be there for a trash pickup. Man, it would be me, my cousin, and my son, and all the people I worked with.
It's crazy, So like I said, you were talking about back in the day. Yeah, I think, back then I thought the Republican and the Democrat, there you go. There go Frenchie.
hey, that's Pam.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, Hey, that's a beautiful picture right there.
I
You were
needed
owning that
this.
beret, man. I ain't even mad at it.
Wow, I needed this.
Hey,
I
you
so
hold
needed
on.
this, hon.
You get a
I
thumbs
I
up.
do
French.
make a beret look good, don't I?
Hey,
I hate the French, but I ain't mad at it.
And you know
Yeah.
what's in that glass, right?
bubbly.
Ooh,
Yeah.
the
that
gin.
was- believe it or not, that was actually in a department store.
Oh, you got
Because
champagne in the
French know
department
how
store?
to fucking do it.
I've
They
been-
got
Okay.
bars in their clothing store.
I've been to Paris.
like
They
it.
don't play. They don't play. I've been there. They'll keep you drunk. Have you been to the UK?
That's fun.
No,
It's weird. It
Oh,
was
it's
weird to me
doggone.
because in the UK they day drink. And in
Ah,
America,
that's
like
beautiful.
you be fired. Where I'm from, man, you come back smelling like beer. Like I'd be like, bro, that's your last day.
Oh,
That's
Britain's
messed
the
up.
drunkest island on
That's
the planet.
messed up.
People don't realize, like, British people get drunk. Like, it is not a game.
I don't see any problem with it.
It
They
was
drink,
weird.
guys. They drink. Do
yeah,
it.
they drink. They drink. So when my wife
I
was
like it.
shopping, I was like, drop me off on the 5th floor where the bar is.
That's
Where
hilarious.
it's at.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
No, that's what that picture said to me. It just felt like I so needed this. Wow, hon, I needed this. It just had that look. I love that one. But yeah, man, it's crazy. And I know what man Joe said. American politics is just entertainment. And that's sad because you know why I'm looking to tonight's debate is not to see who's put forth the better plan or who
The
can articulate their
entertainment
agenda. I'm looking for the entertainment. This is like we haven't had a good boxing match in about a year and a half. And I'm like, I want to see Joe Biden say felon every time he says a sentence. I want to see Trump actually be able to ask Joe questions that he can't answer because he's stumbling or turning around in circles. I want to see. I'm waiting for the spectacle. I'm waiting for something.
But we do know that this is a battle of figureheads. Because at the end of the day,
absolutely.
I'll be honest with you, everything that Biden has been doing for the last 3 years, ain't none of that shit been him. He's just a figurehead.
Yeah.
But when you become the president, they do very little to lead policy. It's for people you don't even see. It's not even your senator, and a lot of times it's not even your congressman. They're the ones who just take the vote, and the presidents are just the fucking figurehead. So we invest so much into these people who do the least amount.
But
They
this
probably contribute like 10% of our government running, our regulations, and our laws. The other 90% are about guys in suits, special interests, and all other kinds of shit that
I agree.
we don't think nothing of. So this fight tonight is for nothing.
I agree with you, and that's why I will not be watching this evening. It's probably going to go during my son's class. It's going to be going on during my son's class. Like I'll catch the highlights, but I'll tell you, Donald Trump is bad for my blood pressure.
Let's go.
I just do not, and you know what? I'm from California. By nature, I'm a super lefty, but I don't even look at myself like that. But then I look at other people's politics, and I'm like, oh wow, I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that. But Donald Trump, he bothers me. You would not, if somebody had the exact same record and it was Jerome, you would not let Jerome walk in your house.
Right.
You wouldn't.
And so this is the way I think of Trump. Is I'm like, he shouldn't even be hired for a fucking job
At all.
much less
I'll
a
be right back.
president. Because that background, if it was anybody here, we wouldn't get hired.
I am part of the hiring process. And you know what? I'm a second chance employer. I will listen to your story and I'll check your background to see if you're saying what you're saying. I wouldn't hire Trump.
So I have a question for
At
you
a
too.
bare minimum, you have to go in like, oh, well, we're going to run a background check. And even if they're going to hire, you have to be like, well, I was young then. You got to give him a story. He's not even repentant or remorseful for the shit he did.
Well, he's a
quick
sociopath.
question. Hold up. For you two guys.
That's where you give a person a second chance if they show repentance or remorse of, even if they're lying about it.
Hold on, let Greg Bryant dunk on us right now.
No. I just have a question for you. Are you two aware of the criminal record of Congress?
Oh, well,
Hold on.
Because
In no way, shape, or form
Just
am
asking.
I, in no way, shape, or form. We're talking about one person. This is
Okay.
where equivocating. This is where equivocating comes in. I do not equivocate.
I'm not equivocating. I'm just
I'm
asking.
talking about
are
one
you
person.
aware of the amount of felons and criminals in Congress.
I wouldn't let
Fully
them
no.
in my house either.
It would
But
shock you,
educate
is all
me,
I'm gonna
Greg.
say.
I would like to know.
It's shocking. It's like something like a third of them have felonies. It's hilarious.
like
Like
what,
we have a
though?
criminal class running this country.
Oh, well, that's even more fucking depressing.
Yeah. Oh no, it'll depress. I'm just asking because you're.
Yeah, no.
I get the dislike of it, but I mean, if you look at Congress's legal record, you would be very disappointed.
But then that speaks to the electorate that locally, because people like obviously everybody votes their district. So I would know what my congressman and my district record was like. So I can't control your congressman Greg's or Arshawn.
Yeah. So I understand that.
If you're part of the electorate in that district and you guys know that your congressman has felonies and you're fucking voting them into office, and that's the weird thing about America. We don't have laws that stop felons from being in public office, which is kind of fucking weird.
Where I live, a gang of felons are in office.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Myself, like California is real high on the list on both parties.
But we got rid of 3 strikes. We got rid of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
So there's people walking around with irreprehensible crimes running for office.
Well, here's the crazy part is, but then these are the same people who will be writing laws to incarcerate and throw away the regular man. This is. You know what I'm saying? It's like we have to see some sense of perversion.
If you want to get into it, if you really want to get into it, why did we we elect and if I mess up her name, it's the way I talk, okay? I'm not doing it intentionally. Why did we elect Kamala Harris?
We didn't.
She's
we was appointed
to the state of California.
Oh yeah, no, you did. California did.
Prayed. No,
you mean California did, but the country
preyed on black people.
Yeah, California is nuts.
She put more black people in jail than George Bush. Look it up.
And joked about it. She was making jokes about imprisoning single moms.
We know that we do know that was a political play by Biden and his handlers because he needed to get the black vote. So they placated by picking a black person. Now here's the thing: he didn't have to pick her because there were a lot of other black people that he could have picked that didn't have
qualified.
So but she came with us. That's the problem. She came with like California. We sway elections because of how many people we have.
Right. That's another part. She's a black woman, California. She's gonna get the woman's vote. Yada 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 yada, and I mean that's even though now this is the part I take offense to when they appointed the Supreme Court justice. He said he was going to pick a black woman, and that was okay, but that woman is immensely qualified to be on the Supreme Court. But people want to diminish her because he said he was going to pick a black woman. So that's an instance where she's more qualified than half the white men on the court and the white woman that Trump put before. More qualified, but yet because he said I'm going to put a black woman, she looks like a fucking an affirmative action pick or a quote.
Yeah, but the Rooney Rule is annoying. That's just people just say things like that to be annoying. But if she was more qualified, then she was more qualified. I'm so tired of the Rooney Rule. I'm so tired of that.
But if you don't have the Rooney Rule, then people out, and that's the weird problem. You don't have the rules, so they don't even have to consider you.
Yes.
And we saw what happened when they didn't have to consider us. We clearly were not getting picked, and we had people qualified then. So it's not like people of color just started becoming qualified. We've always been qualified. We never got an interview.
Yeah, but get you an interview, but like
still struggle.
But like, let's say someone like let's say Utah State is hiring, they're not gonna hire a black person.
No, it's gonna be a white woman.
But they on purpose they're gonna invite people out there, and because to save face. So that on that side, I think it's BS.
So that's the opposite of the Rooney Rule, where they clearly will bypass a qualified person, and they've always done that. This is just we have all this empirical evidence showing where they've overlooked women, people of color that were qualified for people that were less qualified that simply looked like them. So if we accepted hundreds of years of empirical evidence showing that, yet if we create one thing to try to, and it did not tilt the scales completely. So let's not play. It's still less than 5 or 10%. They're losing their shit. Oh, they qualified. God damn it. A third of the people up there not qualified.
Man, that's the truth.
What difference if we got one black person that's not qualified too?
Enrico, I wrote that down as a question. We're gonna come back to the Rooney Rule affirmative action thing, but I want to get Greg in real quick. He has a follow up or push.
I just wanted to push back on the Amy Corey Barrett and Gorsuch were both insanely qualified. I liked both of them as picks. You may not agree with their political ideology, but as far as qualifications, and Corey Barrett was the first person not from Harvard or Yale to sit on the Supreme Court, which is a huge deal to breaking up the elitist structure. I did not like the third
Kavanaugh.
guy. What's his name? Kavanaugh. Yeah, did not like Kavanaugh at all. Thought that was a stupid pick. It felt like an insider party pick, like a favor to the party. It seemed like the Republicans party wanted him more than Trump.
It was.
Yeah,
but Corey Barrett killed her interview. Like,
so my question is this: were they more qualified or less qualified than Ketanji Brown Jackson?
It depends on. Well, okay. First of all, the president is obviously going to pick someone who ideologically aligns with their party, regardless. Mm-hmm. So there was no way a liberal was going to be nominated by a conservative president. Right. Just like Obama would not. Like Obama wouldn't have nominated Gorsuch or Barrett.
No,
sure.
I'm saying when you stack up their time on judgeships, the different judgeships that they had throughout, she was more immensely qualified than every other Supreme Court justice, to include Roberts and all of them, because she was.
I don't have an issue with Jackson
right,
at all.
So that's what I'm saying is forget the ideology, the party, just on judgeship experience. So when we think about elevating a judge to the Supreme Court, we would think that I initially thought that they were some of the most experienced, greatest legal minds ever, irregardless of their party. That ain't always the case.
Well, actually, no. Rico, they used to be back in the day, but we are no longer adults. We are no longer adults, so we don't have people like that anymore. We don't have people with actual integrity. Like I was saying earlier, this world is it's based on what you can present in this little square. It's no longer on the authenticity of who you actually are. It's what you can pretend to be.
No one was ever going to appoint a judge who disagreed with their ideological view. Like Reagan never appointed a liberal. Clinton never appointed a conservative. Like that's just the way the Supreme Court works.
Right.
So you have to look at who.
Reagan's different though, because Ronald Reagan is Satan. If God's real, Ronald Reagan was an arm of Satan.
But I'm just saying,
and I'm not saying that I've never said Coney Barrett or Gorsuch was not qualified. I made the statement that Jackson was more qualified, meaning her judicial bona fides was higher than anyone on the court, but yet she got all of this scrutiny simply because before Biden nominated her, he made a promise to pick a black woman. Mm-hmm. So then they just ignored all her bona fides and said, oh, she's the black woman pick, as if she was not immensely qualified.
See, I thought that was stupid of Biden to say that.
Right.
Because why didn't he just nominate her instead of saying that?
Right.
Because he turned it into that thing.
Got a virtue signal.
Right. Especially in today's society.
But by the same time,
but you get away with it.
Virtue signal with Barrett because he said he was going to nominate a woman after Ginsburg died. So he did the same thing. He just didn't put a race on it. He said, "I'm
right." No, and I thought that was stupid too. But I agree. I think it's a dumb thing to say out loud. Because then, even if the other side accuses you of it, it's different when they can just go back and play a clip of you saying
word.
It. Right. Like, don't say it out loud. If that's what you believe.
But what I was saying was, when he did do the woman thing, Barrett didn't get the same level of pushback for that being the woman's pick. No, I'm saying Her pushback came from this is what I'm
Catholic.
saying, Greg. She caught hell because Ginsburg died, and a week later they ran her ass through. They pushed her because they was like, win, lose, or draw, we getting another Supreme Court justice in.
Yeah, but
she went through in like 30 days.
Trump was openly corrupt, though. Trump was openly corrupt.
Right.
So it's not like it's pretty par for course with Trump. If it was anybody else, they would have had respect. Like I said, we don't have adults anymore. It's this baby, you hurt my feelings politics.
I think
he ran that through fast, Greg. You know that.
He did. But I think you're looking through rose-colored glasses. If you don't remember, what was his name? Oh my God, I can't remember. He's like the top constitutional scholar in the country, and he was the guy who Democrats absolutely tanked, and it was like it was one of Reagan's nominations.
And the guy with the beard.
It started the whole thing, and Clarence Thomas trial was an absolute circus. Like it was,
but I know the other guy. Yeah, they.
You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember his name.
I remember watching that trial. Because it was on the East Coast, so it was on early here.
They have always been ugly, and they've always been partisan as hell.
Yeah,
like, there was no golden age of like great, coming together.
I'm not saying that there was, but Trump was overtly corrupt. The man literally got, and it's not even allegedly. He's convicted. He's convicted of it.
Well, and you got to.
I can't even say allegedly. He's a felon because of it.
Let me ask you this, Greg. Do you think? Let me ask you this. Now, be honest, be fair. Fuck the parties. You think the Gorsuch thing was fair?
Yes, because it was Harry Reid's fault, and the problem.
Why was it Harry Reid's fault?
Because Harry Reid is the one who changed it, so you don't have to have any say from the opposition party to appoint federal judges. McConnell just extended it to Supreme Court, but Obama was stacking the judicial system with liberal judges without any consent from the opposite party. Which once you change the rules,
but what was the reason that McConnell gave for not giving Garland a hearing? Because he was the president at the time was Obama. It was nearly a year left in his term. Scalia died.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to get any argument from me that was political.
Scalia died. I'm just laying out the facts. Scalia died, and then McConnell came up with this bullshit that we do not allow a president to appoint a Supreme Court justice in the last year of their term. He called it the Biden rule. That was what happened.
Yeah. No argument. That was political. 100%.
Now, exactly. And then 4 years later to the day, he appointed someone and had them put in within a couple of months.
Oh, if you want me to come up here and say Mitch McConnell is 100% full of shit, Mitch McConnell's 100% full of shit. Okay. Like, I don't have a political party. Like, no argument. I'm just saying.
So that whole
the
thing,
idea that
if he had stuck to it and didn't do that with Barrett, then I'd be like, okay, he said he wasn't going to do it within a year. He didn't, but he changed that shit quick. And that wasn't Harry. That wasn't Harry Reid. That was Mitch McConnell who said, "I'm gonna do the Reid shit here and fuck Reid over here."
I'm talking about a different thing. Like the reason that they were able to push through Gorsuch with the nuclear option, which was to appoint Supreme Court justices without approval of the opposing party, was because that's what Harry Reid did because they wanted more liberal justices on the court.
Right.
And they didn't want to have Republicans able to oppose them. So he changed the rule set. Once you change the rules, you have to be aware the other side might get in power and play by those rules. And then you.
Right. So that's just the only thing. The Republicans, I give them credit for that. They will fuck you every chance they get. And the Democrats like getting fucked. The Republicans will fuck you, and the Democrats can't wait to get on all fours.
Man.
It's always like the Republicans won't change the rules because they're tradition based. No. That is the whole point of conservatives. They will stick to traditions.
Now the good thing about the Republicans, if you let them go far enough in the process of fucking you, they'll fuck themselves. That's what I think they kind of did with this Roe thing. They had been chasing Roe forever, thinking they was never going to catch it. Well, they caught the bitch. Now we got to see 2 years later. I still think the Roe situation is going to have a bigger, even in red states, I think it's going to have a bigger effect because, to be honest, for a lot of people that sit there and talk about they against abortion, shit.
They didn't know how many people in their family was having them.
Yeah, exactly. and I want to second that. Shit.
I'm telling you.
I don't think it's going to play as much just because they blew the economy up, and I think that's the only thing people are going to care about.
No, I think that's going to matter, but I think a lot of them women that still wanted to be able to, I think, and I mean in red states,
it's already happened, Rico. It's already happened.
Alabama,
Arkansas.
Yeah,
they were trying to, even in St. Louis. No, I'm sorry, in Missouri, they were trying to pass these crazy laws, and they already got shut down.
Yeah, Kansas.
People are like, wait a
minute. On the ballot, Kansas put a constitutional amendment to give them the right to have an abortion. That was the state of Kansas, a red state of Kansas. They put a constitutional amendment to overrule the fucking governor that women should have a right to an abortion.
Yeah.
Don't tell me it's not going to play at all, y'all.
It's happening right now.
It needs to play a little bit. Because it's going to be a close-ass election. We're going to be up all fucking night, maybe into the next. This might be Bush Gore 2.0. It's going to be.
I'm going to need heart pills. No, I'm going to need heart pills.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be that close.
I'm going to be on oxygen.
Okay. Since this panel is putting me in the position of defending Trump and being the white guy,
you're choosing
defending,
it. You're choosing
it. I will
push
back if I hear things.
Okay, Ivanka.
I just want to say there are only 4 politicians in history I have ever liked. I don't like either party, and I do not care for Trump personally, but I will, like, if you say something that's like, he's the most corrupt politician ever, or Trump's a racist, that's why I voted Biden, I'm going to have to say something, because, I'm sorry, Biden? Did you say Joe Biden?
They're all racist.
Joe Biden, because Trump's... Hold up. We're going to have to get into that, because one of them has a way worse record on race, and it's not
But
Trump.
that goes back to the elite class.
I don't think...
Could you drive up to... I say this all the time about Will Smith. Could you just drive up to Will Smith's house? No. I literally live within 30 miles of Kim Kardashian. I couldn't get within 5. You know what I'm saying? They live different lives. They look down at all of us.
They do.
But if you look at the records of Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and then you're going to tell me I voted because of racism, I'm going to have to ask a few questions to follow that up.
Well, but see, that's an unfair parallel too, because the bottom line is Donald Trump has a 4-year record and fucking Joe Biden has a 40-year record. So don't Greg, this is what I'm saying. If we take the level of racism of Donald Trump with his 4 years in office, that's the only time he's held any branch of office is the 4 years in the White House. He's never been a mayor. He's never been a congressman. He's never been a senator.
He's been a public figure, though.
No, but if we're talking about in political office, Joe Biden has a record of 40.
You can't limit it to just political office. Like, you can't limit it to just political office.
Well, I'm saying I would say I'm willing to bet if Trump was in political office for 40 years, his record would be exponentially more racist than what it currently is. Especially if you think about that same time period that Joe Biden. Remember, Joe Biden grew up with the Storm Thurmans. You don't think Trump would have been backslapping with them motherfuckers too? Come on.
Strom Thurmond was old school racist. Like, he was so old, he owned slaves.
He wouldn't have been fighting for the blacks.
Look,
but I mean, I want to
like impeach Bill Clinton and Strom Thurmond came out. I said, well, how is he still alive? He was like Dracula.
I'm saying, if anything, Trump would have been in bed with Biden and Strom Thurmond just as racy as them. I'm like, he's got a small window. I don't see any record of Trump ever being anything hanging with the colored will. Now y'all want to come on now. Y'all him being
he only hangs out with it. No, Trump only hung out. Trump wasn't hanging out with people on the corner. Trump only hung out with people who had money. And let me tell you, as someone who lives near Terry Crews wouldn't F with you. Again, Terry Crews is another person who you just can't drive to their house. Like, I literally live around all the bougie blacks. They think I almost said something really ignorant. They think that they are different.
Yeah.
And so
they're not like us.
and so
All I'm saying is
you have to
Donald
remember
Trump
that Donald
did
Trump was
more-
not hanging out with normal people. He was
No.
not. He was hanging out with
always
he was
been a
hanging
fucking
out
groupie. He's
with
a
elitists.
celebrity junkie.
he was
He's
hanging
a
out with
celebrity
elitists.
junkie.
Yeah.
So he going
Donald
war
Trump
for
did
any
more.
celebrity.
I'm
try to
addicted
get
to baseball,
colored vote
okay?
than
The old
Oh.
school Tampa Bay Rays, their ownership it was such a telling story. It was Donald Trump, Regis Philbin, and all these old white dudes in there. You didn't see one person of color there. And Donald Trump's box at Yankee Stadium too. Every time they go to Donald Trump's box at Yankee Stadium, it was him and a bunch of old dudes. Don't tell me he hung out with people of color.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I ain't buying
He hung out with millionaires and
He tried to get the black vote more than any white president ever has.
Who?
I will give him that.
no,
Who?
okay,
Donald
and
Trump?
He
Are you
had
nuts?
Kanye's crazy ass in his office.
No
that
way.
ain't getting the best.
No
I'll
way.
be honest with you. I hate to say it, the to me,
If the Civil
in my
Rights ain't a
mind-
bigger try, the Civil Rights
Well,
Act isn't a bigger
okay,
effort
no, no,
to
no.
get the black
Let's take
vote.
this in balance,
I
though.
would give it to
Let's
George
take this
W.
in
Bush
balance.
before I would give it to Donald Trump.
Let's
I would
give
give it to George W.
LBJ
Bush.
plus points and minus points here. Let's really look at LBJ and say, did he really try?
I said I would give it to George W. Bush.
No, I was talking to Rashawn.
Oh, but no.
I mean Donald Trump. I'm not saying he was successful. I'm saying he tried to get the black vote.
Donald Trump
to
still
an extent
talking
it
about
worked.
killing 5 motherfucking innocent black kids.
I understand. I'm
Okay,
not
so please
defending
don't
his
tell
record
me
on
he
race.
give a
I'm
fuck about
saying
black people, and he know they innocent. It's not like we're
attempted.
unsure.
I'm
We
not saying
know.
No, Rico.
I hate to
Rico.
say this. I hate to say this really quickly. During Donald Trump's presidency, and I'm saying this with utter and complete indifference, and this is just a fact. I don't know why I think he did it as a token gesture, but Donald Trump freed a gang of people from federal lockup
exactly. And
who
because
were wrongly convicted, and
Yes.
they happen to be all African American. I'm gonna do the monkey see, monkey do. I'm just saying.
he also got
And I don't like the man. I personally, that's why I would hock a loogie on him and go to jail.
I would absolutely give him credit. I would absolutely give him credit for that. But to be honest with you, I want to say the last several presidents have done that.
also
But he
on
did.
their way out of office.
But he did it.
Nonviolent.
he did it in office.
Drug
And he
No,
also
but
did-
I'm telling you, he
Mrs. She
freed
said, hello.
much respect. He freed, and it's
He
messed
freed the
up.
slaves. Go ahead and say about
But
something.
that, no. But that's how he looked at it, though. But that's how
All
he
I'm
looked at
saying-
it, though.
look,
That's
look.
why I'm still giving the Stone Cold salute with both.
I'm
hands,
not
you know?
saying Donald Trump would piss on black people if they were on fire. He might
Right,
not like them. I don't know. All I'm saying is his attempts to win the black vote were more than any other white president has
No
done.
way. You didn't. You were you alive? You and I are the same age. What about Bill Clinton on Arsenio Hall? I was there
Okay.
on the couch at the house. But I'm just
You're
saying.
gonna
like,
put-
let me ask Greg a question. Let me
You are
ask you a
putting
question, Greg.
playing saxophone.
Hey Rico, hold up, Rico. Let Greg bury himself real quick. Let him
Yep.
in full
Okay.
Yeah.
bury himself because we all know he's wrong, but let him be
According-
completely wrong.
To my so-called life,
Okay.
Bill Clinton playing saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show is doing more for black people than
No.
freeing black people
No.
being incarcerated and permanent funding for HBCUs.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Real quick,
that.
hold up. Let him finish his thought.
Right.
Eat my taco.
So,
what
Greg,
I'm
what is
saying.
your thought? Not a question. What is your thought? And let it get out in full.
Look, I'm not saying that Trump likes black people. He's pro-black or anything like that.
PCP.
I'm saying the things he did to try to placate or win the black vote, he put more effort into that than traditionally any white president has. Bill Clinton had the black vote. He
No,
didn't
he
have
didn't.
to try for it.
No, he
He
didn't.
had that. Him or Bob Dole, him or George Bush. Come on, he had that shit on.
He
lock.
still had to say he was from Arkansas and ate fried food before anyone believed him.
Yeah. I'm saying he was popular, no doubt. He was popular with everyone. He's still the most popular president we've had in our lifetimes. All I'm saying is he didn't have to put any effort into it. Trump did put
Nasty
effort
woman.
into it. Regardless of how he feels, regardless of whether it was successful, he did make a concerted effort to get the black vote.
All right. You done digging, Greg, or you want to dig a little deeper?
I'll dig
Go
as
ahead,
deep
go
as
ahead,
you want.
Rico.
Well, I
Pause.
just want to say this. When you said that Donald Trump was doing so much to get the black vote, You remember Charlottesville?
Mm-hmm.
Was he trying to get the black vote then?
I'm confused as to what Donald Trump has to do with Charlottesville.
Hold on, let me go full Kanye really quick. Donald Trump doesn't care about black people.
So you don't remember? You don't remember the Unite the Right rally with the racists?
What does that have to do? Okay.
And wait, let me finish. You asked
Okay.
what did he have to do with it? And that woman got killed because the black protester was fighting the neo-Nazis. And Donald Trump said there are fine people on both sides.
I'm glad you brought this up.
He equivocated a bunch of fucking white nationalist, neo-Nazi, KKK skinhead motherfuckers with counter protests for racial justice.
Okay.
Heather
That was what
Hyde.
he did.
Say her
Answer
name.
that?
Say her name. Say her name.
Can I answer this?
Yes.
Okay. The very fine people on both sides was taken completely out of context. It was a blatant lie. The transcript has been released. What he was referring to, and again, I don't want to
Go
be in a
ahead.
position to
What
defend
was he
Donald
referring
Trump,
to?
but this is a lie. He was talking to the people who were protesting the taking down of Confederate statues, and he said, I'm sure there are very fine people on both sides of the protest. This was the entire context. This had nothing to do with Antifa. It had nothing to do with the Unite the Right March.
Let me say why that's still bullshit. Because those fine people that was trying to take down the protesting of the statue, they were fucking racist too. They were racist too. If you were out there on that side with those motherfuckers with them shields and that bear mace and all that, I don't care how you look at it, and you protesting the same thing that they're protesting, you are just as racist as they are. Because
I don't buy that.
Let me finish, Greg. Those KKK redneck motherfuckers were out there literally protesting the removal of the statue. Everybody was protesting about the statue. The city was going to remove it. The KKK and the rednecks came out there to protest the removal of that statue. So those so-called fine people that were out there with them protesting are just as fucking racist as they are. I'm not filtering them out. I'm not going to do it. You can't tell me to filter out racist enablers. If you're a racist enabler, you're a fucking racist. If you're a racist sympathizer, you're a fucking racist. If you give aid and comfort to any racist cause, you are fucking thereby racist.
And I hate to say it,
with that fucked up shitty statue.
I agree with Rico. I agree with Rico, and that's why during the lockup, a bunch of when the Trumpers came to LA, they had almost 100,000 cops protecting them because they knew they were going to get stopped because it wasn't about their political party. It was about securing white supremacy.
Okay.
In a place that they didn't belong. Because white people are a minority in Los Angeles.
First of all, I don't.
Then don't do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it.
But it's an interest of truth. And because you can't just I can't say that everyone who's liberal is a member of Antifa. Antifa is a domestic terrorist group. They cross the line into violence past action. They do, and they shut down free speech.
That's a PC mob job. That's a PC mob job. You say that so you can sleep at night. No, people say that so they can sleep at night. I'm telling you right now, if they took away a freedom that you cared about, you would be in the streets burning shit down.
But no, Greg,
that's a cop out. That's because people are docile. I'm not docile. I'm not docile like that.
Let me finish.
I like the Antifa argument because I will literally tell you, Greg, the same way I just said that about the people that was the enablers and comforters and supporters on the right, I say the same thing that if you're a fucking liberal and you're out there with Antifa, you are aligned with them. I'm not going to say you're not. Now, the people there were people who felt that way about the statue that didn't go out there that day, so I won't call them racist. Okay. But if you're out there in that, just like I would say, anybody on the Antifa or the chaos and destroying shit, if you're out there, you are of that ideology. You're not out there among a group of people doing something wrong or doing a thing and say, oh, I don't share their ideology. If you don't share their ideology, you wouldn't fucking be here.
Every once in a while, you have to burn shit down.
Right,
sorry.
which is fine.
And say no to me. I'm gonna come to your neighborhood and do it.
But my
every once in a while, you gotta burn shit down.
I'm just saying is I don't care what side you land on. If you're out there among a group that's doing something, Please don't tell me, oh, I'm not participating. I ain't got nothing to do. What the fuck you out there for? You know what I'm saying? So that's all. So to get it back on to Trump, he wasn't trying to get the black vote when he said that. And I got one other question to ask you. Was he trying to get the black vote when he talked about those shithole countries, or was we confused about the context of that? Were we confused when he was talking about the shithole Haiti and the shit? Greg, that wasn't a mistype.
I want to ask you a question. Are you really
answer
offended?
that. Was he trying to get my question? Was he trying to get the black vote?
I'm answering it.
Black countries, shithole countries, but he loved those white countries.
Rico's got passionate.
He called Haiti a shithole country. Let me ask you a question. Not just
Haiti.
Is Haiti a shithole country? It's run by a gang of cannibals right now.
I don't care. There's
the
still
lead guy is named Barbecue. He is eating humans on camera. I'm not that offended.
He's not the country. Yeah,
exactly. Don't let me read the arrest report of the people. Give me a county, and let's go read the arrest report of what happened in a day in America. We act like we're different. Like it's fun. I laugh.
Cannibalism? You think cannibalism is happening in America right now?
Well, first of all,
who is eating people?
Greg, let's be crystal clear.
That's another
They have not confirmed that it was cannibalism. You seen that man eat some meat? Nobody confirmed that was a real human being.
The man
said it's easy to believe it. He's black. It's easy to believe it.
No, he was saying he was eating people.
Of course he was saying this shit.
I believe him. If you tell me you're a cannibal.
Right. See what I'm saying? And that's a terror tactic. I eat motherfucking people. I would scare the shit out of everybody.
You ain't gotta convince me that hard. If you're willing to say you're a cannibal on camera, I'm gonna believe you.
Okay, but I wouldn't care if it was true. Okay, it's irrelevant. As Arshawn said, that man is not the country. He does not. The majority of Haitian people are good people. They simply live in a failed state.
And I think
they live in a failed state. But what I'm saying, they live in a failed state that was inflicted upon them by all these Western powers. Okay, yet we funding billions of dollars to Ukraine, billions of dollars to Israel. Why? What do those fucking countries look like? What does the black countries look like?
We give Israel the equivalent of 100 million a week.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy to sit there and say.
And I want to say this really quick, as someone who's been to Israel twice. Israel looks like Santa Monica. Israel looks like Santa Monica, California.
Look,
and Manhattan, because Israel has skyscrapers.
I have never said Donald Trump is pro-black or is the amazing president who's going to.
You said he was the greatest.
He did more for the vote. He did more for the black vote. He did more for the black vote as the claim.
That's all I said.
He did more for the black vote.
He tried for the black vote more than any other white president. Bill Clinton didn't do anything.
No way. I respectfully disagree with you.
That's
I think you're a cool guy.
I know Greg hates the flaming racism, but there is no overcoming the fact that a guy who is reestablishing and reaffirming the citizenship and the right to vote of black people, there's nothing more that you can do to promote the black vote than promoting the black vote. Like, no matter how racist he was, no matter how many times he used the N-word, publicly and privately, actually making sure and enshrining that black people have the right to vote is the biggest thing you can do for black people having the right to vote.
If you don't count, since my argument is he's doing it regardless of why he's doing it, yes, technically LBJ would be better. I'll give you that. But past LBJ, there hasn't exactly been a lot of attempts to get.
Yeah, there haven't been a lot of reach arounds. You're right. We have not gotten a lot of reach arounds.
But Trump is not at the top of that list. It's a teeny tiny little bit of Republicans that have tried to get the black vote, but he's not the top. I'm talking about presidents. They've actually, they did the fucking the Willie Horton. They were definitely down saying fuck the black vote. And a lot of it is because outside of black women, the black vote is pretty apathetic. We don't vote. So to be honest with you, if I was a white politician, I wouldn't work very hard for it either. I'm like, bust my ass and then y'all ain't going to show up any fucking way. So, but I wouldn't be shitting on them, but I wouldn't be trying hard to get the black people vote. I'd be trying to get old people vote, white people, because these are the
which
people
is what most of them do. Yeah,
I'll be like, The hell with young folk. The hell with black folk. Give me the 50, 45 and up, and more whites because they just vote.
I want to say really quickly. I just want to that is true.
You're not wrong.
No, I've been there. I've been to both. It's amazing how you'll cross a border. No, it's amazing how you'll cross a border, and it literally. They must have the same architects because California is newish, you know. I'm not kidding you. Israel looks like Santa Monica, and then you go to anywhere that was Palestinian territory, it's bombed out. It's bombed out, like for real. I've seen it with my own two eyes. So it is a mess. And they didn't fix Compton for almost 20 years, so it's basically the same after the riots.
Right. So real quick to try to like tie up this point because this is a point of contention that we really can't quantify up here. Who, if it's not? I think LBJ reaffirming the rights of black citizens to vote is the biggest. So let's take him out. Other than him, who does each person up here think is the next person up as far as has done more to acquire the black vote? And let's start like Rico, then myself, then Greg.
Any president of either party or just a particular
from even if you want to go and talk about that old guy, was it John Henson from even before George Washington. Everybody says there was a president before the president. Even if you want to go back that far, do it. But from then until Biden now, who has done more to acquire the black vote, in your opinion?
Damn.
Really quickly, Ulysses S. Grant.
Okay.
History, American history. I come from a long line of black people. So Ulysses S. Grant.
Okay, so you got Grant for My So-Called Life. While Rico's thinking Greg. Who's your person? You think it's Trump is the next up, or do you think this Trump is better than Biden?
It's unquestionably Trump. Ulysses S. Grant was Civil War. They couldn't vote. They couldn't even be people. Like they weren't legally.
It was more of a. It was more of like a legend. I'm sorry, more of a legend. Just as in my family, there's at least like 15, 20 people named John Henry.
I respect Grant. I'm just saying he wasn't doing anything for the black vote because he did a lot to emancipate them. He burned the South to the ground.
To me, that's more. To me, that's more important.
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, I
can take that.
The question was
regardless of vote or not, the man stood for a cause and actually did something that he didn't agree with. Not
even taking that away from him. I'm just saying, if you're talking about the vote, though.
Yeah, but in today's world,
it's more indirect. But I respect
it. Pet peeve how we split hairs out of everything except for looking at the main point. My point is,
it would have got them citizenship, which is the right to vote. So I get it's more it's not direct. Like I didn't fight them so that y'all could have the right to vote.
Yeah,
I fought them so that the country can remain whole and y'all could have citizenship and freedom, which includes the right to vote. So it's indirect, but I can still accept that myself. I know Greg can't, but I'm with it.
Well, if he
what about Rico?
Was willing to consider them as equal citizens, I might give him that, but he definitely wasn't.
But his intention doesn't matter. If they're going to be free and be able to vote, whether he thinks they're equal citizens doesn't matter. Because especially if y'all just conceded that he didn't even agree in what he was doing. So his intentions don't matter as much as what he did.
His main reasoning was to punish treason.
It's weird to get into someone's mind in an era that we didn't live in. I think it's weird because as someone who's been to Egypt, it bothers me when I heard someone say one of the reasons the Egyptians would say soot is because the soil they would rub on their ground. No, it was black before it was called kemet, and what does that mean? It's weird to me. But when you actually go to these places and see it with your two eyes, you can see that nobody else except for black people did that. So I don't know. I think it's weird when we try to get into the mind of people that weren't around. All we have is their works and what they did. That's all we have.
But this
I'm guessing what they were thinking, unless they wrote it down.
Yeah,
I think of it as like a three-way tie, and it's kind of weird. Now, I'm only thinking of the presidents in my lifetime. Obviously, I didn't know any before I was born. And it's really weird. I'm personally, because I don't think really none of them did shit for black people.
Okay,
I agree.
That's how low the bar is. I would say, I'm just gonna say Clinton, Obama, and fucking George W. Bush. I really feel like George. This is what I'm saying. I feel like he had outreach to the black community, even though it fell woefully short. But I also feel like Obama's and Clinton outreach to the black community fell woefully short. That's
okay, so I'm
why
gonna say Clinton's outreach was performative. Clinton
Yes.
performed outreach, but not actually. I don't know if he did anything. But what do you say that Obama actually outreach for black people? And what do you think George Bush outreach?
Well,
what did
I
it look
guess-
like? Because I don't remember.
All Obama did. I can't say he had,
Other
that's
than
why-
being black. Other than being black. Because
See,
this
but
is.
That's
that
why
shouldn't
I
be a
say-
disqualifier because that was the
No,
main
but-
reason, though.
But see, that's different. That's not something he did. That's not something he did.
When he won,
So, I
though,
mean,
but
that's a
when he
disqualifier.
won, but when he won, I can't remember the newscaster on MSNBC, because I'm a sad shill. But he was like, "Oh, 300 years since." He said since the first slaves stepped foot in
Well-
America, a fucking tear ran down my face.
But guys,
He got
I
me.
get you.
He
Now hold
got
up. Now
me
hold
right
up.
there.
Now hold up. Now, not the reasons they got the vote, because the reason he got the vote was something he didn't control. He didn't control who had sex with his mom.
But what he
But
does
what
control
did he
is this.
do?
But this is
What
what
did
he
he control?
does control, and I think that we are making. I think we don't give it the credit that it deserves. And I heard you speak so eloquently of it the other day. Was on the political show. He did give us representation. You know, where you spoke about
Did he?
representation.
I don't
Yeah,
know why the younger generation hates them.
That's what I'm saying.
Stop hating black people.
I'm
Stop
saying,
hating black
Did he?
people.
This is what I'm saying, Arshawn.
Stop hating yourself. You should
The
love yourself when you look in the
imagery-
mirror.
This is what we never had before, and I don't think he gave it to us. I appreciate it. Like people thought he was gonna come in there and be the Kool-Aid president. You know what I'm saying? And it's again, it was a low fucking bar, but
I got you. I got you.
that was a lot to say. Okay, he was competent. He performed at the same level as every other white president when he was expected to be a failure for being fucking black.
Don't make me
And
get
a lot
Bobby
of
Hemmett.
cases, we get
I'ma
that
give you the
opportunity,
same-
and we fail famously.
I'm gonna give you the same grace I gave to my so-called life. He indirectly did the thing
Yeah,
that you're saying. It wasn't his intention.
no,
It wasn't what he wanted, but he did it. He the outcome was people felt represented,
Mhm.
whether he was Black American or not. They associated the skin color with. You're right. So
Mhm.
indirectly, I'm gonna give you the exact
I'm
same
not
point on
saying
him.
that. My point of view isn't rational. I'm not coming from a rational point of view.
Yeah.
There's no way. No. I'm
But
not
at
saying
least-
any way,
at
shape,
least
or
in
form.
that way,
Right.
Arshawn,
I'm biased.
this is
I'm
what I-
biased as
but
hell.
so, this is what I like
Obviously.
to say. At least at that
My
minimal
so-called
effort,
bias.
in that minimal effort that he did for those 8 years,
I'm
basically,
not the president of Black America.
but this is what I'm saying. Is literally you can no longer say, "Oh, a black man can't be president." That's it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So at least he dispelled that it was unintended, it was indirect, but it's like, okay, motherfucker, you can't say they can't do the thing that they did that he did. And
You know
up until that point, remember, when he was running, you're articulate, you're that, you know what I'm saying? So again, you can't say America did not have this ideology that the black man was too goddamn stupid to rise to the highest office. And
Again, you're talking about America, not him. What he
Right.
did, but I get your argument.
I'll tell you what he
I
did.
get
He
your argument.
bombed. He sent more drones into the Middle
he
East than any human had ever.
He was
in
a
the
full
history.
terrorist. He was
He
a
was-
full
Drone
terrorist.
strike the hell out of some weddings.
We
And
used
then
to.
he- full
deported,
terrorist.
I think he was the deporter in chief.
Okay. No, I love this
My
fact. I
God,
love this
the
fact.
cager.
Still to this
The
day.
big cager.
Still to this day, Obama kicked out more people out of America than the 7 presidents before him, and
Right.
more
This is
people
not
than
true.
Trump ever did.
Yeah,
This is not true. This is
I
a lie.
live.
he
bruh,
deported more
bruh.
than Trump did.
He
This
did.
is a lie.
And
Would
the
you like
7
me to explain
before
it?
him.
I'm
I've
going to
lived-
go in on this because this is a thing. I have to correct this because people say this. He changed the definition of deporting to people who were turned away at the border who never stepped foot in this country because
Okay.
the numbers were so high. And I'll tell you exactly why this happened. So back in 2011, Bear Stearns realized that the number of 11 million illegal immigrants or criminal aliens or whatever had been the number for like 20 years. That couldn't be right. So they hired an economist and a journalist to find out the real number, which came back at 40 million. Bear Stearns went bankrupt around 2015, and Coulter, who I'm sure you all hate, and I'm not doing this on a political bias lines, I'm just saying.
I don't hate Ann Coulter. I think she's
He-
mentally ill.
She
I don't hate-
found
I-
that report and put out a book called Adios America, pointing out that there were 40 million illegal immigrants in this country. Now, everyone said this is nuts. She's a whack job. This is all right-wing propaganda. A team at Harvard then went and did an academic study to disprove it. Ended up proving it right. This was immediately quashed, and no one mentioned it because that looks real bad. And the Obama administration changed the definition of what a deportation is to someone who never stepped foot in this country being turned away at the border because this looked really bad on them.
My God, I would love to live in your world. I would love to live in your world.
I'm telling you factual information here.
No, you can't tell someone from California when literally our population dipped, bruh, when Obama became president. ICE was everywhere. He came in. They sent.
He did make an effort, but he also changed the way.
Trump didn't do any of that. He wolfed about it. He talked about it. But I live in a place where there's nothing but illegal immigrants, and he didn't do any of that.
This is what I would like to know, Greg. Let me ask you a question. If Donald Trump was to win, tell me, what do you expect he's going to do for anybody, and what would you want him to do?
He's going to give the cops power. He's going to give the cops power and start a war.
No, I don't think any of them are going to do anything. I don't have a political party, but I'm just saying I'm aware of the manipulation tactics that politicians use. And the stat that Obama deported more people than the 7 presidents before him is a blatant lie.
Not correct.
Okay, so it really doesn't. But let me ask you, if you're not expecting him to do anything and you don't want him to do anything, then it really doesn't matter who the fuck is the president. Because that's what
doesn't matter who the president is.
No, I was about to say that shit.
It doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't matter that all the ones before didn't do shit. It doesn't matter because the next 20 ain't gonna do shit.
Exactly. No. Let me make this explicitly clear. It does not matter who the president is. It does not matter. The Congress is the only thing that matters, and Congress is an absolute clown show. So, the president does not matter. It's a figurehead. But my point is, first of all of them do this. Donald Trump's economic numbers were also rigged because he started counting pass-through goods as part of the GDP to make his GDP numbers. Everyone does this. It's not just Obama or Trump.
Deregulated so much that countries that owed us hundreds and hundreds of billions, all of a sudden we're paying pennies on the dollar. Donald Trump's an idiot.
Look, I'm saying is, Donald Trump cite a statistic like Obama deported 7 times more people, or more than the last 7 presidents. That's not a true statistic.
If that's what you're hung up on, then I'm gonna give you a map, because Donald Trump did so much. We could sit here all day. Where are my old notes? I literally had 6 pages of notes when Biden became president. He spent 2 weeks just knocking all that crazy shit that Trump did down. Trump literally was trying to turn us into a company, taking us away from every accord we ever had that made us the superpower. And we are no longer a superpower because Trump exposed the shit out of us and sold off our assets, bruh.
Okay.
No way.
So real quick, interjection, real quick. So I want to couch this in reality. So none of us have gone and verified any of the things that we're going to say. We don't have the access. So for the remainder of the conversation, if we know something has been reported as a fact, allow that to be the point that stands on the conversation, because I know for a fact, Greg, you did not go and verify those numbers yourself. So it's somebody's choosing to believe one report versus you choosing to believe a different report and saying that one's true over this one. Okay. So we can't verify. So
can I just push back on one part of that?
No, we're going to go with a concession for the sake of conversation, because we're 3 points deep from where we started.
Yeah,
this was all we were talking about. We were talking about who has done more to court the black vote, and now we're talking about how many illegal immigrants entered factually. So that's why it's a Rico Bryant. I think it's who's Rico Bryant? Who's Rico Bryant? I got to fill in this notebook.
That Photoshop's amazing.
I'm sorry.
I will also say I don't like Donald Trump. I am not up here telling people to vote for Trump. I'm just saying
You're like so
he
like
was the best black president we ever had.
No.
okay, so Rico quit being hyperbolic. Rico, stop it. Rico, quit throwing grenades because everybody's triggered about like nobody likes Trump.
I'm sitting here trying. I'm trying.
So I wanted to get to the last point that Rico was actually making because he said Clinton, which I'll accept. We argued Obama, but he did not justify his George Bush claim. What did George Bush do to court the black vote?
If I'm not, and again, I don't know, maybe I just like the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
You just like him? Okay, that's fair.
I do feel this is what I do. I
That's
do
fair.
believe this. George Bush did usher in the era of the compassionate conservative as a whole. So, you know, he was with the conservative party. He said we want to be a
seemed like he had a
small
heart.
conservative.
Are you talking about Junior? I'm so sorry.
No, yeah, Junior. I'm talking about Junior. Right, not H-Dub.
Okay.
Yeah, not
H-Dub
H-Dub.
was okay, but shit, he just kind of seemed buffoonish. But Junior
seemed
did,
smarter than
even
Junior.
though he was about that Republican power and that control. And did he steal the fucking election with the Supreme Court? Probably.
Maybe.
When they did the Florida shit. But I do believe, and I think he was going to lose after the first round. After his first term, he was expected to lose. However, 9/11 happened. Then he was guaranteed because the country was galvanized. We had to come together after that. He could have been a fucking serial killer. He was going to win after 9/11.
I hate to say this, because of my father, I actually met George W. Bush. He is a stand-up human. He drives a pickup truck and he'll talk to you face to face. I'm sorry.
Man, you love genuine people. You love a genuine.
He wanted, but George Bush wanted. It was a photo op with Black Vietnam veterans.
Yeah,
and they picked all the tokens. So they got my father. I got to meet him. He was a dude. Like right now he's driving his pickup truck with a bunch of Secret Service people behind him in hot ass Texas.
And like, I will say this:
he's a real person.
He showed a lot of respect to black people. Even if he didn't give a shit, he showed respect where a lot of the other ones didn't. So
Bill Clinton put a lot of black people in jail.
All three of them was in the fucking sewer.
Bill Clinton put a lot of black people in jail. I think we forget that and we don't want to admit that. Bill Clinton put a lot of there's laws.
And question for
again,
myself.
Just real quick. That's a separate conversation from what they did to court the black vote. What they did to harm black people and what they did to court the black vote.
We can say that about every president, though. Trump said he was going to legalize pot federally. Did he do it? No. But no one.
But again,
you know what I'm
the conversation was courting about not the failed promises, not the harm, not the unintended consequences. We were simply talking about what they did to court the black vote. I got everybody's individual recommendation, so we can close that. Okay. Close that loop. But Greg has a question for you.
I was to say, who wrote the 94 crime bill? Nova got it.
We know. Y'all ain't gonna let us forget.
Yeah. Crime bill.
I'm not saying you guys think I'm pro anybody. I think they're all corrupt. I think they're all corrupt, but you guys are too scared to riot. I'm down. You come to my house. We can start it right now. We can start it right now, but y'all are too scared to riot. So don't get on me.
Let me talk about
though, and I know y'all hang that damn 94 crime bill around Joe Biden neck like an albatross, and he deserves it.
He should.
Yeah. Listen. Let me tell you this. There's a whole lot of other motherfuckers that need to be wearing that albatross as well, to include people that are still in Congress. So he was a single senator. He didn't get that shit through on his own. And he got that shit through with the help of a lot of black politicians and a lot of black mayors who supported it because crime was
black
so
pastors,
bad at that era.
Black church people.
If crime goes up today or tomorrow,
Rico, those are the same excuses that the Nazis gave during Nuremberg, though.
Let me tell you,
you were there. They were there.
If crime was to go up to the numbers like it was back then, they would pull that 94 bill out and stamp 2024.
That's a Nuremberg argument, though. Like I don't feel like
it is.
I do not like Kamala Harris, so I refrain from talking about her. When people bring it up, I'm like, I'm gonna walk out of the room because I'm gonna say something mean because I'm gonna say the truth because I'm gonna say the truth and hurt everybody's feelings.
All I'm saying is, and I get it. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck the 94 crime bill. Fuck how it was disparagingly bad to black people. Fuck all that shit. However, I also know I'm looking at it from 2024 and not 1994 when it was a wildly different time in New York City, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and the ravages.
Hey, I live in LA. I live in LA. It was
really, and guess who it had a disproportionate effect on? Black people. That's why we supported that fucked up bill.
I agree. LA was a war zone, but if you want to get into it,
right,
drugs destroyed what we considered the black family. So from like 1980 something on, that's when the mayhem we live now started.
With cocaine and heroin.
That
drugs been killing us since the fucking 1900s.
But the crack era is what led us to where we are now.
No. The heroin addict coming out of Vietnam was just as bad.
I agree.
It was just as bad.
I agree.
It just crack was just more portable. But the heroin addict, I grew up, we had heroin junkies laying up and down the street. I mean, they would be shooting themselves in their dick because all the veins in their arms and legs collapsed. Because they're looking for a vein. And they have to inject that heroin. It was that bad. You would see them injecting in their private areas if that's the only place they could find a line.
I work with the homeless, so I know exactly. I did for
it's that
half of my life.
So when the crack epidemic came, this is what I think happened in '94.
Oh no!
Those who had lived through the heroin epidemic
overreacted.
Now we saw crack, and we like, oh shit, not again,
not this again.
And unfortunately, it was a swing of the equilibrium too far, and it was throw them all in jail.
Absolutely,
that was the answer because that was what we thought was the quick fix.
I don't want to keep yelling over people or whatever. I just want to make one real quick point to what my so-called life said with the rioting. And since you brought up Charlottesville, there were 3 groups in Charlottesville.
There were
2 hours ago.
No. He's brought up rioting.
I'm wondering too.
This is relevant.
Go ahead. Let Greg land his point real quick.
So there were 3 groups. There were Antifa. There were the alt-right, Unite the Right people. And then there was also a third group, the Pennsylvania militia, who was called in, who would be your rednecks, who were the dudes standing around with AR-15s. While they were there, nothing happened. Everything was chill. Then the governor's like, oh, it freaks us out that there's a bunch of rednecks. Because they were there for the free speech. They're like, yeah, these guys are idiots, but they have the right to be idiots. It's in the Constitution. Government sent them home. Then everything went sideways. So I would be considered in the third group. I don't support either side. They're idiots, but they have the right to be idiots. But an armed population of people who are responsible will keep shit calm. Rioting is not the answer to any of it. You can't just do violence to keep people from saying things you don't like.
That's an ideal. And I'm not pro riot, nor am I pro uneducated hillbillies walking around with guns talking about freedom.
I am 100% pro uneducated hillbillies walking around.
Greg, you just made a claim. I just want to clarify this claim because I think you made a claim on my soul that he didn't make. You said rioting is not the answer to people saying things that you don't want them to say. But I think my so-called was talking about rioting to get the government to act right. I think that's different
because and it's funny. I'm thinking of the old school English way. Every time there was a law or something they didn't like in the 1970s or 80s, they would literally come to the town square and fight the cops. They would riot. They would let them know, like, nah, this is not okay. We forget that we have say. And it's things like this that divide us, that make these mother effers rich. They're laughing at us. And they're literally laughing at us as we're sitting here because they don't care. Because Donald Trump's sitting in the same room with Barack Obama. Donald, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, all the congressmen are friends.
Same gang. They throw up the same side. So,
but the point is, the people who were, you said the people who were racist, you should riot against them for being racist. People have the right to be racist.
The Trumpers had the right to come to Los Angeles. They weren't from here, and the problem was they didn't realize that, like, just because 400 of them showed up, they didn't know that in Los Angeles, 6,000 of us are going to show up, and they got jumped. And
that's not okay.
I never have a side you can't defend yourself for. Sorry, this is America. Never have a side you can't defend yourself. Like you can't say you're pro-Tulane.
that's different.
One way.
Yeah, that's not even rioting. That's just like letting you know you're not from around here. Don't come around here with that noise. Which is
right now. If I want,
I distinguish. I just want to distinguish rioting from just acts of violence.
But can I ask?
Yeah, I'm
they
just saying
came
you
to our
don't have the right
neighborhood
to use
with
violence.
intentions to intimidate us. They came to our.
I just want to land this point before we go to another.
Go ahead.
But yeah, so I just want to make that distinction. But Greg, I hear what you're now. I hear what you heard, and I can hear why you went.
Right, I'm just saying there's never a good excuse to use violence to censor speech. I don't accept that in any way, and I will use violence against.
I'm an American. If you push,
hey, I get you. That's hey, I'm my so-called life. The government does it. Shoot, why not? But
and I hear you.
I'll tell you, like something that you said in the beginning kind of made me laugh because I'm 100% self-sufficient. I basically like work and live on a farm. That is old school anarchy. It's just being self-sufficient.
All right.
So, and I always call myself an atheist anarchist, but really it's just because I could feed myself without going to the grocery store.
That's dope.
Hey, Greg, so let me ask you a question because you pointed out the Antifa, the Unite the Right, and then you pointed out this third group. Could you describe them to me again?
The Pennsylvania militia, they were actually asked to be there to keep peace, it's just a group of citizens who have AR-15s. They were asked to come down to keep things from popping off.
Who were they asked to be there by?
The mayor of Charlottesville.
The mayor of Charlottesville
personally asked them to come down, and then the governor sent them home, and that's when things went shitty.
Okay, so you're saying the mayor of Charlottesville, Virginia, asked for an armed militia to come from Pennsylvania, to help them keep order. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Sure, I'll send you the article. There's an
article.
Have to
look into that because that's the first I've heard of that. It's hard for me to believe that a mayor from Charlottesville, Virginia. I think that you might have heard that reported because maybe they said that shit to excuse themselves for being there. But I've never seen that in the history of America. Any city expecting unrest would explicitly ask for help outside the state without going through its own state. That is
it's happened quite a bit.
Weird.
I'm muted, especially because we have a National Guard.
Right.
No.
Where else? But I'm saying I'm not understanding why the Charlottesville mayor,
in the flyovers,
wouldn't go to the governor of Virginia, the state police, all of these other resources for its state, would reach out to Pennsylvania for a militia at that.
Virginia is the one who sent them home.
Right, but I'm saying for a militia who has no police powers in the state of Virginia anyway. I have to call. I believe you read it or heard it somewhere, but I believe on its face that's an outright lie. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying whoever concocted that bullshit.
Got it. Let's do it. Let's do that thing. Let's do that thing I said earlier.
Oh, okay.
Like we none of us is going to be able to really prove that, and somebody can always say they did. It's going to be hearsay. So let's just concede the point and say, okay, if the mayor did call for a militia. And the governor did call for the National Guard. We can couch it there because that won't change the argument. Like that's not really going to change.
And I think it's easy though.
I don't know where those people land because again, like I said, the original claim was Donald Trump saying there were fine people on both sides. So I guess he wasn't talking about them because they must have fell in the middle.
But I think sometimes
they were uninvolved
in the middle.
They were uninvolved in the whole situation.
So Donald Trump wasn't talking about them at all. He was specifically talking about the Unite the Right and the Antifa movement, which
that was in reference to my So's point, not to your point.
But this is the problem with these debates is that we find these myopic topics and then hang on that one point that we think that proves our point. There is a bigger picture. Right now, America is broke. People are not working, and we all hate each other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's and the funny thing is, and the funny thing is, like, I always laugh when someone I know all kinds of employers and someone's like, oh, I can't get people to work with me. Part of me thinks, oh, maybe you're a dickhead. But a lot of it is people have options nowadays. You know, America has changed and we have forgotten that America is broke. All of this to me is distraction stories because what is America going to look like 20 years from now, 50 years from now?
It'll be fine. We're all
No, honestly, technologically, we're digressing.
It'll be fine.
I fix AC DC motors. No one has that skill anymore. I get paid a lot of money to show up to turn a switch. I'll drive 70 miles and I'm like, I'm so glad I went to trade school.
let me ask a question though. The three of you all live in cities, correct?
Yeah.
I live in the outskirts.
Yeah, but you live in a populated area.
Yeah, there's more people in my town right now. There's probably in your state.
You live in LA.
Your neighbor's closer than a half mile.
Where I live, every one of my neighbors can rebuild and rewind an AC or DC motor. Like those aren't skills that are lost in the flyovers or in rural areas. Like that's just you can fix a car, you can change your own oil.
But it's not.
So what is that? What is that addressing?
Well, he just said people don't know how to do that anymore, and I think it's a very big gap between who knows how to do that.
Again, like, and I'm not even saying this to be mean. We live in pockets of. We do not live in a society. None of us live in a society. We live in little pockets. So where I live reflects, my little pocket of society. You know what I'm saying?
But when you're
I'm not speaking for every single person. I'm speaking for the almost 15 million people in my area that don't know how to read or write and count. So someone like me make it away like a fat cat,
Right. That's what I'm saying though. Like when you extrapolate that nationally, you have to look. Like, I think there's two countries right now. There's the rural country and the city country.
But and I'm not even saying this to be mean. We outnumber you 15-1.
No, it's about 50-50 right now.
This is why I don't want to talk about like states' rights and all that, because if you bust it down to numbers, where I live is the third largest economy on the planet.
Yes,
on the planet.
I'm aware. Money wise, you do.
And that's why when people say commie California, you get your tax money from us. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It's the majority.
Let me ask you a question. So when you make this rural versus urban argument, because I always wonder, I want to know. It's more of a question. It's like rural people have this romantic notion that if the world went to shit and the apocalypse, they would be the only ones to survive.
There would be 100 of me at your house, and you wouldn't be able to stop me.
So the reality, right?
I'd be a warlord, bro.
Process. I'm in my cabin, and I'm gonna live the next 200 years. And I'm like, that's just really not the way it works, because even back in the days when most of the country was rural, they were still required to get resources. They had things called trading. There was trading in rural America. So even if you're on your mountaintop and everybody else gets fucked, you're going to be the last to die, but your ass will die out too. So I can appreciate this rugged individualism, but I just question the way they push this notion, like, all the people in the city, I'm like, well, I'm in the city.
Hollywood. I hate to say it.
Will survive because the majority of the resources are here in the city. So people in rural areas.
But it's the video game mentality. I'm telling you, I'm not even trying to be mean. I was raised by adults, Vietnam vets. It's the video game mentality. It is not going to be what you think it is. It's not going to be like it would be heaven to some people and hell to others. Like if the grid went down, I'd be a warlord. And
I agree, Dr. Kwame, survival of the fittest is real. But what I'm saying is the notion that only the fittest are in rural areas and everybody in the urban area is a fucking snowflake and gonna die on the first day of the apocalypse. I'm like, no. I think there'll be survivors on both ends.
So real quick, let Greg rebut.
First of all, I do not want a civil war. I am not the Marjorie Taylor Greene national divorce. I'm completely against that. I am in no way saying that. Second of all, if there was an apocalypse, I'd probably just kill myself because it wouldn't be worth living through.
Bro, that would be heaven.
No, it would not.
It would not.
Let him finish his point, y'all. Let him finish his part.
I'd be on my horse.
The human devastation would not be worth, and I'd be okay. Like I would survive. Like I would have and it's not. You don't survive on your own. You survive because I know my neighbors. You have small communities. We can trade goods. I have my neighbor across the street literally makes petrodiesel. I can make generators. I can grow food. I would be fine. It would be a miserable existence. That said, the other side of that is cities, you need 3 acres to support an American for a year. It takes about 3 acres of land to grow enough food to support an American for a year. New York City has 10,000 people per acre. If the grid goes down, a whole lot of them are going to die right off the bat. But that's not a good outcome. That's not something I want or brag about. I'm not like, yay, it's horrific. And yes, they are going to get desperate and they're going to head out, and that's not an outcome I want. But on the other hand, in political power, games. If there was a civil war, we could stop shipping food and win overnight. Because you can't eat. Like,
Greg,
it's not.
Do you realize, like, California is the West Coast, okay? As far as land and size,
you don't have enough people to feed LA in your state.
We grow. What are you talking about? We grow
in the middle of the country.
We have more beef here than than Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
Your cities are too large. You don't have enough land.
California, the entire middle of California is farmland.
Yeah, I disagree with that, Greg. California.
I don't think you realize
most of America.
I don't think exactly. No, I don't think we and Japan. Hold on. Let me talk. We feed most of America and Japan, and it was Trump who cut us off from China because we sold most of our beef to China. If you go anywhere in the Central Valley, are you kidding me? Have you ever been to Manteca, California?
There is a finite,
endless farmland, Stockton, California,
in the world.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Done the math on the amount of arable land that is. I actually have done the math as to how much it would take to feed. California does not have enough land in its state.
Pipe dream. I don't think it takes 11 hours from my house to drive from my house to the border of Oregon. Do you know how fertile Northern California is? I love you, but get out of here.
You don't have enough acreage to feed the amount of people in your city.
Guys,
it's not.
Concede a point.
No way.
Concede a point when it's not the primary point. The primary point was about who would live in cities of rural. Yeah, and we argue about how much arable land. Come on. All right.
Because it gets personal. We start playing Sims in our head. We start playing Sims in our head.
There would be survivors on both ends. The outcomes will be determined by people, and people will adapt to that. Obviously, people who don't have a great number of survival skills day one, you're gonna pick that shit up on the job training real quick.
Or die. It's
27 days later, most of the population would be
if
dead.
a bunch of people do die, that improves your chances to survive because that's fewer people for you to fight for resources. So it's like, the city hit. New York got 10 million people. 8 million died the first day. Well, that makes it a lot easier for the remaining 2 million. A few more of them die, more and more and more. And all of a sudden, you have a strong remaining core. But now they're in a place that has a shitload of resources, and they're not having to be so spread out. It's just there's pros and cons for both. But the preppers swear you got to be on top of a fucking mountain in a bunker, and only you gonna make it.
Yeah, no, that's nonsense. Like, nobody lives on their own. You live by communities. But I'm just saying, like, it's not a good outcome. It's not ideal. No one should be talking. Like, it's not what we want.
But real quick, Greg, let me interrupt you. Like, the whole scenario was not ideal. Like, we're talking about an economic collapse in the country. It's like, I want to couch the conversation because we keep going down like moot points. That's from a moot point. Like, obviously, it's not ideal. Like, that's where we started from. So, like, can you address the fact, like, to the point of rural versus city? Can you address that as opposed to like that? Like, it would be obviously it's unideal. Great. Now, like,
rural people would be fine. City people would be. Some of them would be okay. Most of them would be dead in 27 days. Because the only reason you can go buy a strawberry in January is because your food is in rural areas
because of the infrastructure,
in low oxygen freezers. And if the grid goes out, that food's done. You have no more food frozen for you. You have no food in the winter. No food in the winter is what I'm saying. Like, there is none. So you can't live 3 months without food.
Where I live, I'm trying not to dox myself too hardcore. Yeah, but if you got on the freeway, hold on. If you got on the freeway, just in my area, if you got on the freeway and you headed west towards Ventura, there is 35 miles between where I live in Ventura, California, which is the beach. that is nothing but farmland. And that's only in one direction, okay? Central, I'm trying to be nice, but where I live is what you're describing. Because where I live is all farmland. All farmland. The state of
But that's where you
California.
live.
No, and I can only speak for myself. I can only speak
Right.
for my area, you know.
But the rest of us don't. So like we're having a general conversation. So I got to do the same thing I did to you. I
I
agree
agree.
to you.
No, I agree. That's
Yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
clarifying my. That's why I'm clarifying my
Yeah.
point. It always comes down to who you are, where you live, in the situation, the people you're around. Life, there is no such thing as black and white. It is all gray in any situation, and especially in a survival situation, because you don't know the heart of people. During the '94 earthquake, my entire neighborhood came together, and we had one neighbor who was kind of bougie, and she kind of hid in her house, and we had potlucks. We were living like pirates out in the middle of the street. And she ended up moving after the earthquake because she wasn't one of us anymore. You know what I'm saying? So you never know how someone's going to react in a traumatic situation.
Yeah.
We were completely cut off. Where I live, the freeway went down. So we were literally completely cut off.
Myself, your state has 40 million acres of arable farmland. That is enough to feed 8 million people. How many people are in LA County again?
You can Google it all day. If the grid went down, we'd be partying on that farmland.
Die. You have 10 million people in one county. You only have enough room in your state to feed 8 million people.
No, 10
but 10 million is not going to. But even still, like we're talking about a disaster. So we got to count it there, Greg. If there's a disaster, it's not going to stay 10 million. That's going to drop down.
I understand that, but I'm saying like you don't have enough farmland.
But you do. If half the 8 million people die, you keep saying that. You keep saying it like with certainty, with the number as it is right now. But we know that in a disaster, that number will drop.
I'm saying at a start, you will have to kill off like over half your state from starvation.
But you don't have to kill them off. They're gonna kill each other. Like we're talking about a disaster. Like Greg, it's Mad Max. So if the world collapses, they're going to kill each other. Like so, it's not like we have to kill them off. There's not going to be like a government to kill them off. They're going to that's how people are. You talk about this all the time. Like in Europe and through history, people are violent. They tend to their animal when scarcity happens. They tend to their animal selves, and they're just going to start killing each other off. And eventually, you're going to have enough people.
The population would drop to 8 million people, though, immediately.
I think it's weird the expectations that we have. You don't know what would happen. It's kind of one of those things like you don't know, like I love it when I see people talking about fighting on the internet. I can tell who's been punched in their mouth and who hasn't. I can tell someone who's been knocked out or someone who's been humbled.
I am not going to say who is going to be the 8 million people that are left living. I'm saying there's only going to be 8 million people left, one way or another. Whether it's rural,
that's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
Everyone else is going to die.
That's going to happen one way or the other, slowly or
I'm
quickly.
Cocky because I grew up a farm kid, so I'm arrogant about it. Like that makes me laugh. Like society falling is like ha ha ha. I'm just gonna go build a giant fence around my 65 acres.
All right, so real quick, I did want to answer a few questions that came from the chat. Some of these are lighter. Let's see if we can not derail as much with these. We're gonna see. We're gonna see. So going back to the Trump versus Biden debate that is happening tonight. What are you all expecting from this debate? And let's start. I know Rico just reconnected with another laptop. Let's start with Greg. What are you expecting from this debate tonight, if anything?
I expect absolutely nothing because it's going to be so censored and the mics are going to get shut off so much that we are going to get absolutely. No matter who wins, America loses.
Dang. That's deep. My so-called life.
I agree with Greg. It's going to be such a shit show. Put your boots on because you're going to be slipping on the floor.
Oh, man. Rico, you here? You back? I knew he was going to be reconnecting. Man, I really just want to hear. I really want to see Petty Joe. I want to see Joe be petty. I want to see him keep referring to Donald as a felon. I want to see I want to see Donald have a good response though. I want it to be catty, which again, I know we talked Mandrell came through and it's like it's entertainment now. I want the entertainment. Give me the spectacle. Give me the entertainment. I want them Vivek level jabs. I want that. I want that. What about you, Rico? What are you expecting from this debate tonight?
A shit show. I mean, for the most part, I think for me, what I think it's going to be is they're going to be trying to call each other out for lying. Oh, you're lying, blah, blah, blah. That's all they do. And they're each going to be trying to push and provoke the other one into a gap, big enough, because this is like, how can I make, Trump's looking for a way to make Biden fuck up. Biden's looking for a way to make Trump fuck up. No one's trying to win anybody vote. They're going to be pointing out how the other one is more worse. He's worse than me. He's more fucked up than me. That's why you should vote for me. Don't vote for me because I'm good. Vote for me because this guy's a real piece of shit. That's the narrative and the argument that they're going to push. It can be a good strategy if you got someone. And I think Donald Trump's really that screwed up, but I also think Joe Biden is somewhat borderline fucking senile.
Gotcha.
So
now I got a question that's just for Rico. All right, just for Rico. This is back when he was talking about Trump versus Biden.
A little bit.
Am I Jesse? you love Joe Biden?
I'm a little smitten with him.
Okay.
No, I'll be honest with you.
Answer.
To me, I just to be honest with you, I would have voted for every last one of the other Republican candidates that was running other than Trump. I would have voted for fucking DeSantis. I would have voted with for all of them.
DeSantis?
Yeah, I would have picked him over.
DeSantis
I might go with Trump over DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis, right? And I know he don't like black people either, but I find him to be. He's a 2-time governor. He smoked it the second time. I do find him to be competent, even though I don't like him.
He declared this month Freedom Summer to put his foot on Juneteenth.
Yeah, I know he doesn't like critical race theory shit. I know he don't like trans people. I know all that bullshit, but I do think
I'll take Trump over DeSantis.
He's a competent governance, and I feel like this is that once you get into the White House, a lot of the bigoted shit that he can do as a governor, you can't do at the national level.
Not a book burner. He's a book burner.
Yeah,
I can't.
But I don't think he can do that as the president. He can do it as a governor.
Yeah.
I think the presidency tempers you a little bit because it's shit that you can. There are things that you can do in your state that when you get to the national level, because you're not just speaking to your state, you have to temper yourself.
I mean, this maybe. I don't know. I would never trust Boebert.
Him. Look at what's her name? I can never say her name correctly. Marjorie Taylor Green Taylor.
Yeah, MJT. MTG or whatever her name is. Yeah.
I inverted every time.
Yeah,
they haven't backed down from anything. They haven't backed down from anything from the jump.
Yeah.
You know,
they have literally made the House and Senate unclassy. They're like howler monkeys. They are literally like howler monkeys at the State of Union.
So real quick, Quantum, like the reason why, like, even though people keep calling Trump a racist, Trump is not overtly bigoted. Like, he's just not outwardly just saying stuff. He's not policy attacking groups of people like DeSantis is. If somebody has outwardly shown, I'm going to use my legislative influence to try to get people to push laws that harm a specific group of people, eventually that group is going to be you. So I would never want anybody like that to have any type of power. Trump has, hold up real quick. Trump has, let me finish my point real quick, Rico. Trump has some, I would say, racist views, but they come from, like, I think his stuff is natural. Like, you come up in America, you're going to have some inborn racism. Like, you're steeped in racism and different stereotypes and prejudices. Like, they're born into you. We through the television, through the things we read, the things we say, our culture. So I think Trump is more in that. I don't think he like just hates black people. Because like you said, if you got money, he's cool with you. So I would rather deal with somebody who money could influence as opposed to somebody who just hates you because of what you are. So I would take that 10 times out of 10.
I would say this now. I jumped out the window by bringing DeSantis first. I should have said Haley. I should have said Nikki Haley. I should have said Nikki Haley.
This is a softer thing. Only reason I can't stand Nikki Haley, I don't like pretenders, and she's not even. She's hiding her name, Nimrata, because she knows she wants to be accepted.
All pretenders, right? That's a soft.
But I mean,
you can live with that, right?
But it's that one just sickens me. Like your name's not on your name.
Confederate flag.
You're
God damn it, give my boo something.
My last, you know what? My last name is Swiss, and those are the people who own my family members.
But if you ran,
I'm saying, look,
I wouldn't change my name. I wouldn't change my name.
And all I'm saying is, I had to pick somebody. So out of all the people that was running for the Republican primary,
DeSantis, Jesus Christ.
Okay, I put it like this: Trump.
That's cool. Your choice is your choice. I'm just saying, for me, I couldn't do it. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't do it.
But y'all sit there and y'all act like Trump is a better tasting candidate. I'm like, no,
he is for this. For me, I'm not trying to tell you. For me, he is. I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying is,
and like in tasting, I wouldn't use that word. I wouldn't use that word.
Okay. No way Trump is more competent than DeSantis, and I can't believe I'm defending Ron DeSantis, who I hate.
Ron DeSantis.
From the competency point.
I don't want a competent bigot. I would take an incompetent idiot over a competent bigot like that. I don't want somebody who's effective at targeting groups that he hates.
Literally burning books.
Nikki Haley. I said Nikki Haley.
I'd probably
back and I put Haley up there.
Okay, sorry, y'all gonna make my sexism come out. Y'all gonna make my sexism come out. She's not just the fact that she's hiding her name. The type of woman she is, I couldn't vote for her. Like she's not. She ain't got the. You
are a fucking sexist. That misogyny coming out, isn't it?
Like now listen, if it's a woman that is mannish, like Princella, like because I would say
like
what's her name? Clinton, Hillary. Yeah. We don't need a cross shot.
Can I just say, Rashawn, I'm still kind of mad at you for bringing Princella in my life.
Hey, listen, I'm going to do a stream soon.
Though. I'm still subscribed though.
I'm going to do a stream soon because we have a post-slavery Princella. I found out that there's a black woman in history, right after slave times, who was an early Princella, and we're going to bring that to the forefront. We need to learn Black history, especially when it applies to the manosphere. I love it so much. No, I'm not a Hillary stan, but she's the type of woman that I know I could see her doing men dirty. Like I need if there's going to be a woman in leadership, it has to be a woman that can stand toe to toe with men and not be intimidated. And Nikki Haley's weak. She's weak.
Oh, come on. Why you messing with my boo? She took down the Confederate flag.
And Hillary has wide hips. You've never seen Hillary from behind. I have.
What?
Why are you fronting? Don't pretend. See, you're laughing because you know it's the truth.
My tasting get by after that, right?
Let me bite my lip.
Oh my God. First of all, after 2020, it was never going to be anyone but Trump. Anything else is a pipe dream. It was never.
I know. Because he bullied the rest of them.
I love Ty's avatar. Oh wow.
The kangaroo.
Oh,
what are you gonna do?
Look at that bird check. I'm gonna fuck that thing up. But
one right hook,
I
you're
had
done.
to be honest though, I would vote for Nikki Haley and I would vote for Tulsi Gabbard if they were on the ticket.
Tulsi,
that bitch is crazy.
Yeah, but that's what you need in a woman. You need an edge because she's going to be in a ring with a lot of dudes, so she got to have an edge. Nikki's she's the agreeable nude that won't.
Nikki Haley isn't like she killed being the UN secretary. I'm not gonna lie.
Hillary.
No, she's a good ambassador.
Do we forget?
She's the type so there's two type of women. There's like boss chick woman, and then there's like the collaborative sister code woman. Nikki Haley's the collaborative sister code. You have her liaise. You send her on diplomatic trip. That's who she is. You don't have her in the ring with men because she's gonna fold.
I got your card on Nikki, Arshawn. You mad about that slavery shit? She said.
Listen.
There it is. There it is.
Listen,
She was right. That wasn't what the Civil War was about.
nah, she gotta have a little bit. Gotta be a little more masculine. Gotta
Yeah,
have.
I'm not
Gotta
even
have
talking
some of those
about.
easy.
I'm not even
assertiveness
talking
and
about.
aggressiveness.
I'm not even talking about Hillary Clinton's record. I'm just talking about her hips.
You talking about them
What's-
pantsuits? He
up
got
with you
that
and them
pantsuit.
hips?
I like a woman with wide hips.
Okay.
I like a
okay.
stout woman.
There we go.
I
There we
love
go.
a stout one. I'm not even joking either.
I like it.
Look, the
You
only
got a
good
thing
thing
for
about Trump,
pantsuits, so
Clinton
You
wasn't
do.
president.
Oh, absolutely. I'll make them for her too. We can
I
go.
bet you would.
I'll go help her with her drapes. Then we can go shopping for drapes.
Hillary Clinton was a disaster as a senator and as a
Oh,
secretary
God.
of state.
Come
She
on,
would have
I
been a
disagree.
terrible president. She would have been so bad.
She would have not backed down, is what it is.
Mhm.
She is the worst of
Call me
like
by
the party
Isaiah.
players.
What's up?
She would be
All right,
like
so
a
man, what's up,
DeSantis.
Yellow?
She's a
Real
DeSantis
quick,
of the
just want to
left.
shout out Yellow. Yellow, what's going on with you, man? How you feeling, Playboy? She got
What
a
up?
Peppa
Peppa?
Pig
What's
beard.
good, Tom? What's happening?
What's going on, man?
That young man called me Isaiah. That is my son, and he's trying to start a
Hey.
fight right now. We almost got in a fight in the car yesterday over this because I said Muhammad Ali would take out Bruce Lee, and he was like, "What?" And we
Bruce Lee would whip his ass.
He would
Yeah.
though.
Like, what kind of fight? In a boxing match or a fight?
no for your life.
Oh yeah, Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee would whip his ass.
Bruce Lee.
Don't let Muhammad Ali get his hands up prime in his prime.
Bruce Lee.
With gloves on, I'll take Muhammad Ali.
Right.
Okay,
Fight for
kid. They
life.
all agree
Yeah,
with
Bruce
you.
Lee.
Hold on.
Bruce Lee.
They all agree with you, kid.
Bruce Lee.
I still think Muhammad Ali would put hands on him.
Now Bruce Lee would just destroy him. Muhammad
Yeah,
Ali
he
can't
would be
kick.
bad.
I'm down.
Yeah, and he had stiff legs. He could move quick, but he was a tree.
I don't. Ali whooping Bruce Lee ass. He gonna beat the shit out of that little 5'3"
He
motherfucker
was small.
because
Exactly.
Ali is a giant. Right.
The weight.
Ali
Ali
a
would
fucking
put
giant.
hands on him.
Let me see if that.
Don't let a big dude just literally grab you. You couldn't get out of it, no matter
Right.
how much you're kicking and like.
But I grab a kangaroo and it's not on. Okay.
a kangaroo will put
Beat
hands
the
on you and
Christians.
claws, literally.
But Michael Jai White said that when he pissed off all the Bruce Lee fans, when he was like, Bruce Lee couldn't beat me because I'm too much bigger.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, Bruce Lee was like 140,
Yeah.
130 pounds. He was
I
all
watched
muscle,
somebody-
but still, that's
Yeah, the
small.
movies-
And he beat
The
the, hell out
movies,
of much
the
bigger
movies,
dudes in real
the
life.
movies got niggas head.
Yeah.
The movies got niggas heads fucked up, thinking all these little people can beat bigger people like all the time. Like
That-
it's-
and I think
I fought
Like
somebody
that- I
that
mean,
was 6'7".
from the
No, I fought someone
the-
that was 6'7".
from the
They literally
from the little
picked me
dude-
up,
from the
and I was. Oh, go
Mhm.
ahead now.
I would
Go
say this: a little
Yeah, I'm just saying,
fighter
from the little
can beat
dude
a big
beating up
non-fighter.
from the little dude beating up all the big people to the little woman beating up a building full of men. That's why when y'all was talking about like the was talking about like the woman and which woman, neither one of them. Keep them bitches as
But-
far away from our country getting ran. Don't let them be
Hey.
involved in shit. Feminine,
But
masculine, neutral, none of them. Keep them the
Yeah,
fuck out of
wouldn't
this shit.
you-
That's why people look at our country the way they do now, because we a bunch of soft ass bitches.
But Yellow, wouldn't you agree a small fighter could beat a big non-fighter?
Yeah,
So, like,
anybody
if
trained
you're
in
140
anybody
pounds,
I'll
trained.
tell you,
fight
Rico,
a 200
Rico.
pound
No, that's
non-fighter,
true.
you
That's
I'll
lose
tell
that.
you, I know how to fight
Anybody,
for real.
anybody trained in anything will more than likely beat somebody not trained in.
I'll
Exactly.
tell you, I'm trained for
Yeah,
real. I
exactly.
got to fight with someone that was 6'7". They picked me up like a rag doll. And the only thing that saved me is that I was punching them in the face. That's the only thing that saved me.
But I'm
there it
saying
is.
they
You
literally
pick up the
picked me up.
kangaroo.
Yeah,
You got the
exactly.
kangaroo?
I already said it.
But what I'm saying is, a non-fighter against a non-fighter, the bigger man wins. A fighter against a fighter, the bigger man wins.
I
So
would
the
say that
only way
except
that smaller man has an edge, he got to be fighting a motherfucker that don't know how to fight.
or he's
I
faster.
fought
A
somebody
lot
that played for I fought someone that played for the Raiders, and I thought that they knew how to squabble way more than they did. They just picked me up and threw me. And I
But if you're a trained
But
fighter, and
that's
you
what they know though. See, that's what I'm saying. He ain't got to stay. I've always been a big dude. I ain't finna stand there and trade blows with you. We finna do that for about 2-3 seconds, and then I'm snatching your ass the fuck up.
We talk about
I'm
that all the time. We talk about that all the time
Right.
with the MMA dads. We talk about that all. We like, look, we got about 45 seconds in all of us in a real toe to toe because we're all out of shape. We all
You
smoke.
better make it count.
doing this for? The fuck we doing this for?
You better make them 45 seconds count. That's it.
That's like
But
people that
number
want to ride a
46,
motorcycle.
your ass is done.
I'm telling them to do this. Walk around your house like this for a half an hour. You want to ride a motorcycle? Do this. See how long you keep your arms up.
On second number 46, you in the fetal position. Not the head, not the head.
I want to get a couple more of these questions that the chat sent in too.
I'm trying to make up after a minute. Like, all right, look, we too grown for this. We too grown.
Man, I got somewhere to be, man. Can we wrap this up?
Where I live, like, I'm not even saying this trying to be tough. Like, old men really don't fight around here because everybody's strapped. So people are like, look, I'm not trying to fight anybody.
That's it.
Because everybody has the potential to end, to end it all. So it's not even that serious.
Fuck the road rage. You pull up behind me, I'm pulling over to the right. Let that motherfucker go.
Hey, in my area, people are we are now telling children do not flip people off. Like, people are losing their lives over that for real in my area. All that, like, it's crazy how crazy people have become.
I don't do none of that shit. Fuck the road rage. I ain't in a hurry. He can cut me off. I don't care.
I need to learn that. I'm crazy. I need to learn that.
No, don't cut me off.
Yeah,
don't cut me off. I'm about to run you off the street.
Don't put me in that position, please.
Don't cut me off.
Don't run me off the road. But other than that, fuck it.
Have you ever driven in LA, Rico?
Nah.
We tailgate. If you have anxiety and you haven't been here, you would be like,
tailgating is terrible.
You'd be like, what's wrong with all these people? To me, it's normal. I had to learn when I lived in Oregon. They were like, I got pulled over and they saw my ID. They were like, look, bruh, look, here, we don't drive like this.
Then you know what I do? Like I said, places that tailgate, I keep my ass in the right lane. So I'm like, you ain't got no reason to tailgate me because I'm leaving past me. Fuck that shit.
Past me. I'm with that.
Past me. You can have it.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask y'all another question real quick. And I got to ask this question from the chat. I must ask, though, what have any of these presidents done for Black people? As a collective, Black people are in a terrible state. And when I see this question, I have to ask Greg Bryant first. Greg.
Of course you do. I said that out at the start.
You did. You spoke on it. I just want to bring it back in.
Nothing. But I said
Trump didn't do nothing for us.
Trump tried more than anyone else, but the bar is so low. Like, the bar is in the basement.
What did Trump try to do?
Trump freed a lot of people from federal lockup. Sorry.
Yeah, come on, y'all.
Prison reform.
Okay, all right. Okay.
We're going to come to y'all.
He did a lifetime funding for historical Black universities. He did he did try to actually legalize pot, but he did a number of things. He had a group that was specifically designed to do Black outreach to Black voters. That was actually a party. Like, he formed that policy. I'm not saying they were successful, but he did make an attempt.
I heard that was Kim and Kanye.
Kim
got all the Black motherfuckers out of jail.
That Kim and Kanye
really did, though. And Kodiak Black.
But he did have a group of people in his administration who were responsible, and he took them seriously, and he followed their recommendations, which is more than most presidents have done. The bar is still very low.
Got it. Rico.
Yes, sir.
What have any of these presidents done for Black people?
Nothing. No, I think no. I don't think that. I cannot recall of a single policy since the 64. The Voting Rights Act. I think was the last time I've seen a policy specifically for Black people. Now, there have been policies that we have benefited from, but those policies were not for us. They were just generalized, Obamacare, healthcare. Yeah, we benefited, but that was just for everybody. There has been no policies for the Black group. There have been policies that the last thing I can think of is, like I said, the Voting Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, because those were policies that were specifically intended to address the discrimination that Black people would. But that was from the fucking 60s, so when I was a fucking baby. Since then, nothing.
Okay. All right. My soul, what do you think?
You know, sitting here, I don't know if I can answer that because I grew up in Dr. King's dream with everybody living near each other. So I don't know. I don't know if I could answer that. I think no president has done anything for anyone that doesn't benefit themselves or their party or what they're doing at that time. Since the inception of this country, it's been all political. What can I gain from you? How can I exploit you? That is the American way. We do it to each other. They do it to us. It's this endless cycle, you know? So I really don't have an answer for that because at the end of the day, we are all exploited. We are all, you know, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
When you finish, I got a question, Arshawn, after you and Yellow.
I don't think any president has done anything enough to make a big enough change. Oh, what's this?
Mr. He said put it on blast. Talking about COINTELPRO. You want to talk about not doing things? Nixon is the model of doing the opposite of
the absolute opposite. Yeah, Yellow, as our resident political aficionado, political science major at Smoke Academy, what have any of these presidents done for Black people?
The same percentage of work that Black people did for Black people.
Oh,
Zero.
Dang.
Black people in a terrible state because we put ourselves there.
No hiding place down here.
That's why when y'all saying the bar is in hell for helping Black people, it's because we keep it there.
Woo.
Hey, I know people that employ Black people. I know Black cowboys.
Living in America.
What's your answer, Arshawn? What's your answer?
Okay, so now not doing the thing where I balance it out with the things that they've done to harm Black people. I mean, one, you know, we do have the 14th Amendment. We are, you know, not enslaved. There's that. You know, the things that Grant, you know, he talked about Ulysses Grant. We've talked about Lyndon B. Johnson with the Civil Rights Act. There have been like the Housing Act. There have been things that have gotten Black people access to different parts of the society, which, you know, I can't put all of those with each president that did it, but I do know that Black people have been advantaged several times by the policies that have been pushed by different presidents. A lot of people talked about, who did the Great Society? Because they talk about welfare and how we jumped on.
That was also
welfare team.
Roosevelt.
That was
LBJ too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're all evil. What I'm saying as a whole, there is still there's still effects from slavery, and it's 2024.
Oh yeah. And again, that wasn't the point I was making. I was just making like, have there been benefits? Absolutely. Have there been more harm done than good? I would also say absolutely.
And also, there has been no other group of people that have been manipulated, had their culture stolen from them and sold back to them. My pops used to always say that, like, culture isn't shoes. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could go off all day about what's happened to the Black American, because I've been to Africa, and trust me, we are different.
The question is, Arshawn, the question is reading, what have they done for Black people? So I'm assuming the way I read it is, we're talking specific policies specifically for Black people, even if others benefited from it.
And see, that means how pedantic. That means how pedantic do we want to get? Because a lot of these policies are not for Black Americans. A lot of these are for minorities or persons of color, because they never want to couch it as Black American politically. So other than freeing the slaves, which were almost completely Black Americans, other than that, nothing really speaks specifically to Black Americans. So I mean, if we're going to get super granular and nitpicky, then I have to say then there's nothing other than freeing the slaves, which were disproportionately Black people. But if I'm allowed to say things that were directed at us, even if they wouldn't name us, there were other things like the Civil Rights Act and a lot of other stuff.
And the only reason why I would include them is because those acts were written and directed to address the discriminatory practices against us, even though Hispanic and women and Asian people benefited from it. The levels of discrimination that was going against them was nowhere near the epidemic levels that was. So that's the only reason why, I would include them. But again, like I said, we're talking like 1964. That's when the shit stopped. So we're talking about that's.
And that's really just the president that signs it into law, because again, they don't write the legislation. So I mean, somebody, So
that's.
It depends on how nitpicky we want to get.
64. That's 60 years ago.
Yeah, 60 years ago this year.
Yeah. So I'm like, God damn.
But I also, in that same sense, I don't want to paint a picture that all is bad. Like, I'm not even saying this to be mean, but I live in Wakanda. Black people have money where I live, and I know that's a California stereotype. I know it's a California stereotype, but there is more people of color that have money here that I've seen in other places.
Yeah. What I would say is it's hard to separate things that were targeting Black people, good or bad, than things that harmed us and helped us that were not meant for us. Like, because there are benefits that we get, and there's also harm that Black people suffer as a unintended consequence of the people who are trying to help themselves.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? There's access to capital, access to technology that was not meant for us.
Stockholm
but we have
syndrome.
access to it.
Stockholm, you emulate your capture.
So it's like I feel like with politics, there's a lot of the same thing that people do with church. They attribute every good to God and every bad to the devil. I think that's the same thing with politics. Well, if it was a good thing, Obama did it, or Trump did it, or Biden did it. Like, I don't want to attribute everything good to the president, nor do I want to say every harm that came was due to the president either.
That's why I brought up Trump actually doing a positive thing with the federal prison system. A broken clock is right twice a day, but he did something positive. And I have to keep saying that, because regardless of what I think about him, he did something positive for people of color.
I ain't giving that piece of shit nothing. But let me ask you this question in particular, Arshan, because it's been on my mind, especially in this political climate, but it's been in a lot. And I'm struggling because I know there have been issues that have come into the political sphere. And I'm still perplexed. I used to always say, I don't know why Black folks make certain issues their issues. That really, when we talk about nothing for us, we choose to champion issues that do nothing for us.
Such as
taxes
and Palestine.
And I'm like, why are we choosing to die on heels?
Did you say taxes and abortion?
Yeah, it's like I see.
Don't impact us?
Huh? Say what?
You said those don't impact us?
No. Hell no.
No, I'm saying it don't make a
I
difference.
can say the abortion thing don't impact us at all, because all the motherfuckers complaining about abortions, and none of them fucking women got it. That's why we got single mothers up the ass. Everybody wanted to complain about the abortion thing afterwards, but ain't nobody go use it. Ain't nobody go use it.
But look, here's the even secondary part of it is this, Yellow. Then I say, okay, you outlaw abortion, you make all these people have kids, and then there's such a preponderance of kids that's not being supported. So I'm like, y'all gotta make me off too. I'm just literally like, why the fuck are we even? Why is that a heel of all the shit that Black people we need to worry about? And I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm like, that's not the top of the shit that I think we need to be concerned about. Because people gonna do what they gonna do. Even when we talk about taxes, I think not just Black people, poor people writ large shouldn't give a fuck about taxes, because we really don't pay disproportionately that much, and that's a good thing.
I do.
But let me think, that's a good thing. When we make taxes our issue, we're fighting for the rich. That's the problem. I'm like,
some black people have money,
and you know what? You know what I say? So. Fuck them. I think all rich people should pay all taxes, and if you make less than $200,000, you should pay fucking zero.
Okay, see, here's the thing though. Here's the truth though. If you make anything, I'm
not convinced that they make jobs, and if you tax them, I've never met a rich billionaire or millionaire say, "Fuck it, if you raise my tax."
That's different. And millionaire is different nowadays because every single person on my block that owns a home is a millionaire, and they're at the gas pump making decisions if they're going to go to the grocery store or not. Look, it's all relative.
What I'm saying is this: as the mass of the population don't have those millionaire problems.
Yeah,
I'm just talking to my poor people. That's all I'm talking to. All my poor people. Why the fuck you give a fuck about what their problems are? Because they certainly don't give a fuck about yours. So the guy at the gas station, he don't give a fuck about the poor person who lights got turned off, who have greater problems, but we're voting the interest of people who have significantly more, because every year they throw in our goddamn faces, taxes. Fuck them taxes. Make them pay it. I don't care. I just really don't. So, and as I know,
if you make anything less than $1 million, you pay a lot of money. Is all I'm saying.
And I don't even say black people, poor white people, poor Asian. I'm like, why the fuck? Because you know what they do? The trick is this, Arshawn. You shouldn't want to pay more taxes because you could be rich one day, and they put every motherfucking roadblock in the world to keep you from being rich. But as long as I sell you the pipe dream that you can be, you'll vote my fucking interest.
You can. It's just taxes are high. Taxes are high.
But we all vote on taxes, believing that one day we're going to be rich, and we're not.
Rich is relative, though. You could have money. You could have money on a business, and you're paying your employees and everything.
So let me ask you a question: when the last time they ever fucking lowered the taxes on the poor? Whatever it is, it is. They never gave the poor a tax cut.
I agree. I agree. No, I agree. And it's getting higher where I live, too.
So if the poor never got a tax cut, why the fuck are we voting tax cuts for the rich? We need new roads. We need new shit. Make the rich pay for it.
I agree.
Now,
because I'm that dude Rico talking about. I don't give a fuck about none of them goddamn people up there.
I don't.
What the fuck am I worried about them motherfuckers for?
I don't.
Thank you, y'all. Smoke my weed. I'm finna be high like the taxes is. You wanna know why? Because ain't shit we can do about it.
Right.
So to answer, I know you finna get into the question, and I don't want to jump ahead because I know you finna answer
go ahead.
English question. So go ahead and pull it up because I know
because we several questions behind. I was gonna address Rico's point.
Yeah,
we're gonna get there.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I know.
That's my thing. It's just like being lost on the battles that we align with, not hearing these spaces. And I'm like, I hear a bunch of niggas with no money crying about taxes. Like, the fuck are y'all?
Well, not no money.
I pay a lot of money.
You just not there, right?
It's right. Or either the tax. I'm like, that's not going to be your issue, bro. Because what you're paying, you're going to pay no matter what.
That's what I'm saying. Right. So no matter how much money you have, they're going to tax you.
Right. And the cut. But guess who the tax debate is about? The wealthy.
The wealthy.
Giving them more fucking loopholes to steal.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you.
But that's what we want. That's what we want, Rico. More loopholes to steal. That's what we want.
Even during Trump's presidency, he gave a tax break.
Right. We want the same illegal privileges that we've watched everybody else get. We don't want to figure out how to get it. We don't want to figure out how to make it accessible without the bullshit. We want the same legal bullshit loopholes that everybody else gets. That's why when we end up in those positions with those people, we end up doing the same shit. We end up being just as corrupt. We end up being just as scandalous. We end up being just as manipulative. We end up being the same fucking person. That's why we're pushing for that, because equality to us means why can't we get away with the same bullshit they do?
Yeah.
So that's why we look at the taxes like, oh, they shouldn't be taxing like that. Yeah, because you want it to be set up so if you do get there, you can have the fuckery set up for you as well.
Hell yeah, because I'll tell you, when Trump was president, he gave a tax break to people whose property value was over a certain amount. And it was effing crazy. I'm sitting in my house and I got this crazy check.
This is what's even crazier. We about to have the debate. This motherfucker went like 15 years without paying any taxes. I'm like, how the fuck you go 15 years and you a billionaire and you pay no taxes?
You know how purple faced I was when I found out?
This is
You know how
fucking
fucking angry I was?
And you think I'm going to care about that motherfucker? Them taking his fuck him.
That's
And
different,
all the rest of them like him.
That's different. Trump.
Fuck him. I'm just using him as an example. It's not just him. It's all fuck Bezos, fuck Soros, fuck them all. They got it. They got it.
Though they're part of the 1%. They all have it in
Yeah,
Spain.
so I'm like, why not? Why not bend them motherfuckers over?
The 1% is different than the person who has like
If you
NBA money from their grandfather, or
if
like
you
you
in
know
the
what I'm
top-
saying? Like
I don't care
like
if you in
it's
the top 10%, you can afford it. If you making $50 million a year, you can afford it.
that's
You're not
different
gonna
than
go
the guy.
hungry. What I'm saying is, I'm juxtaposing a vote. They
Okay.
say one man, one vote. You're sitting here trying to feed your family. You might be feeding your kids, and you may not be eating. Why the fuck are you voting for tax cuts?
I would never
I'm
vote
like,
for anyone who
bruh,
made
you're
me
not
broke.
even you don't eat so you can make sure you feed your kids because you're at that level of poverty. You're at that level of poverty. Why do people at that level of poverty give a fuck about tax cuts? But they can convince them to vote for it. Right, Greg? I know all y'all voting for tax cuts.
Incorrect, but how much
Come
money
on,
do you
Greg.
need?
Damn.
Come on, Greg.
You just see
So-
somebody fighting somebody and then jump over and punch another nigga for no reason. That's what Rico just did. He was
Yeah,
fighting my
that's
soul and then just reached up. Hey, Greg.
Look,
Nah, well, I'm from. You gotta keep your head on a swivel, man. It happens all the time.
Hey, yeah.
It
there
happens
was a
all
certain
the
amount of
time.
money, and the government over the last 50 years takes in 17% of GDP. End of. That is the amount of money they get in tax revenue every year the last 50 years. Where it comes from is what matters. If you care about taxes, the income tax means nothing. The left saying raise income tax does nothing. Jeff Bezos doesn't pay a dime in income tax. He's never taken income. He owns stock. He takes loans out for that stock. Debt's not taxed. He's going to do that till he dies. He will never pay taxes. The
They need
only
to tax
way
that shit. That's my
you
point.
can get tax money that doesn't take the poor money from the poor, because remember, it's going to be 17% of GDP no matter what, is if you raise capital gains and raise corporate taxes. That's it. If you do that, then the share of that money that comes from people earning will be lower. That is the only thing that will affect that. All the talk about raising income tax is just lip service to get people to say that they're eat the rich, get these 1%ers. They're not paying taxes.
No way,
You
they're
have
not. They're
to
coming
tax
after.
corporations.
They're coming after the 100,000aires. They need to leave
And
those
I-
people
and I
alone.
understand that. All I'm saying is find a way. It's like the guy said, why you rob the banks? That's where the money is.
Right.
Find a way to get the motherfucking money from those who got the money.
Raise corporate taxes and raise capital gains tax
Right.
rate.
I don't care.
That's all
Exactly.
you can do.
Right.
Neither party is suggesting that.
Exactly.
Neither party is selling that.
But that's why I said, Greg, I don't know why the voters embrace this tax issue, because the bottom line is until they focus on where the money is,
Because
what we even
Trump
talking
did
about? It's a
cut
waste of time.
taxes for middle class people objectively, and they did pay a lower tax rate.
But he gave money to the rich too. Let's not even sit
Yes,
up
he
here in
did.
the front.
Yes, he
I
did.
live in
And I'm not
I
saying
live-
he didn't. I'm saying he did make it so that middle class people took home a bigger paycheck than they did under Obama, factually.
Not by
Which
much.
will I'm not saying the amount. I'm saying this is
Okay.
what
Might
this,
have been more.
objectively did
I would
this.
probably say it's more.
I don't
We've seen a
know.
lot
how
more.
Middle
much.
class people
We've
did
seen a lot
make
more
a
money.
little bit
We've seen a
more.
lot more money with Trump than we did with
I did.
Obama.
Yes.
I
That was
don't know about
Congress.
everybody.
And everybody
Congress.
did.
That
Yeah.
was
Everybody.
Congress, though. That was not Trump. That
No.
was Congress.
The
I got
biggest
the
thing,
stimmy. I got the stimmy like everybody. So
I didn't get a
not
stimmy.
stimmies.
let
And
me explain.
I
The
didn't get a
biggest
lot
thing
more.
Trump did
They got a few of them.
help poor people was lower energy costs, because energy costs are the biggest expense for poor people. Heating your house and putting gas in your car is where a lot of your money goes. If those costs are lower, people are better off. Then they will have more money. GDP will grow faster. That is his biggest selling point. And it's what he's actually running on right now. Is why he keeps making speeches about it. That is his biggest selling point to poor people is I'm going to make gas cheaper, which is a huge selling point. It's not
natural gas.
No, natural gas, gasoline, energy costs in general are going. He's saying I'm going to cut them in half. That's his pitch.
All I know is come to death row. Come to death row, West Side.
They gonna cancel you. Last dude pulled out some money that got canceled.
This all one.
Money got canceled.
This all one.
I know. That's the trick too. You got to roll 100 over the front, or like
that's a wonder.
I just got my Amazon clip. I'm playing with it like a little kid.
So if energy costs are lower, then people have more disposable income. They will have more money to spend, and the economy will grow at a higher rate. The government is going to get their 17% no matter what. They always have. That is what the percent of the GDP they take from you. And sometimes it comes more from the rich, sometimes it comes more from the poor. But it's not tax rates that are really important. It's
so you're saying
energy
only energy costs is all you need? Because the last I saw, and I was watching something the other day, which I really don't understand, was like they were talking about the number of people that were having to file like medical bankruptcies. Because in America, we're one of the few countries that fucking medical costs, we get fucking holes. Like in the UK, Canada, whatever, they don't pay medical bills.
The number one GoFundMe is medical costs. The number one GoFundMe is people who can't afford to pay their bills.
And that affects a certain amount. Wait. But that affects a certain percentage of the population. Energy costs affect the entire population.
Yeah.
Everybody has to pay gas.
That's what it is. So because energy costs, I'm with Greg on that one. That's what it is. Energy costs is one of those bills, like the light bill and the gas bill ain't gonna not come. It's
mine was 300 before me having the air conditioner on.
But
I was like,
but to Greg's point again, it's crazy to think this is why I'm like fuck all of it, because like picking these motherfuckers for president and voting and all this shit really don't fucking matter, because it's been programs available to all states for all people to lower your your energy costs. Right. Yeah, it's been. I used to work for a company about 10 years ago. There's plenty of them companies out there that redirect because what most people don't know is that the state don't own the gas. Like the company don't own the gas coming through the lines. They just own the delivery line. So more than likely, the people you paying for your gas are just the supplier. That's why if you look at the top where your name is, the name of your like gas company is probably a supplier. So what they try to do is cut out the middleman, or at least cut down the price for the middleman, and you get different gas. You know what I'm saying? Or you get your gas from a secondhand person, which is cheaper. So those are the two lanes that they try to use that. But those things have always been available. It's just the people who need it ain't really taking the initiative to go find it. So it seems more like I'm gonna give you something that was already available. That's why I say a lot of this shit it's funny listening to a lot of this shit.
Where I live, we have universal health care too. If you live in California and you are not hooked up, you're not trying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna say when y'all talking about medical shit.
But here's part of the problem.
My shit is great.
They hook you. If anything's wrong with you, they will hook you. Get full scans, everything.
But see, you gotta be careful with that, because I work for a very large pharmaceutical, huge pharmaceutical, one of the biggest in the world. And while, like you say, we got the Obamacare, this, that, whatever, there are still a lot of medical treatments that insurance won't pay.
That's true.
For that people have. And these medical expenses are fucking out of this world. For a pill, for a treatment, for whatever. They try to build the government for most of this shit. But there are some people who kids and family members have certain things, and the medical company, the pharmaceuticals will say, hey, we're going to try to help you here and help you there. There are people who are basically, there's a sizable population in America of people who are going to be sick, who can't afford certain treatments because it's just too goddamn much. And Medicaid and Obamacare, they have caps on what they can spend.
But that makes sense though. That makes sense though, because like at a certain point, those treatments that you're talking about are for serious conditions. It's not just like treatments for basic shit.
Right.
And the issue is that we're struggling to try to find out how to manage the basic shit. You know what I'm saying? And
asthma, diabetes, just regular shit.
Right. But that stuff can be covered if handled right, if took in the right steps. Now, if you talking about like cancer treatment and all of that, now we in a different ball game. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about surgeries, all that. We in a different ball game. That's a different league.
I actually read an article in Scientific America years ago, and the title was, "If you're black, do not get cancer." It was basically saying if you're black and you get cancer, there's 90% chance you're gonna die because either you're gonna wait too long. There's a whole laundry list of things that someone is or isn't gonna do, but those are the statistics. So most people of color die from something that's treatable, and there's a million reasons why. Right. But and you can look it up. It's in Scientific America. I can't remember.
It'll be in a short period of time, and a lot of times it's like, what they're trying to do is to cut down on the deaths. Because here's the thing: the government like, well, you guys made all this medicine for, and they're like, yeah, we spent all this money on research and development, just whatever. And you guys don't want to pay for it, so we need. Remember, Farmer Bro, up the price of that fucking pill. That shit be going on a lot in pharmaceutical industry.
Hey, as somebody who
will buy generic.
I still need an EpiPen.
For example, why do you think Ozempic and Wegovy medicine for diabetes, but exploded the market for fucking weight loss? Because people said I can start sticking my ass and losing weight. Half of Hollywood is sticking themselves with Ozempic, Wegovy, and all this because it come to find out.
But poor people can't get it now.
Huh?
Poor people can't access it now.
Right.
And it's a celebrity drug now.
Right. It's a celebrity. And on top of that, not only are poor people trying, motherfuckers with diabetes.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Was paid for.
Which are usually poor people.
So exactly.
Right.
And all that comes to lifestyle choices, health. Exact. So we see this whole circle of a conundrum of how shit is going like that.
Look, I'm a person that has to carry an EpiPen at all times. Don't ever let me see Farmer Bro. Don't ever, because they went from $10. They went from $10 to $500.
Right.
Farmer Bro, he's lucky he's in jail.
So what I'm literally saying is again, it took us forever to come up with a quasi national healthcare system. We came up, and something is better than nothing, because before that, we didn't have shit. But even what we have isn't comparable to isn't comparable
Mescaline is an awesome
Canada,
drug.
places like that. It's still bankrupting a lot of people. That's all I'm trying to say. A lot of motherfuckers out here is still going broke. So I'm like, if I'm gonna vote for something, I'm a vote for a better healthcare system. Fuck taxes, because I think, and I'm an old motherfucker. That's what's going to affect me the most. My healthcare is my priority.
Which is what democracy is about. You're supposed to vote in your self-interest.
Yeah.
But if you talk about I'm in a lower energy cost, that self-interest affects a much larger section of the population.
Yeah.
Which is why I think this isn't going to be as close of an election as people think it is.
But
neither do I. Not in the direction you think, though. I think, and we're not counting the young emo. I don't even know what to call them. The kids that are just
vote, bro.
Coming into vote right now.
The 18-year-olds. Oh my God, the 18-year-olds that get to vote this year.
They're the reason. They're the reason why Biden won. They're the reason why Biden won last time.
I'm not voting. That's why I'm not voting. Let them have it. They're the reason why. I want them to decide it because they're gonna go vote.
Okay.
You're gonna go.
I did when I was but I'm different. I voted in every election. I vote for every judge, for everything. I researched, and you know what? When my neighbor sued me and tried to play the because he had the complexion for the protection he thought he lost in court, and I voted for that judge.
All I'm saying is,
don't
be shocked when. Look, you don't have the same advantages to get that 50% of 18 to 49ers that he had because they don't have their parents filling out the ballot for them. They actually have to go vote this time.
Your assumptions are so wild. I feel like I should put a fucking tinfoil hat on sometimes. No, because that's out of left field. The numbers just said what they said. You could put all kinds of mustard, all kinds of barbecue sauce and shit on it, but it's still the same sandwich.
Hold on.
Dr. Quantum, I'm a first.
These arguments drive me fucking crazy, Greg. It's not just you. These arguments drive me mentally insane. It's the same shit.
The first cool president was Bill Clinton. He got 30% of the 18 to 39
Who said
vote.
he was cool?
Bill Clinton was cool as shit.
No,
anyway,
the
first
black,
not
cool. I'm just saying.
The first black president
put a gang of black people in jail
of 30% of 18 to 29-year-olds.
Cool.
The first woman president got a turnout of 32%.
You never had a woman president.
No, the first woman president on the ballot when Hillary Clinton was running in 2016. You got a turnout of 32% of 18 to 29-year-olds. This has been across the board. Somehow, Joe Biden got 51% of 18 to 29-year-olds to vote. If he does that again, yes, he will win. The odds of him doing that again are very low.
I agree.
We'll see.
There's no way without mail-in ballots that these people, 18 to 29-year-olds, drive to a polling station to cast a vote for Joe Biden.
Where I live, they'll pick you up.
So let me ask you a question though, Greg. Do you think I think there's also a possibility that I think Trump had a very energized base when he won in 2016, and I think he had an energized base in 2020. Now, my question is, and I agree that I think that there will be some drop off for enthusiasm for Joe Biden, but what I haven't heard anybody talk about is the drop off for enthusiasm for Donald Trump. Because there are a lot of people that, while they did want Trump, that did not like that January 6th shit. So them white folks love their patriotism.
All right, no, I can feel this point.
That shit he did January 6th, I think they won't go vote for Biden, but if he get enough people that stay home, he still loses.
So here's the thing.
No, hold on really quick. Let me do this really quick.
But none of us blame Trump for it.
I live in a Trumper town. From the time he ran the first time, there was homeboy with the Trumpin' Ain't Easy truck. People couldn't stop breaking his window.
I like that.
There was homeboy that had literally Trump rap on his truck. We had a Trump truck rally in my town. I might just dox myself. Okay, good. But my whole point is none of that is going on right now. Those same people that were hyped up, MAGA with their hat, they couldn't take those hats off. And I'm not kidding you. I live around Mormons. They'll let you know how they feel.
Enrico, pause. Enrico, pause real quick. I want to get to a couple more chat questions before we wrap up because y'all be followed. If a rabbit jumps across the screen, everybody follows it. I love it.
That's passion.
I love it. But I want to get a couple of more questions because one of them was about the title of the stream. Why are black people voting for clowns with no solutions? Because we talked about that. We haven't, everybody pretty much said nobody's really done anything for black people. Nothing really demonstrable or effective has happened for black people. So I do want to get everybody's answer. So why then at this point are we still voting for black people? And then secondarily with Enya, I thought I started. But she asked I must have lost it.
We have no option.
I'll find it, but
we have no option. Who else is out there? There's no one that is viable that has the money, and it's also a money game. There is no one. What America needs is a non-racist nationalist, and we will never get it. There is no one that.
I know what the fix is for the problem. I know the fix. It's our
fucking. Come on, give it to us.
So the reality is this. Remember, I asked you the other night, Arshawn, if a riot is the voice of the unheard, then apathy is what? And see, my thing is what I think we need is what's fucking black people is this two-party system. If America was ever to go to a parliamentary system where it wasn't this two-party shit and you could build coalitions, I don't think we could take over, but we could be far more effective because when you look in Canada and you look in the UK and you can get 30% and you be the fucking prime minister.
Yeah, but the UK is ghetto.
Hey, real quick, but let him finish his point.
Sorry.
You have to get those other smaller parties. Basically, it's all about coalition. Here in America, the two-party system is you got to get all or none. And that's what I think breeds more apathy as opposed to, I think they have a higher turnout like in Canada and UK. And then, of course, Australia, it's mandatory voting.
Exactly.
So I would prefer mandatory voting. We make it a fucking holiday. You vote or you get penalized. So I don't give a damn that way because
you go to jail. You go to jail in Australia if you don't vote.
In that case, this is what the system says. Yella, I understand. Relax.
Yeah, we're gonna come to y'all. We're gonna come to y'all. Everybody's gonna get their say.
The reason why I support that is because I don't want people who don't vote then claim they're not being represented when they didn't participate. Okay. So it's like you don't have to vote, but then I think you don't have the right to complain thereafter. But we know in America we always do. So the only thing I would say is make it parliamentary, and I think you would be more encouraged to vote because you don't feel like it has to be the sum of all or not, and I think it would be more participation. But until we fix that, we're always fucked.
I'm gonna have to take off. We've been here for 3 hours.
Can
I'm gonna take off in a minute.
Hey, Greg, hold up. We're gonna go around. If you need to push back, write it down or something. But I want my so-called life to go ahead. I know it's your turn, but also you had to put you didn't agree with the parliamentary. But what's your take on that answer to the question? Why are black people?
I've seen it in real life. With our system, in a weird way, we have more representation. In the UK, they have endless inquiries. It's just a pile of paperwork. They are literally Vogons from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They're bureaucrats. Their system is scary. Our system, if someone hurts you, they go to jail. Someone shoots you, if they get caught, they go to jail. So their system it's loose. It's Sweeney Todd right now, and they're stabbing the hell out of each other right now in the UK. And everybody talks about us with guns. Go watch their videos. I'm sorry, I'm from LA. Man, I'm dramatic. Shoot me. Do not stab me. Shoot me. I know I'm being dramatic. Like, I've seen some of those videos, and I'm like, no. And so I'm just saying, like, but again, it's not good everywhere. Everywhere right now, if you look in the paper, I know I'm 100 years old. I scroll through Twitter and all these places. Like right now, not Rwanda. There's Ecuador. Someone tried to do a coup the other day. They caught him. There's a coup somewhere else. There's a coup going on in Africa. Kenya is burning right now. And the funny thing is, I know people from Kenya. They're just the best people on earth. So there are problems right now. If Kenyans are burning stuff down, pay attention.
All right.
So the world is burning right now.
Got you. And I know you said you got to go. You got to go right this minute, or
no. I can still got like 10 minutes.
Yeah. All right, cool. Yella, what is your answer to this question?
Before I answer the question, I do want to bring it up. Just to let y'all know, immediately after this stream, we'll be watching the presidential debate live. So pull up to Rashawn's Twitch channel as well. We'll be watching and live reacting over there. We had it right. We're live now, so you go ahead and follow, hit us up. You know what I'm saying? Pull up. But what was the question?
Oops. Boom.
You got it. My bad. Which goes back to the topic: why are black people voting for clowns with no solutions? I mean, like you're saying, that's who we got to vote for. That's who was there. Like the people, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's had solutions for something, but nobody's had solutions for the things that the people that didn't get anything wanted. So if you didn't get nothing, it feel like that person didn't have no solution. But if you got what you wanted, then you look at them like, well, yeah, they did good. That's why everybody haphazardly tries to be like, oh yeah, Trump was great. Trump was this, because mostly everybody feel like they benefited off Trump financially. But Trump didn't have no solutions for nothing for real, because we still fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But to Rico's point, I think the exact opposite. The problem with black folks is the participation. Why are we voting? If all we do is vote for clowns with no solutions, if all we keep doing is every president that end up in there is so bad to us, then why are we voting? Period. Because the idea wasn't it wasn't the obligation to vote. It was the right to vote. It's the right to choose not to or choose to. And if we can't consciously make the choice to not vote, then we also don't know how to use that part either. We can turn down a lot of shit, but we don't not turn up to the polls and not vote for this shit that we know don't help us. But I guarantee you, 1 year if they look and be like, damn, no black folks voted. No black people won. No black people went to the polls.
Also, the census is a lie. So I think you definitely see an effect if all black people didn't vote.
I'm talking about zero. Goose egg.
I know, but like there's a lot more.
Lie about goose egg. You know what I'm saying? I know you can. That's what I'm saying. Because in reality, here's how my brain works. In reality, nothing's going to change. We're fucked.
Fucked.
We're fucked, right? We're fucked on a whole lot of levels. We're fucked on the main things that matter. We're fucked. This shit. Just hold on, nigga. Get what you can. Do what the fuck you gotta do, because we're fucked. But to that same point, the only way you would see some change is that drastic of a fucking impact, that big of a fucking situation where nobody showed up. As long as somebody show up, you're gonna have somebody to argue shit. And what we see now living in this world is that you don't have to have the biggest following to make the loudest noise. And those little few people that'll be holding on, that we still want to be participating, are the ones making all this noise. They're not helping either. So we're really just in the game because, like I said, we want to be part of something. We still want to be part of something. That's why it matters to us if the government does stuff for us. The fuck? Shouldn't matter if the government do shit for you. You should be doing shit for you. You ain't realized that by now? We still gotta have that conversation. Like we still gotta have that understanding. We'll have that idea in every other thing, every other conversation. No, ain't nobody coming to save you. Ain't nobody coming to help you. You gotta help yourself. But when it comes for the government, we look at them like they supposed to do something. They ain't gonna do shit either. As long as it ain't mass murder in the street, which it is, but I'm talking about just like you know what I'm saying. As long as it ain't like just, apocalypse level shit going on, then ain't nothing else gonna change, man. So no, fuck them voting shit. Stay home on November 3rd. Roll up, go grind you some Hennessy in Black Liberation. I mean,
they don't have mail-in voting where you live.
I don't know what kind of voting they got where I live because I don't vote.
Yellow say ain't putting a stamp on that shit.
They can have male
All right, so
in, they
real
can
quick.
have female, they can have. You can throw a bird in the air. Goddamn it, shit! I don't know what they got.
I vote in
I want to
every
hit a couple
election
more questions.
since I was 18.
I got a couple more questions. I want to
You gotta let
acknowledge that
Greg
Greg,
answer,
Greg didn't answer that question.
No, you skipped him.
No.
You skipped him and went to so, and then Yellow. So Greg, your chance,
Okay.
because he probably pushing back on my parliamentary.
Yeah, so why are black people voting for clowns, Greg? And I realize that he keeps popping in and out of the stream, so he's trying to have sex with the stream. So that's what he's doing. He's not slick. He's not slick.
Am I even on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah.
You're on.
Turn the Pornhub down in the background.
So, oh, there's another one.
At all? Hello?
Hello, okay, the new one.
Yes.
Okay, the new one's working. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, this might be the last question I'm able to answer to my internet, but I did want to make sure I triggered Rico thoroughly. One, a law requiring Sexy Red to vote is poorly conceived. Two, the one thing I do like about Donald Trump is that Donald Trump is possible. And what I mean by that is we're the only country where a Trump could even happen. Because in a parliamentary system, a prime minister is voted upon by, it basically would be a senator chooses from among the senator who the prime minister is. Right? Like no other country has
Poor Greg.
And he was making a good
No,
point.
basically, we wouldn't have say who they voted in.
You're right.
Like
You're
Boris
right.
Johnson,
Yeah,
like
you was right. Yeah,
Theresa May, like
Yes.
Rishi Sunak
Here you
right
go.
now.
He's back.
All the
He's
people who
back.
got voted
Shit, he
in.
back.
Let him finish this point real
No,
quick
go
before he
ahead.
times
Go
out.
no internet. Okay. Hello?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
Get it
that's
out quick.
working. Okay.
You got 10
yeah.
seconds left.
Okay, so yeah, the only reason that Trump is even possible is because we have a popular election system for our president, which no other country has. So we would be stuck with one of the senators being president, which would be an absolute horror show. Whereas we can actually just throw a ball into the China shop and be like, screw all of you. And you might not like Trump, but there are other options. There might be someone who comes along who's like, yeah, screw the whole system. And you can vote for him, and that's cool.
Yeah, okay. I can respect that. I can respect
Fuck
that.
you,
And I know
Greg. I
myself.
agree with you. Fuck you, Greg. You know that's
I
the
knew
shit. He just shitted on my whole fucking argument because I didn't think
Not your
about
average
that.
guy. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Look,
Greg
I
was in and out.
I vote for the Rock, and damn it, put Dwayne Johnson in the White House.
You know what? The
So-
Rock
so-
does prove something. He does. Black doesn't crack, but beige does age.
Hold on now.
Age does age.
Hold on.
That's
But Greg made a great point because again, somebody can come out from nowhere and earn the people's vote. That's a great fucking point. I was just thinking about from the point of black people knowing that, you know, we're 13, 14% of the population. We'll be lucky if we grow to 16, 17. So it's like we'll always be a small collective in this country. We'll always be a minority. Even when the white population decreases below 50%, we've already seen that the Hispanic population has doubled us. And pretty soon they're going to be the new white.
That's the reason why white people are a minority in California is because of the Hispanic population.
Right. And then what I'm saying is if we map this out 50 years, it'll probably be America may be a majority. And the thing is, so even racially, we need to stop identifying Hispanics as a race because it's not. So because in 50 or 60 years, America will be a majority Hispanic country, but that's more of an ethnicity rather than a race.
Arizona,
you have white Hispanics and you have black Hispanics.
Arizona is 55% Hispanic.
What is?
Arizona.
Right, but then
and New Mexico is probably just the same, you know.
But here's the reality: what's the breakdown of that Hispanic population racially? They're not all Hispanic. It's
if you want to know the truth, they're mainly Mexican.
Okay, and Mexicans identify
Fourth,
as
fifth,
white,
fourth, fifth, generation, but they're
Right.
Mexican.
but Mexicans identify as 3 racial classifications because race until I die is always going to be an issue, and those 3 racial classifications are white, black, and indigenous. The majority being indigenous.
Yes.
So, but
Yeah.
guess what? All of what Mexicans in that country, in that state, are fucking in power.
I
White
lived in Mexico. There's a hierarchy.
No, and when you look in those, not just Mexico, the governor of New Mexico, what are mostly all of those? Those are white Mexicans.
I actually lived in Sinaloa, and I'd walk around with my cousin, and people would stare at me, and I'd ask my cousin why, and he'd be like, "Bro, I don't think you understand. People that look like you don't come around here."
But so forget Mexico. In New Mexico and in Arizona, the majority of the politicians in power are not indigenous looking. They are white presenting. The governor, the current governor.
I agree.
All of that.
Well,
So that's what I'm saying is to make this, we get into this space of denialism. We're like, oh, he's Mexican, but I'm like, but he don't look like Juan over there in the goddamn fields picking.
the northern
like
Mexicans are white. Northern Mexicans are white.
Here's the reality: Marco Rubio don't look like Juan. Juan in the fucking fields picking the vegetables.
Hey,
don't
Juan
look
is my
like
homie.
Marco Rubio.
You don't look like me.
And Juan
You don't look like me.
going to struggle to get where Rubio got. Rubio got to where he got because of his phenotype.
Yes,
and how he presents.
I agree with you.
I mean, damn.
I agree with you. Look,
So America is replacing its European whites with its Hispanic whites. They're still white presenting. And if we don't see that bullshit, we're fucking crazy. They're Juan, they're Marco, they're whatever, Rosita. But guess what? What the fuck do they look like? What do your lion eyes tell you? They still present a certain way. That's all.
Let me get another question in before my soul dips off. Because we're talking about the black voting. So by our answers, because everybody had a pretty bleak outlook as far as outcomes from voting, from politics. So should black people continue voting if we feel the way we do about voting?
yeah, because
still do it.
you don't want the alternative. Unless you're ready to fight. Like I said earlier, if you're ready to fight, come to So's house. We can start the revolution tomorrow. If not, then shut the fuck up. I'm serious. Vote. No, because I'm done with this shit. Not paying taxes. We could burn it down and build it back up. I'll start it today. But if not, go vote.
So let me tell you this. Okay, so, and you'll agree with me, right? For the 2 old heads on the panel, right? At least, tell them at least, okay, fuck the presidential. Don't vote for the president. Fuck that. Okay, I'm
gonna vote for everything local. I'm telling you, I went in front of a judge I voted for, and I defeated my entitled neighbor. Do you know? I walk out my house, I laugh at him like he literally sued me and lost.
But look, this is what I usually tell a black man. I'm like, okay, you're in an area, and I'll ask the average black guy, who's your elected sheriff? Well, I don't know. Why you don't know who is your sheriff? Because your sheriff is your sheriff is elected.
Yes.
So why don't you know who your sheriff is? Because guess what?
Call the man Quano.
That's who you're likely to run into a situation with. So if you got stopped for weed and you want a more progressive sheriff in your county, that's a local election. That motherfucker didn't get the job because he was qualified. He was the best. People voted. But you know what he knows when that white old fay motherfucker, he know y'all ain't gonna vote. So if y'all show up and vote and say, nah, I want a sheriff that's more progressive and more lenient. I want a DA that's more progressive and more lenient. You're not necessarily gonna get the one that's gonna let you do what you want.
Our cops,
but you're gonna get the one that's not gonna dog walk your ass. Do it locally.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm telling you. Vote for your judges. Vote for everyone around you. Yeah. Our cops literally have weed pens in their car. Someone took a picture recently, and it was like, in the other town.
Vote if you got an issue with your kids. Vote for the school board. Matter of fact, you know how to tell motherfucker, run for it. As we said earlier at the beginning of the stream, you can be a felon. You can be a fucking felon and run.
If you ever see a crazy man wolfing at a city council about critical race theory and yelling at a bunch of white people, it was me. It was me.
Oh boy.
I had more facial hair.
But you know what? So and Arshawn, that goes to what Yella said in the beginning. Why are we in hell? Because that's the part where we put us at that low level because we don't want to do shit. We don't want to protect. So I'm like, you can vote locally, you can run locally. So if you did that, that would help elevate you at least out the fucking basement. I'm like, nigga, you ain't got to get to the penthouse. Get on the ground floor. But we're in the basement because you don't even vote locally. I get it. The president don't affect me. But guess what? My mayor does. My district, my council member does.
Even little shit like our city planted a bunch of planters and put all these plants. And we went to the city council. We were like, you guys are on us for water. Where are y'all going to get the water?
For the plants.
Exactly. And they magically put concrete in everything.
Exactly.
Because we spoke up because they were taking our money and just literally, burning it, literally.
But if you didn't say nothing, your water bill's higher. And guess why? Because you didn't say anything.
Because the city, they think we don't pay attention. And they lowered our speed limits. We were like, look, we don't live in Kansas.
Yeah.
And we got them put back up.
But that's what that is,. But so again, I'm with you, Yella, a little bit on the not voting for president because I think they just all figureheads. At that level, whatever.
And it's not just black people that are affected, though. If what we're saying is true, then everybody's a pawn. Vote.
Yeah, everybody is. I don't think Yella didn't say everybody wasn't. The white folks. It is a class, wealthy people with money to do, they're represented. You ain't got no, that's why I'm like, I can't take this argument about arguing issues of when people with money are always talking about taxes. That's when I automatically know that ain't my shit. Why? Because I'm like, that's just not my shit. They wake up in the morning and go to bed thinking about taxes. That's just not my shit. Fuck them.
Imagine paying like $40,000 just for your state tax.
I don't care. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't care about them. I've never had to pay that, so I don't give a fuck. Class warfare should be a real issue. It should be because the lower class we're getting fucked. That's what I'm saying as far as class warfare. And that's how they frame it. Oh, you're doing class warfare. It should be an issue.
Franklin is killing me. Franklin is killing me. All right, I gotta go. I gotta get a coffee before I do this MMA thing. As always,
coming to hang with us.
Hey, Greg Bryant, if you're listening, there is no beef. It's nothing but love. I know it gets intense. Oh, yeah. I think you're an awesome dude, so I don't want to walk away. I'm a person of peace.
Greg Bryant, fuck you and your black President Trump. When he said
man, Greg Bryant, I'm going to use that. Hope you don't mind. I'm going to use that for the rest of my life.
It's weird the justifications that people use to Trump is effing you, and you're just making justifications.
He is the most pro-black president ever. I'm like, huh?
We must be on the dark side of the mirror then. We are truly on the other side of the mirror then.
I'm like, okay.
All right, my so-called life, man. Definitely appreciate you, man. Hope you and your son. Tell your son hello and thanks for stopping in. Hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all's day.
But tell that boy he crazy. Muhammad Ali gonna fuck Bruce Lee up.
That's what I'm saying. Muhammad Ali ain't man. These kids don't know. They don't know.
They don't know.
Muhammad Ali beat up Superman. I'll leave it at that. I have the comics still. I'm old.
Man. Look, I'm finna say half the people he beat in his movies was just because they was in the movie, because they was in a Bruce Lee movie.
Hey, but he beat up. Yeah, exactly.
Man, when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar kicked him in the chest,
Yes,
he left
yes.
a footprint on that nigga. Like,
He would have killed him. That man. Done. Collapse
Oh,
chest
no,
right
man.
there. Hey, but peace out.
Appreciate
guys
yourself.
next time.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Yellow, I know you shook your head no to the question, but I didn't hear your response to it. But as far as should black people vote, you were a definitive no, and then you was like,
no,
I'm gonna
no,
start eating.
no, 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 no,
Heard
no.
it. Hell no.
Yeah,
To the
No. Yeah.
But no, Rico said it perfectly. Like, I'm all for voting locally because those are the issues that affect us the most. You know what I'm saying? What's happening in the federal government, that man, look, that's a game. It's above our grade. It's above our person grade, black folks. That's not our problem. You got to worry about the shit affecting you at home. You got to remember, they had a head start in that shit. They've been doing that shit for a long time. You have the chance locally. Like Greg, not Greg, my bad. My soul said that he got a judge that he voted for. I researched the judge, and you know what I'm saying, in my case, hey, the judge was a certain way. I just had to be a certain way with him. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no issue with him. If it was, I vote him out. But he pretty fair at his rulings. You know what I'm saying? His thing is fair is fair. He go by the book. But that's how he been, because that's how he keep getting voted in. That's how he been, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely like vote locally, but this whole like going out for president or expecting the government, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a government that can help you, your local government. There's a government. But the government ain't gonna do shit for you, bro. Nothing. They ain't gonna do now. Rico, they ain't gonna do this. They ain't worried about you, bro. They ain't worried about you. They ain't worried about me. They ain't worried about Rashad. They ain't worried about the motherfucking chat. They is not worried about y'all. They are worried about the other people in the room not getting what they want. Like, I know we have this whole thing where we watch Hamilton, right? Hamilton is like one of my favorite musicals. Shut your ass up. That's one of my favorite musicals, movies, watches. I can watch that shit whenever, right? But it's a song in there called "The Room Where It Happens," and that's the thing. I want to be in the room where it happens. That's what matters on that level. Those are the only people that matter. The ones in the room where it happens. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily even the people they fighting for. Those are the only people. If you get it, cool. If you don't get it, cool. They're not worried about who gets it. They're just worried about getting it. So their party is the one that says they got it. Because guess what? They still don't pass it out to the people they want to get it. Even when they get it, they still don't pass it out to the people they want to get it. It's just like whoever gets it, gets it. Because that doesn't mean that if you voted for the party against them, that you're not eligible for it. That's what you got to realize as a citizen too. If I'm pro-Trump and Trump win, that don't mean that the people that voted for Biden ain't eligible for the same shit that I'm eligible for. Right. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be able to get the same thing that I want, and vice versa. Even if we get the ideal candidate and they win, guess what? The people who voted for all the clowns, so to speak, or the people that we shouldn't have been voting for, they still eligible to get that shit.
You know the perfect example is Yellow. All the people that voted against Obama still signed up for Obamacare.
Hell yeah.
They still signed up for it.
They
didn't want that nigga in office, but they all signed up for that fucking program.
Because they saw that shit and was like, well, it ain't that bad.
I will agree. Trump win. What that nigga giving out?
Right.
Oh,
well,
I'm
since you
fine.
here, nigga, what you got? Right. Since you here, nigga, what you got?
Down nothing.
Shit.
And so that's what it made me think of when you said it. I was like, damn, he dead ass right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me get to another couple of comments before we are rolling towards the presidential debate. Rico, you had a question specifically for you. What was Trump's biggest failure as the president?
That's a pretty interesting question. I mean, the biggest problem I think he had was obviously dealing with the effects of COVID, but I can't place that as a failure because I don't think that was his fault. That was just something that he just had to deal with. Did he deal with it in the best way? No, but it was unknown. It was new. In my lifetime, we've never had a pandemic before. You know, I'm an old fucking man. It's the first pandemic I've lived through. There were pandemics before I was born. So I can't, so it's kind of hard, you know, like I said, in hindsight, I could say all this stuff, but I think it would be unfair to blame him for it. You know, I just think he got dealt a really fucked up hand with the pandemic.
Yeah.
And you play the cards you're dealt. But outside of that, I don't think he had really any other major failures, but I don't think he had any overwhelming successes either. I just think he was holding steady, presidential like all the others. And the only thing that I think that stood out to me was obviously the pandemic. And I just don't think, those 3 years, I don't think, you know, not your average guy. They were not really good for me. They were not bad for me. I know. So
the Puerto Ricans got them bounty.
I did forget about. I do think that what he did with that when it hurricane hit Puerto Rico, and that was
fun.
That was on George Bush Katrina level.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was like, now granted, fortunately, they were not inside a stadium, but the lack of empathy there showed like, come on, dude, don't be a dick.
Yeah. He's used to just being a showman, though. He doesn't understand the moment sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
you have to rise to the moment as the president in natural disaster. So I do not blame him for the pandemic and COVID. And, you know, I can't blame him for it. Hopefully it's 100 years before that shit happened again. And I think some people would have handled it better. Some would have handled it worse. Now, as far as the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico, he should have just kept his ass at the White House if he was going to do that. That was just unnecessary. So I'm not dumping on him because I don't think it's fair, but I didn't get that motherfucker a pass either.
Yeah. All right,
those 3 years before COVID was not really good. They were the same as the 3 years
comparison.
3 years before that.
I would say, we had a path. Like everything, it was steady climb, and we complained about small stuff, but then crime was dropping, nationwide crime was dropping.
But but that started even before him.
It did, but it was noticeable.
You know what I'm saying? Right.
So a lot of times we respond to what's in the news, and the news was finally reporting that the crime had been dropping, as opposed to just being complete fear mongering.
Because reality is this. Remember when Obama first won was 2000. What was it? He won. He beat McCain. So he finished out in 16, 12, 2008. Was it 8?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we were coming out of the housing crisis. Because remember, jobs were down like a motherfucker because of the housing
for
crisis.
a minute.
Bubble.
Yeah, we was in a recession.
He started the trajectory in the right direction, where we were no longer losing jobs and we were starting to gain jobs. So of course, when Trump took over, he did what he's supposed to do: keep that motherfucker going. You be a fool. But the only thing that knocked him off his game, and he probably would have run re-election, was the pandemic.
Yeah.
But you can't predict that shit. When that shit hit, and all these motherfuckers started dying, and you had to shut down the country, you just got to deal with it.
And I think that was his one thing.
Yeah.
His failure was his one failure to me was his biggest failure. He was too big. He was too much of a troll. The thing that made him popular to people, I mean, he still is. That's why we're getting ready to watch this tonight. We're not finna watch it for actual debate. We're finna watch it see what this nigga finna say.
Yeah, for the lols.
Yeah. We're gonna watch a wrestling promo.
Yeah.
Rico, I don't think many people know. Do you know Donald Trump is a WWE Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He's participated in 2 WrestleManias. They hosted a WrestleMania. They hosted a few WrestleManias at the Trump Casino. Like I hosted like 1 or 2 of them.
In Atlantic City?
Right. So he knows how to do this. He's an entertainer.
Yeah.
We finna watch a 2-hour wrestling promo.
He's a carnival barker. He's good.
We finna watch a 2-hour wrestling promo. That's gonna be entertaining as shit. Like I was messing with Anaya. I say this is a road to WrestleMania for her. This is the Royal Rumble. This starts the road to WrestleMania. WrestleMania is November 3rd. My bad. I was gonna be there. My bad.
Are you good?
That's November 3rd. Right now, this is the start. This is where the shit begins. Because ain't everybody else done dropped out. So for all the other stuff that he did, his biggest failure was not maintaining the social balance. You allowed society to become too unbalanced. The exact for what people dislike in Obama, the one thing he did was bring motherfuckers together at a certain point. Not something similar to how we saw after 9/11. Like people was okay for a bit. People was okay for a bit. Because we was all fucked up. Everybody was fucked up. The housing thing had everybody fucked up. The job thing had everybody fucked up.
I know a lot of people lost their houses in 08.
Now
those
gas
car loans spiked up. They couldn't make the payment, and it was a lot of
$5 or something. Gas was $5 or something. That was $5-6 gas time.
Yeah.
So I know about. I remember that. I remember how shit was. Motherfuckers talking about gas now. No.
Yeah,
no,
I
it
think
was bad.
Then was like $5.
It was
people trading in their SUVs.
It was
start trading their SUVs.
$5 a gallon.
Yeah,
so
that's
like,
how
it ain't bad.
That's how a lot of that's why I don't know how certain states, I don't know if I think this might be a nationwide thing, but that's why a lot of the Evo vehicles, a lot of the electronic vehicles is coming out because they're going to stop selling, allegedly, you know how these stores go. Allegedly, they're looking to stop selling the combustible gas vehicles. You know what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of your favorite vehicles now, a lot of the SUVs that everybody buys are EVs now, which are basically hybrid. You still can put gas in it because I don't think that they're not going to ever get away from that resource of money. And that is the transition. Yeah. So now all of them are going to have that hybrid engine in them. You know what I'm saying? So the one thing he did do was keep the social balance, which is why a lot of black folks be mad that he didn't do nothing for them specifically, because he understood to keep the social balance. If I come in as the black president and only do things for black people, shit's gonna go wrong. It's gonna go completely bad. I need to make sure that everybody gets something. I got to try to make sure everybody gets something because that was my goal. That was my message. What was the?
Because he said there's no red state, there's no blue state, there's only the United States.
Right,
that was his message.
That
we
was
were all one. You're right. Absolutely.
What was the little fucking word? It was some word it wasn't peace. It was like unity or something like that he had on his
hope.
It was
the audacity
hope.
of hope.
Yeah,
hope. The audacity of hope. Yeah.
Obama was hope.
Yeah.
Everybody got hope.
Hope and change.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, hope and change. Yeah.
Hope and change.
That was his thing. We need to hope that we can all be together. We need to learn how to do this together. We need to. His whole thing was together. So that's why a lot of people feel shortchanged because he didn't lean to one side like most presidents have. Most presidents have leaned to one side or the other. When we got to fucking Trump, he leaned to one side again, which threw off the social balance. You know what I'm saying? So that's where he fucked up at. Because like I said, he did a lot of things right, do a lot of things wrong. But his biggest failure was kind of the thing that made him popular. He was too much of a troll.
So Yella, do you think Trump, so you said we went through 8 years of what they call no drama Obama to always drama Trump. You see what I'm saying? So that was like a pendulum swing. We went from a president with no drama to a president that's like every fucking day, what is he gonna say today?
But he fits the culture of society now. We're a social media culture. We react to everything. Everything is instantaneous. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna do? We got the president who gonna make fun of the disabled people, go be at the fucking UFC fight ringside, shaking hands with all the controversial fighters. He's a man of his people. And they love him. You can't really do nothing about that. In wrestling terms, everything come back to pro wrestling from. He's over. He's over like a motherfucker. The merch is high, the merch sales is high. I don't even give a fuck about. I'm not even voting, and I'm finna watch the shit because it's gonna be good TV. The nigga's over. You know what I'm saying? He got the people watching, and that's the good. And that's the good thing about him. But then he also doesn't know how to handle that in a productive way, other than money, which in reality, if you give people money, they'll shut the fuck up. That's why everybody's lean back towards Trump is what he did financially.
Yeah.
Is how he was so productive financially.
But it's a fine line. You agree that you got to be careful. Yeah. I mean, I like I said, I don't find fault with him. I don't think he's for black people, but I don't find fault with him. Like I said, the only thing that I can bring it all down to for me is like, okay, I think the pandemic knocked him out of being reelected. But I also don't think the pandemic is his fault. But no matter, same way, if we're in the middle of a war and you lose the war, motherfucker, you're going to get blamed. I'm sorry. If you're in the job when whatever happens, George Bush got blamed for fucking Katrina. That's a natural disaster. I don't give a fuck that you didn't handle it right. It was a natural disaster. We expect the president to be presidential, and you flying over people in Katrina while Kanye say George Bush don't care about black people, and looking at motherfuckers dying down there and police shooting people going across the bridge and all that shit that happened in Katrina. That's on you. George Bush can never shake that shit. How many years it's been now? Katrina was 2000 what? He can't shake that shit. He'll never shake Katrina. That's a mark and a blemish on his record until the day he dies. Sorry. He was in office.
Real quick, I do want to do some final cleanup before we get ready to go into the thing. So, fellas, I'm going to put the time clock on y'all mofos for a lightning round to get through the last of the chat questions. Because, you know, y'all some gregarious mofos. I get it. Y'all loquacious. I like it. But, you know, y'all got the $1 million words and the gift of gab. I appreciate it. But we ain't got a lot of time because we're going to get to two other wordy mofos. But this one's for Greg real quick. Greg, this is a question for you from the chat when you're down. So, Greg, if you could look at that question and respond to it from Nova, because this is back when you were talking about the arable land in California. So if you can respond to that for Nova, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that.
Bitches and hoes for my bitches and hoes.
My answer to Inya's question, I do think people should still vote. I think the presentation of solidarity is important, but don't think of it as a salvific. Don't think of it as salvation. Don't think of it as something that's going to be a wholesale change agent. It's just like when you go to the store and you go ahead and get them 2 scratch-offs, think of it like that.
Mhm.
Like if you hit,
Mhm.
cool. If you get a free ticket, cool. If you lost $2 or $4 on the scratch, okay, that's cool too. Like that, for me, voting would be like getting a couple scratch-offs when you pick up the milk and the eggs.
Well said, brother.
Now, for the first of the lightning round, who keeps people from getting rich? That was from Quantum. We were talking about the finances and the money, and y'all was like, go get it. Boom. Rico.
I'll start first. I think it's systemic. I don't think we in the system of capitalism is designed that you have to have a mass number of people to be non-rich. I'm not going to use the word poor, unrich for it to be. The system of capitalism creates a pyramid. There can only be a finite number of people to get rich. So once that finite number is met, the other people can't move up. That's just the way the system is systemic. So it's not a person, it's systemic.
All right. What about you, Yellow? Who keeps people from getting rich?
Yeah, basically the same thing. I mean, rich people get rich because things happen for them to get rich. There's nobody really preventing you to get rich. It either happens or it don't.
Right. Yeah. I'm with you. I mostly agree. Right now, there's plenty of opportunity. Everybody just doesn't have the talent. Like everybody just doesn't have, or if they have a talent, they don't know how to monetize it. So right now, it's just one of those things. Like if you know how to make money, you can. If you don't know how to make money, you don't. And like some people have hidden talents that they don't know how to exploit, so somebody else exploits it for them, and they end up getting exploited because they just didn't know. They didn't know how to monetize what they had. So, I mean, it is what it is. Next question
about that, Arshawn. If everybody knew how to get rich, could everybody get rich? If everybody,
yes, at this point, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yes, here's the thing. Because now we're in a global economy. So we're not just talking about American dollars. We can extract money from outside of America.
But I'm saying if the entire population knows
of the entire world,
rich, yeah, or anywhere, right? Could everybody get rich? Everybody couldn't get rich if everybody had equal talent. You see what I'm saying?
If it was a plan, If it was a plan to get rich, then everybody would get rich. Then there wouldn't be rich. It would just be money.
But see, rich would stabilize. So like rich would just stabilize. What we consider rich would just move because everybody it would be called normal.
Or reality, everybody can't be normal, is what I'm saying.
I know what he's saying too, but I get what Rashawn's saying too. It's kind of like it's like where we're at in the world now, you don't even need talent, you just need to be able to monetize yourself. You just need to be able to market yourself. You just need to be able to sell yourself, right? Okay. Because we've seen so many examples of the people without talent. I mean, with talent, not getting no love. So
okay, all right. That I had to throw that in because that's a question been bugging my head for a while. Sorry about
because what will happen is everybody has different talent. So everybody, instead of me giving $50 to this one thing I like, I would probably give $1 to 50 people I like. So everybody's level, like the richest of the rich, would come down some, but the other people will come up. So it would be closer to socialism because talent was spread out equally. But that's, if that was a thing. I'll say, hold up real quick. Just trying to get through these chats real quick. Dang. I think they're showing some old stuff.
Yeah.
Let me see. Next question. Let me get to the start. Let me see. Oh, this one from Inya. She's like, if we do stop voting, because you and my so-called life Rico, y'all both said we should stop voting. So, it was Yellow. My bad. So this question is gonna be for Yellow. So if we do stop voting, because you and my so-called life said keep voting. So if we do stop voting, Yellow, what would be the solution? And I think Yellow, I think you actually answered that question, but like if you could like restate it briefly, what would be the solution if we do stop voting?
I mean, it'll make them start realizing that we're not happy with what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? that is the solution, is to stop voting. Now, what we do after that is wait till we get a fucking candidate worth voting for and then vote for them. You know what I'm saying? The solution is have more discernment. Shout out to the YouTube word book, the YouTube, the source. Have more discernment about the candidate that you vote for. You know what I'm saying? They'll see that. But like we were saying too, vote locally. Don't not vote. You know what I'm saying? Locally. Don't not do that. But as far as this presidential shit, they'll see that shit because they ain't not worried about the white vote. They never push for the white vote. The only vote they actually push for be the people of color, the minorities, and all that shit, because that makes a difference. White folks gonna be split in half. Half the white folks gonna go over here with Trump, half the white folks gonna go over there with Biden. Like gonna be on the rest of everybody else to figure it out.
I would say this quickly, Arshawn, even though I wasn't in the camp of not voting, I do agree with Yella in this point, is it would make them seek our vote more. They would work harder for it if we didn't vote, because anything that's exclusive has elevated value. But because we give it up so freely and so easily, like a $2 trick, that's how we get treated. But if we act like we high, like, no, I'm not giving it. They would work harder for it. They don't, because we give it up too easy. We lose with our vote.
It's just like sexual liberation. It's just like sexual liberation for the ladies. That's what getting the right to vote has done to black folks.
Yeah. Okay.
We've used that as our liberation to just basically give our vote to whoever instead of just not voting because we so wanted to vote.
Yeah,
So,
they know they're going to get.
I think they would just appoint. They would just appoint who they want and just say that they don't care. They're apathetic, so we'll just do what we want. I don't think they would come looking courting our vote.
I think.
But last question.
I think
one last question
would need it, but go ahead.
Last question from Not Your Average Guy. Question for the esteemed panel: how much longer will they blame the economy on the pandemic? Let's get started with you, Rico.
I didn't think they were still blaming the economy on the pandemic. I thought, we came out of blaming the economy on the pandemic. The economy at last, from what I've been hearing, it's all been about inflation. And I can tell you as a person with a home in another country, that shit's global. So as much as we crying about the goddamn inflation here, I just got back from Europe. It's high as a motherfucker over there. I was in El Salvador earlier. It's high as a motherfucker there. Inflation is busting the world in the ass. Hopefully it'll settle out. We're doing a little bit better here than everywhere else. I think that ship has already sailed, blaming the economy on inflation. I mean, on the pandemic, because the pandemic is no longer having any current effects on the economy. It's just fucked up worldwide.
Okay. What about you?
I mean, as long as possible. The pandemic fucked up the economy. As long as necessary, like it fucked up the economy. It did. For however, whatever reasons, the world shutting down fucked shit up. So that was the latest problem. We're gonna be able to blame that on whatever. So yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, I am definitely in belief that I think we switched over from blaming it on the infection to inflation. I do think we've moved over to that now. But I do think they've based the root of the inflation in the infection. Like they blame the pandemic for that. Now I hate that because a lot of the inflation that's going on is it's not true inflation. It's not just the cost of things going up like naturally because of the market forces or something like that, or scarcity or supply and demand. It's not that. It's they're just, we know we can get more money out of people, and they're doing that across industries. So they're doing that in so many places that it's forcing other people to have to raise their prices for the people who are price gouging. because at the same time the inflation's gone up and everybody's wages have stagnated. A lot of companies are having record profits, which doesn't make sense numerically. How are you having record profits if you have to raise prices to cover costs? Like, it doesn't make sense. So you're only raising prices just to raise your prices and to raise your profits. So that's the thing. But let's get them. Let's go ahead and unmute, fellas. We are here.
Has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost.
We gotta go back and watch the walkout. We gotta go back and watch the walkout. I don't know.
They've done the walk.
I go back and watch the walkout.
Well, I'm gonna go get me something to eat, fellas.
Rico, appreciate you, man.
Oh, always, brothers. Always love being up here with you. We got to do this again. We got to do an after show, and feel the effects of it, and keep our community educated.
Voters consistently
all right, Rico.
Whoever you want, vote Hillary Pelosi 2024
inflation has
and the Whig Party, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Pete.
All right.
High. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then.
And let's see if mine is running
more
us
than
smooth.
$120.
Let's just see real quick. Hold up.
And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%.
COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in.
Is it running smooth or is it choppy?
Which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for.
Because for me, it's of course going to be smooth.
No wars,
choppy for y'all too.
Other things, everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we.
Let's go back a little bit.
What we began to do.
Audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined.
I told you, nigga, this is the Royal Rumble. Nigga, this is WWE. I'm excited.
Turned on, and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes before closing.
Yeah, they got a mute button.
There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contacts with campaign staff.
Go watch it somewhere else, then. You know I'm sick of your mouth.
By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these.
You ain't welcome here.
Now, please welcome
no matter we behind.
President of the United States, Joe Biden.
They behind. I wanted to see them walk out. There we go. He looks steady.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
I need somebody to trip. Joe waving to nobody.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern: the economy. President Biden, inflation
y'all acting like it matters.
Remain high.
Y'all ain't gonna get no spoilers on the internet. We like 2 minutes behind.
For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. Pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out in a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination but I was left with corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back. And he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security.
Oh, it's over for Joe, man.
He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But
I'm with him on that one.
Also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous.
Hey, can you slide it out the way because we blocking questions sometimes?
We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, have him decide on what your circumstances are.
Stock us over top of that CNN.
The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can
obtain. Look at his face, yo.
Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do.
Wow.
And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
This guy.
He can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen. That
is simply not true.
No.
That Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, Constitutional Scholarship said it was the right
And
way
mute
to go.
button ain't working right
51
now.
years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure they were the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative.
Oh, it's a wrap.
To what we're going to
They will not have another debate.
Border Patrol. And
they will not have another one.
Asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we have the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers, That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying no terrorists ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens.
For at least 30 minutes.
We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and he just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast,
Right?
Because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury
Biden about to walk.
hotels
He about to walk off.
in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. Yeah. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered.
They say burnt piss?
And he opposed, his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living one next door.
Agent Orange or burn pits. Okay.
I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
Okay.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19
StreamYard,
people that said I didn't
Twitch.
say it. And
I got a copyright strike.
Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up. And he brought it
still up on YouTube?
There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him. Just
I'm glad
like
I didn't take it off of
Russia
YouTube.
was made up. Just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up. Just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation.
Glad you didn't do it on your
That
channel.
came from his son Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers.
That'll be your
and
third
losers,
strike.
so he should apologize.
Mandatory
right
minimum.
now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump,
that'd have been a wrap.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander in chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded.
Yeah, you did say that earlier,
in
Quan.
a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money.
They
were
suspended
broke.
my whole
They had no
account
money
for the
Hamas.
presidential
They had
debate.
no
Boy, that's
money for
crazy.
anything.
That's on
No
free
money for terror.
networks. Like,
That's
that's
why
crazy.
you had no terror at all during
Yeah,
my
that's why.
administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Right. Now y'all see why I was saying don't vote
I've
for
never
this
heard so
shit.
much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first.
Yeah, man, we can't
Iran
even hear this.
attacked American troops,
You can't hear it?
caused brain damage for
I'm
a
talking
number
about
of
this
these
nigga
troops.
talking. Listen,
And
you
he
can't
did
even hear.
nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches.
That's
all
crazy.
it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number 2, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number 3, we found ourselves in a situation where, if
Oh,
you
you can
take a
count to
look
three,
at what
y'all.
Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
Yeah. Thank
President
you.
Trump,
I
if
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the
No, they're
territory
not
in Ukraine.
acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with
I'm
$60
looking
billion.
at Fresh
He's the
Fit
greatest
streaming
salesman
right
ever.
now, but I
And
guess
I'm
they
not
ain't
knocking
black.
him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying
Nah, they're a big
the
stream
money
though.
that we're spending on this
Yeah,
war.
you did say small
and we
stream.
They
shouldn't
make
be
money. They
spending-
make money for the
It should have
platform.
never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky
I see
as
some other people
president-elect
streaming it too.
before I
That's not
take
so
office
big.
on January 20th. I'll have that war settled.
Okay.
People being
Are they
killed
covering up half of the
so
screen or
needlessly,
anything? Or is
so
it like Trump?
stupidly.
No,
And
it's just
I will
they
get
there.
it
They're
settled, and
there.
I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
You
President
know,
Biden, you have a minute.
the fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet
Just in
Empire,
case that is
not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? You think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as
That was
much
on me. I opened up another panel. That was me.
funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Trying to log
Thank
into
you.
Twitch.
Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United
That glitch
Nations
came at a perfect
Security
time.
Council,
Talking about
straight
Biden
through the
glitch.
G7
It
to
was
the
Biden.
Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened in Israel? We're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened. And they should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Well, looks like I'm off to
Just
it.
going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations
How long are they
together
talking?
have spent
There's nothing
billion,
here.
or maybe more than that.
It
Less
says
than us.
appeals can be requested
Why
here.
doesn't he call them? So you got to put
It
up.
says
the
you
money
have no
like I
recent
did with
enforcements
NATO.
to
I got
appeal.
them to put up
So
hundreds
it's
of
like in
billions
limbo,
of
I
dollars.
guess.
The Secretary General of
Might pop
NATO
up
said
tomorrow.
Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. You wouldn't.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have any.
yeah,
They were going
yeah.
out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the
That
money
big,
was,
how long,
was paid by us.
Check
He didn't do
that
that.
first email
He's
again.
getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it
Yeah,
has
it's
a
gone,
bigger
Bree.
impact on them because of location. Because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel,
When you ban, that's what
and
happened.
Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He said
So
the
you
only
don't get
one who
to
wants to
sign
keep going
in.
is Hamas.
The channel
Actually,
gone, you
Israel
don't
is
get
the
no
one,
access
and
to
you
the
should
channel.
let him go and let him finish the job.
But they
He doesn't
usually
want to do
tell
it. He's
you in
become like a
in the email
Palestinian.
how long you
But
ban
they
for.
don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our
Warner
alliances as
Brothers,
well.
boy, I tell you.
There may be a big ocean.
Oh,
Maybe they're able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe.
They're the
What
worst.
happens if, in fact,
Yeah,
you
they
have
got me a couple
Putin
times.
continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained. Just
Nah, it was streaming. It wasn't a
President
chat. It
Trump,
was a
just to
stream.
follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see. But before we do that, the problem we have is that we
But they
spend all
let
the money.
these slide.
So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add
That's
them
all
up, they're
good.
about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, no, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this. I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, Some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
What a deflection was.
You have
crazy.
80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll not.
They shouldn't agree to do this, man.
They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. He went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it will be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
On like
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of the,
come on, Trump,
they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first
Come on,
debates we had first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
Why do you need him to denounce it? It's
I'm
so
going to
silly.
give you a minute, President
Because
Trump,
he
for a follow-up
because
question I have.
because the claim is that he
After a jury
that
convicted
he
you
encouraged.
of 34
I
felonies
get the
last
I
idea.
know,
year,
but
you
it's
said if reelected,
stupid.
you would, quote,
It's
have every
it's
right to go
it's
after,
a
unquote, your political opponents. You just
it's a
talked
show
about
thing, like
members
whatever.
of the
I
select
can't think
committee
of
on
the word.
January 6th
Yeah.
going to jail.
Like
And your main political
it
opponent
don't
is
really
standing on
mean something,
stage
but it
with you
would.
tonight. Can you clarify
Right.
exactly what it means
'Cause he
about
gives
It's
them
going to have
performative.
every right to
That's
go
the
after your political
Yeah, yeah,
Democrats
yeah.
like
He
Well, I
wants
said
performance.
my
Yeah.
Political
retribution
theater.
is going to be success.
Yeah.
We're going to make this country successful again because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution.
Because you know what a real scammer wouldn't have a problem
But when he
saying? I'm
talks
not a
about
scammer.
convicted felon,
Like,
his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been
Let's go.
convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the
go.
most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of
Could.
the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. Have I ever said that?
I mean,
That's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion.
Anybody can be a
unless you change
felon.
the prosecutor having to do with his son.
anybody
This
can be a
man is a
felon.
criminal. This man's
Right.
lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a
Yeah,
system
anybody.
that was
Yeah,
disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President
Hell,
Trump. President Biden,
anybody.
you have said.
Y'all might walk out of here today and catch a felony.
Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that.
Okay.
Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with. And think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public,
Whoa,
for doing a
whoa.
whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you
Let's
talking
go,
about?
Joe.
You don't have the morals
He
of an
ready.
alley cat.
He fighting back.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy.
He don't look lost right now. But he don't look lost right now.
Will be voting against.
It's a debate now.
I think he woke
The
up.
more they know about what he's done, yes.
Yeah, he woke up.
The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? You ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? the people who
Don't do it, Joe.
one who tried to stop it, and the ones he said, I think they're fine people on both sides.
I knew it.
What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic file, carrying swastikas were fine people? This is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing
Probably
to
not the
debate.
worst,
He
but-
made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the
No,
place.
definitely not the
Every
worst.
anchor has, every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other
Like,
day,
it's a
it came
couple
out,
niggas
it
in
was
the like
totally
5
debunked.
to like
It's
13
a nonsense
president
story. He
range.
knows that, and he
I
didn't
need
run
this
because of
meme,
Charlottesville.
Joe's
He used that
face,
as
boy.
an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunk.
He was muted. He was muted.
All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Yeah, Joe.
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN president.
Damn, Joe clanging and banging now. Let's go, Joe.
Yeah, he
right.
up. He up.
Yeah.
He woke now.
But he's hitting the points that I had made. Like everything else, it wasn't really no debate. But when it came down to like the social thing, like were you responsible? Did you hold up your end of the social bargain too? As well as the financial and all the other shit, because that's supposed to be the idea of the president as well.
Martin, who raised their
lose 20%. Yourself.
Because the way he did the Matrix on that the first time he asked about January 6th, even the moderator had to ask it again. Like, that's not the question, Donald.
President Biden,
Right.
while black unemployment dropped to
Oh,
a
black
record
unemployment.
low under your presidency,
Oh,
black
shit, here we go.
families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related
Let's
causes.
go, black people.
And Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're trying to
The wages of
housing
black
for
bear
Black
unemployment.
Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporate corporations that collude to keep
Coons.
people
What?
out of their houses. In addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to childcare is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black childcare costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide
Title
for
20
childcare
problem.
costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those childcare protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the
Commercial break took him out.
So
Froze the kicker.
there's more
We
to be
froze the
done,
kicker.
Considerably more to be done, but we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you
He
say
don't
to
need
Black
them.
voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyers should get a $10,000 tax credit to be
20.
able to buy their first home,
Make it
so
20.
they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all
Nigga,
those
make it
black families,
100K.
all those black individuals who
There you
provided
go.
had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank
Okay.
you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about
That's messed
everybody.
up.
It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled, tripled, and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so
Come on,
good. All he
Trump.
had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's
Green
being
New
thrown out
Deal.
the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could
What's
be
a black
19, and
job?
even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're
What's a black
taking
job?
Hispanic jobs. And you
Exactly.
haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you,
Congrats.
President Biden.
What's
There
a
was
black
no
job?
inflation
Cutting
when I
grass.
became president. You know why? The economy
Doing
was flat
rules.
on its back. 15% unemployment.
What's black
He
jobs, Don?
decimated the economy.
What's the black
Absolutely
industry?
decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation
See?
at the time. There were no jobs.
Social
Provided
worker.
Thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who
No,
were
he's talking
involved
about the
communities,
Mexicans
including
coming in and
minority
taking the
communities.
black job.
We made sure that they have health insurance.
I know, but what's a
We
black
have
job?
covered with the
Look at
ACA has
whatever the
we
Mexicans
made
do.
sure that they're
Cut grass.
$8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care.
Black
This guy wants to
jobs.
eliminate that.
fucking
They tried
lay
50
cement.
times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. We find ourselves
That's
in a
wild.
position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on.
Could
And
let that cops
inflation,
out.
He caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the
Thank
climate
you.
crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities
Hey.
across the country are confronting the devastating
it's
effects of
hot this
extreme
year.
heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump.
He should have let the
Almost
cops out.
every police group. And what he's done to the black
They're talking about black people.
population
Why would you
is
bring cops
horrible,
up?
including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name. And he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it. And now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for
He was
criminal
so shocked.
justice reform and for the historically black colleges
Let's
and
go.
universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs. And it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
He wasn't expecting to
38
hear that
seconds
one. That
left.
was hilarious.
President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want
Immaculate.
absolutely clean air. And we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever. And we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4
dude.
years, I had
He
the
lying.
best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
Oh, so you don't even know. They just
I
handed
don't
you
know
some
where
stuff
the
and you
hell he's
believe it.
been. The idea
This
maybe he
nigga
says
said,
it's true.
and they just told me that before I walked out here.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
In history, we find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories.
Our country is doomed, man.
Any black student is capable in college.
This country is
Any black
doomed.
student can do. He doesn't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech.
They just handed
The
that to
idea
me.
that he is claiming,
And they
that
just told me
something clean as
45 minutes ago.
a bad thing in the environment. He the Paris Peace Accord, I immediately joined it, because if we hit 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change. And he would do a thing about it. He wants to do all of that.
That was the priority at that point in time. He's walking on the stage.
And China nothing, and Russia
For the
nothing, and India
presidential
nothing.
debate.
It was a risk of
this.
the United States.
Wait,
And I ended
some young
it because I
intern,
didn't want to waste that money
some
because
young
they treat us
dude
horribly. We were the only ones
with
who was costing us
glasses
money.
on.
Nobody else.
You
was
have the
paying
best
for it.
water
And
numbers.
It was a
Wait.
disaster. But everything that
This
he
is
said
really
just
good.
now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin.
Don't
I'm
forget
the
the-
one that got the insulin
climate.
down for the seniors.
I'm the
I
one.
took care
Me.
of the
That's
seniors.
who.
What he's
Come on,
doing
Donald.
is destroying all of our
Let's
medical
go.
programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. Our school, our hospitals,
Dang.
we're going to be taking over Social Security. He is
That'll be the worst.
destroying
That'll be
Social
worse than
Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact,
He had to look to see if he was still
we're
there.
the only ones of consequence.
Trump had to see
We're
if he was
not.
still there.
We're not members of
Still
the
there?
Paris Accord. How can we do anything
Sure.
if we're not able to? The United States can't get it under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have
No,
pollution
this is
zero.
crazy.
We have made
This is
we've
crazy.
made significant progress.
Nah, man.
We're continuing to make progress.
These ain't our
We
choices,
set up
bro.
a climate corps.
I'm done.
Thousands of
These
young
are
people
choices,
learn how
man.
to deal with climate, just like Peace
Y'all
Corps.
choice because I ain't voting for this
We're
shit.
moving in directions that are going to
Yeah, I'm
significantly
voting for
change
this shit.
the elements of cause of pollution.
Yo.
But the idea that
Oh,
he
no.
claims that he has the biggest heart up here and
had
he's
the
really
turn.
concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
Thank you. She said thank you.
So every day, millions of
That's right, Joe.
Americans struggle just
right.
to make ends meet.
Okay,
For
okay.
many
He's a- you
older
know-
Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see
High
their
five yourself.
benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now,
Oh, God.
everybody making under
This is
$170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck.
Yes.
I'm the first
Sure,
one to get
yes.
from 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm
Good.
proposing
Spit
that
on that pole.
everybody, they pay, millionaires pay 1%.
bro.
1%. So no
That's
one
the
after,
truth. You need to
I've
be
not
protected.
raised the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the
Oh,
wealthy
man, what if they
begin to
just
pay
ask
their fair
like,
share
oh,
by increasing from 1%
President
beyond to be able to guarantee the program.
just
for
stand so
life.
hot to it.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to
Man.
help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will
Gotta
keep
get
us
my
solvent,
vote.
but the biggest thing I'll do is
It would
defeat
for
this
you.
man
It'll be enough for you.
because he wants to get rid of Social
Definitely.
Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And that's what. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican
Donald,
caucus
know he's
that
running away with this.
supports,
Dang, look
is
at
in
his
fact
face.
want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. We put
Somebody should have
and by the
protected
way,
you, man.
American public has
That's
greater
what he
healthcare
said.
coverage today than ever before.
Right there, we
And
think
on
we don't need to
VC,
do
as
that.
I
It's
said,
ridiculous. Who the
we're
fuck
in a
let me come up
circumstance
here?
where 400,000 people,
Why am I here?
40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition.
Help me.
Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the
Help me.
fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where talking about education for Black communities. I've raised the amount of money for
Are you back on the
programs,
black?
another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. It's he just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the
All my life.
equation for the last 8 years. I've
Grinding
never
on
seen
my life.
anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He can look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general.
Facts.
That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those
Don't say it's because of the
Nobel
illegal
laureates
immigrants.
He talked about being
I think he lost the
those
plot.
15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost
he
of
lost the plot on
child
that
care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him.
Why don't you say you didn't say it?
He doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no
Joe's
good. I fired a lot
face.
of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from, from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody?
What would Trump do to make child care more affordable?
Joe,
Ask Joe Biden who he fired.
As you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate, this shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant.
A little bit.
He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut we probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He's
Everybody
the
says the
worst
same
in
thing.
history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden.
Right,
We're
that's
the
what I'm
most
saying. We
admired
fucked
country in the
now.
world.
If you
We're
get
the
your vote.
United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians. They've had meetings. And
I wasn't joking. When I said he was the worst, I meant the worst.
American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact.
The worst
That's
of all the
that's
time.
not conjecture.
It's a fact that somebody
You
said
can
it.
argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is
Who
no
cares, Joe?
doing anything to deal with child care. He did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President
childcare
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make childcare more
Get 'em.
affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad.
Can't answer
And
the
they
question.
rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody
Anybody
ever
else
cut
see that
taxes
caption?
like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4
Rape
times.
me.
He wants to raise everybody's
One of the
taxes
best.
by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So
What?
everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of
Turn
this
the
before.
taxes off.
All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes,
Turn the
as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these
My
companies
got us
are
there.
bringing
That might be what
into our
got us
country.
there,
the
man.
worst
Them
president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
What the fuck is he talking
The
about?
matter is that he's dead wrong about.
Biden raped
He's
me.
increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody.
Deaf Inquirer is going. That's gonna be the.
I didn't.
That's gonna be the.
His
That's gonna
tariff was
be the
10% tariff.
headline on Deaf
Everything coming into the
Inquirer.
country, you know what the economists say? That's
They
going
all
to cost the
report on
average
lip
American
reading and
$2,500 a year and more because they're going to have to pay the difference in
Yo.
food. And
It's
all
another
the
old
things.
person doing the closed captioning.
Number two,
It's another
he's in a
80-year-old
situation where he talks about how he has not raised
trying to keep up.
He somehow helped the middle
the
class.
closed captioning is
That's
Joe
been
Biden's brain processing.
We're doing a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt
We
the
got a
country.
device that
We have the
runs the
largest
closed
deficit of
closed
any president in
captioning
American
that's
history.
connected to Joe
Number
Biden.
one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you,
We're at the
President
highest.
Biden.
You lost
Thank you,
100%.
President
Thank
Biden.
you.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans.
I
that
said
both
good
of you
day,
have
sir.
made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the
Here
number
we go
of
again.
overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President
Ooh.
Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans
Simon
right
with a
now
list.
in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they
Turn it
need?
sharp.
To finish up,
Skip.
we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China.
Biden's face.
He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country.
What did
And he's
China
got the
do
worst
with
the worst
opioids?
situation with China.
He didn't
China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing.
He can't
to us as a
follow the
country.
topic either.
They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
Is it the drugs coming
President Trump, you
from
have
China?
67
No.
seconds left. The question was, what are you
Opioids
going to do to
ain't
help
coming from
Americans in
China.
the throes of addiction right now who are struggling
Come on,
to
Jake,
get the
get 'em on
treatment they
task.
need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the
Come
COVID
on,
came along.
bring Hunter Biden
We
in
had
right now.
The 2.5,
Great time.
almost 3 years.
Great time to bring
like
Hunter.
nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways, but the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him, because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling.
He can't answer the question, Jake.
Well, this does
move on
to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage, we always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, the Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people.
Opioids.
I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars.
He older than both of us put together.
And guess what? Those fabs, they call them, to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I've never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president
Donald Trump
wouldn't
owed
trade
shit.
places with the United States of America.
Yeah, he
All
older
our
than both of us put
problems and all our
together.
opportunities. We're the
Right.
most
Well,
progressive
he's the
country in
same
world
age. He's
getting
the same
things
age as
done.
both of us put
Same
We're the
together.
strongest
Yeah,
country in the
same
world.
age.
We're a country in the world who keeps our word,
So
and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he cuddles up to, from Kim Jong Un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do
Okay,
you
so he's
say to
78.
voters who
He's
have
2 years younger than
concerns
us.
about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one.
They
If I
should
go
do it
through the first
publicly.
5 questions, he couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace them.
Thank you.
I want to take
President
the
Biden?
cognitive test. We need
You
to
can
find the
see
test
he is
that
6
Trump
foot
took,
5
and we
and
need
only
to take the test live.
225 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
Let's go, Joe.
And,
Joe, like,
by the
bitch,
way,
don't
I
golf
told you
with me.
before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
Ooh.
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was at 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Ooh, he said, I'll play with you.
How
Carry your
I see
own
you
bag.
swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
you know,
not
you
act
nobody
I
like
would
you.
love to
President
see him
Trump,
play
the
golf.
question-
Let's not act
For
like
the
Joe.
for the president for the
specific
presidency.
concern
18
that voters have
holes.
about you.
Let's go.
Will you pledge
We wouldn't have a
tonight
president.
that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but
Thank
of course
you.
I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear.
You know,
But
if
the
they both
answer
play
is,
golf
if
for the
election
presidency,
is
they should have to
fair,
play
free, and I
basketball.
want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he
You
was a
don't
great
lose
president
that.
because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd
Well,
be
Yeah, I
at one of
think
my many places
think I might.
enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason
That
I'm here is he's
handicap-
so bad as a
handicap is a
president
golf term.
that I'm going to make America great again.
think she'd
We're
be
going to
in
make
fun.
America
Actually,
great again.
Yeah.
We're a
I mean,
failing
it's the
nation
same.
right
They
now. We're a seriously failing nation, and we're a failing
they're
nation
handicapped,
because of him. His policies are so bad.
and that's okay.
His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III
You know,
than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all, a required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done.
Biden has the forehead
because we are
of the wrestlers that be cutting
We have
themselves.
wonderful people. It's because of the people. It's because of the American people.
Been working
They're
for a
capable
while,
of
man.
anything, and they step up
That's a
when they're
veteran.
needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places.
Biden been
along
giving
that
himself
border.
color for
Then you have a war.
30 years.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me.
I ain't no joke.
But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins, yes or no?
He
please?
can't stay on top of
It's a fair and legal and good election. Absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But
Go do it.
unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up
that's
to
not
a very
really
high
the-
level, because the people understand it.
That's
We'll
not
see what
really
your
the-
numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not
Go.
one single
Joe.
court in America
You're a
said any
whiner.
of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Let's
live
go.
from Georgia.
He said something
My
snapped in
favorite
you when you lost
currently
last
leads
time.
the world.
I broke
American
you, bitch.
researchers are making exciting new discoveries.
Man,
And you
I figured out what we need to do to determine who wins the election. You ready?
Go ahead.
Dice of Destiny.
All right. So we're gonna use this one because this one's about as old as both of them.
Man, it looked like it.
So chat, here we go. You feel like putting a poll up in the chat?
Oh yeah, I got you. Oh
All
man,
right.
I ain't got it open. I ain't got it open.
All right, chat. Here we go. This is the Dice of Destiny. We're gonna do Biden is even, and we're gonna do Trump is odd. So Biden is 2, 4, and 6. Trump is 1, 3, and 5.
Oh come on, computer. All right. Ooh. My computer is like, I'm stressed.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're gonna do it, y'all put what y'all think.
Which
What y'all want? Odds or even?
wrong should move on.
Odds or even? Y'all gonna do?
Boom.
You got the poll up
Poll is
now.
up. Poll is up.
Odds or even? Vote in the chat. You gonna vote Biden?
Say
Or Trump?
odd.
Odds is Biden. Even is Trump.
Okay.
I mean, no. I got it backwards. I'm sorry. Backwards. Even is Biden. Odd is Trump. Should have put that up in the chat.
Okay. I thought we just vote for who's winning. I thought you were just gonna pick from who typed in what.
All right. No, I was trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure I get
they
it right.
back.
All right. Let's go.
We've made significant progress.
Let's show you how fucked up it is. I dropped them.
President Trump
They landed on
last term.
They landed on two.
Find ourselves in a situation where, number one,
Who's that, Trump?
we have to make sure that
Even?
we have a fair tax system.
Biden.
Ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on
trying to read that teleprompter
and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax, but he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all the stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have
living
the
in
Palestinians
hell,
and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you.
The side of his hair.
And they have to
His
respect
PS5 graphics.
and they don't
The
respect
top of
you
his
throughout the
hair.
world.
His PS2 graphics.
Was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut.
It is
history,
low
the
res,
largest
boy.
regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I
It's
cut the
low
regulations
res.
and gave jobs. But he's putting a lot of
Whoa.
those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, we have to
Dang.
try. Well, we can try space age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be
He
failing
got
anymore.
a
We're going to
cuss
make it
word
great
on his
again.
head.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
Are they going to shake hands?
They froze.
It says stay with us.
But they said not for more debate. They said for a breakdown. Normally they be playing a little music right here and they go shake hands like you said. The family come up. This is awkward. Okay.
The president and former president making their way off the CNN.
They go there. Okay, they go Jill.
Like,
Good
Joe
job,
Biden,
honey.
the first lady, has come out. Former
Trump
President Trump walking off the stage. The first debate of the 2024 campaign and the earliest presidential debate ever, now in the books and in front of the voters. Tonight, along with Aaron Burnett, the first word on what those voters might make of it from our political professionals, from our CNN flash poll and swing state focus group.
Look at that step.
We're talking to surrogates, including Vice President Harris, and fact checks from our Daniel Dale, and new reporting from inside both campaigns. With me here, CNN political commentator Scott Jennings, Kate Bedingfield, David Urban, Van Jones, Alyssa Farr Griffin, and Newsnight anchor Abby Phillip, and David Axelrod, and CNN chief national correspondent John King. John, let me start with you. Your thoughts.
Anderson, this was a game-changing debate in the sense that right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now. It involves party strategists. It involves elected officials. It involves fundraisers. And they're having conversations about the president's performance, which they think was dismal, which they think will hurt other people down the party in the ticket. And they're having conversations about what they should do about it. Some of those conversations include, should we go to the White House and ask the president to step aside? Other of the conversations are about, should prominent Democrats go public with that call? Because they feel this debate was so terrible. They do say in moments in the debate later, the president got better and got his footing. But then at the end, even his closing statement was a little halting. The contrast between the two candidates. Let me be clear. None of them, and a lot of Republicans, don't think Donald Trump had a great night. Donald Trump broke the fact check machine more than I can count tonight. That will be on the record as we go forward. He refused to answer some very specific and direct questions about his conduct, about January 6th and what all. So that will be dealt with out there. And sometimes there's a parallel universe between the political elites and the American people. It'd be nice to see what the voters say. But I can tell you, it started minutes in. It started with the first couple of answers, and it has continued throughout the night from a, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, to what do we do about this? And it involves very senior people in the Democratic Party, including elected officials, saying we have a problem.
And just to co-sign what John is saying, I mean, the panic that I am hearing from Democrats is not like anything that I have heard in this campaign so far. And a lot of it has to do with, first of all, there was a deep frustration about Trump's lies. I mean, he lied a lot tonight. But the problem for Biden was that Trump was able to take sometimes incredible falsehoods and turn them into some kind of argument, whereas Biden's answers were, in a lot of cases, not coherent, deeply problematic, that he was not able to take pretty straightforward answers and answer them to the American public. And then also at some points, bringing things up that teed up Trump attacks. So there's a real concern here tonight that there's been some real damage done that cannot be undone. Biden solidified the perception among voters, but especially among his base. They were hoping that tonight would be a game changer. They are now seeing a president who is in the White House, who they do not necessarily believe can do this for another 4 years.
David Axelrod?
Look, I can't argue with either of them how Democratic leaders are reacting to this poll. We said at the beginning that each person had a fundamental goal, and for Biden, that goal was to appear energetic, engaged, and look like someone who is capable of serving for another 4 years for president. That was job number one. I actually think he scored a bunch of points. I think if you just judge this on sort of policy stuff, he did score a bunch of points on issues like abortion, for example, on some of the economic
but they're about to put him up there as president. We got to question him on coherence.
There is a feeling, I think there was a sense of shock, actually, how he came out at the beginning of this debate, how his voice sounded about, he seemed a little disoriented. He did get stronger as the debate went on, but by that time, I think the panic had set in. And I think you're going to hear discussions that I don't know will lead to anything, but there are going to be discussion about whether he should continue. And I think part of it is Donald Trump did not meet his mission either. He could not resist the temptation to be nasty, to prevaricate about a whole bunch of things, about his own record, about Biden's record.
Hey, Google.
And to seem
divine
small
prevaricate
at times. So what you saw was a candidate who's deeply vulnerable and a president who may not be able to take advantage of it.
Speaker acting in an evasive way.
If anybody in America thinks that was even close to being an okay debate by Joe Biden, I'm living in a parallel universe.
I thought that was a dude
that was an
played the shield, Michael
unmitigated
Chiklis, for a
disaster
second.
for President Biden from the second he walked out to the closing statement. The biggest issue for Democrats is abortion, and he couldn't give an answer. He gave an answer, he couldn't even give a coherent answer on the biggest issue for Democrats tonight. I've heard from leading Democrats across the United States, elected governors, congressmen, who are texting me and saying, I'm worried I'm going to lose Joe Biden.
That's what he sound like.
Bob Casey, I promise you tonight, in the state of Pennsylvania, is thrown up in his
The
mouth
lineman
because
didn't
he knows
the
he's
line
going to
didn't
stand next to Joe
protect him.
Biden. He's going down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was thinking of football coach.
If he's on the ticket, I don't know how it's going to work.
Yeah,
look,
that's not
it was
Chiklis.
a really
I thought that was
disappointing
Chiklis too.
debate performance from Joe Biden. I don't think there's any other way to slice it. His
Man.
biggest issue that he had to prove to the American people was that he had the energy.
Nobody's
and the stamina,
apologizing for him.
and he
Like,
didn't
there's
do that.
no apologies up
And
here.
so I think that is of concern.
That's bad.
And I think for a lot of Democrats, that's very disappointing.
This is the home
I will
team.
say Donald Trump also had some really rough moments in this debate. And talking to the Biden campaign, they say their dials started really moving away from Trump as he was increasing his personal attacks on Biden. So I think there was a lot about his kind of character and the kind of personal nastiness that he was putting on display, that doesn't help him with the swing voters that he needs. And I also think you saw him continue to get sort of more and more animated across the course of the debate and, give some really problematic answers about January 6th, some really problematic answers about Putin. So, Donald Trump did not get off scot-free tonight by any stretch. But look, there is no two ways about it. That was not a good debate for Joe Biden.
Yeah, Donald didn't win. Joe lost.
That was painful.
One of them
I love Joe
football
Biden.
references.
I work for Joe Biden. He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all.
Come on, Van,
And
cry.
He looked. I'll give you the analysis. You kind of have the old man versus the con man. I can walk you through how I'm supposed to see it and say it, but I just want to speak from my heart. I love
The
that
old
guy.
man versus the con man.
That's a good man. He loves his country. He's doing the best that he can. But he had a test to meet tonight to restore confidence of the country and of the base, and he failed to do that. And I think there's a lot of people who are going to want to see him consider taking a different course now. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that. But that was not what we needed from Joe Biden, and it's personally painful for a lot of people. It's not just panic, it's pain of what we saw tonight.
And if I may just add to that,
Yeah,
I think Joe Biden lost in the first 3 minutes. I think a lot of voters probably tuned out, and millions of people are having conversations with their families, with their friends, of if this president is up to the task and if he should step aside. And I'm someone who believes the former president is a threat to democracy. I think he is a threat to the America as we know it. He wants to fundamentally change our institutions. He has laid out what his plan is. I am not confident that that is the man to take him on.
Right.
You cannot tell me democracy is on the line and then give that performance tonight. If based on that, in 18 weeks, Donald Trump will be the president-elect.
The people doing focus groups tonight, and we'll see if our dial group with Laura Coates confirms this, say that Biden actually scores pretty well on the issues when he's talking about the substance. And Trump's numbers went down both because he was ducking questions, he was lying about some things, and he was refusing to answer. And some of it was the tone. They don't like it. So when you see that, when you see sort of the statistics, you're going to look at like, oh, that's a mixed bag. But to Van's point about the president's performance, that's what caused the panic. So the question is, and my question actually is, what happens? Because it's a great political strength of Joe Biden is his resilience and his stubbornness. It's also sometimes a blind spot because he is so stubborn. It's going to be very hard to someone and I don't know who it is, who could go to Joe Biden and say, you need to do this. Number one. And the question is, again, like, I'm just telling you, to Abby's point, I've been doing this for 30-something years, going on 40 years, and I have never had what happened on this thing tonight happen in the middle of the debate. It started early, and it continued. And to Van's point, Van made a very important point. These are people who love Joe Biden, who credit Joe Biden for kicking Donald Trump out of the White House. They're Democrats. The Democratic Party is a very diverse party. It fights about a lot of things. It has generational issues. It's had regional issues and everything else. The thing that unites the Democratic Party is trying to keep Donald Trump from getting back into the White House. They love Joe Biden for kicking him out. They don't want him back. They came into this debate nervous that Biden was in a weak position. They leave this debate panicked.
John, if you love the guy, how could you put him out there? If you love him, if you love Joe Biden, if that was my father, you don't put a guy in that situation.
It's a great point. These guys know this better. These guys know this better because they talk to them. There's this legacy in the Democratic Party. You don't challenge the incumbent because when it's happened in the past, they haven't beaten the incumbent, and then the incumbent has lost the general election.
It was actually Donald Trump that helped make Joe Biden the nominee because there was a feeling that if there were a primary, that would weaken, that Biden would probably win, but it would weaken him in a general election. And so there were people who could have run and didn't run because the history of that is bad. The point is now he is the nominee of the Democratic Party. This isn't the 60s, okay? Voters choose the nominee. He is the nominee. Only he can decide whether he's going to continue. And as you point out, and as Kate knows very well, this is a guy with a lot of pride and who believes in himself. And the idea that he's going to say, you know what, I had a bad debate. I think I'm going to walk away from this. I find it hard to believe.
It was also, and I'll let you, I know, Scott, you've been trying to jump in, but it was also, it was an atypically bad performance, okay? And it was also one night. So yes, was it an important night? Yes, but it was one night in the course of a campaign. So I think let's see how voters react to it. Let's see how voters react to it.
The problem with the one night is that it's a one night that helped confirm people's fears. It's the one night that everybody was watching. That was essentially, Trump said, you ought to take a test. That was his test. And people are going to feel that he came up wanting. Not on the substance. I think he actually won on the substance. I don't think Trump did well. I think what it says to a lot of people, a lot of active Democrats is, man, we can beat this guy, but I don't know if we can beat him with the press.
Scott, we haven't heard from you.
When we came on before this debate, I said I thought this candidacy was teetering. And everybody jumped on me.
Yes,
every single person out here. And I just, the candidacy has fallen. Okay. Van, I know you're speaking from your heart.
Man down.
I'm worried about the president. We should pray for the president. I think his advisors, I think the White House, and I think his family have a lot of explaining to do to their party and to the American people. This night,
I love it.
Was caused by and asked for by the Biden team. They wanted this night. And this is what we got. We have been told for weeks by Democrats who say, oh, in private meetings, I've seen Joe Biden do cartwheels and handstands while doing trigonometry while solving all the nation's problems.
I love it.
We now know that every single person who said that has been lying to the American people.
Including Kevin McCarthy?
We've been told, Kate.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Kate.
Everything we've been told about his mental acuity by these Democrats has been a lie, and everything we think we knew has been confirmed. I got a text from a friend. She's not terribly political. She'd maxed out the Biden in the last election because she hates Donald Trump.
Cambridge in Game 5.
She said to me, I will never forgive the Democratic Party for this election. If the Democrats truly believe that he is an existential threat to democracy, and that's not just some talking point, they will wake up in the morning and they will do something else because this is not sustainable.
That's another point about there are Democrats who are panicking, and then there are a lot of Republicans who did not want to vote for Donald Trump, who do not want to vote for Donald Trump, who are also panicking tonight. I heard from one who said, this is scary. That's how it was described to me. And
I'd second that.
There were a lot, there were a lot of those feelings, not just from the base of the party, but other people who really think that there should be an alternative to Trump, who they think is dangerous. And that's the other part of what is unfolding tonight in terms of the panic that is out there.
None of the above. I already have coming into this debate. Support for third-party candidates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. highest, and then Jill Stein and Cornel West nowhere near as close. But if you add it all up, you get into the teens in most states when you do that. I think one byproduct out of this is watch and see if those numbers go up a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to go up anywhere like a Perot standard, but you get to third-party candidates getting into double digits, then that's really starts to twist your electoral math state depending on who they're drawing from state by state. This was already a very complicated race. This is within. Number one, the biggest complication right now is the conversation with the Democratic Party. But the other complication is going to be if Joe Biden stays put, and Kate's right, maybe there'll be another debate. I'm not sure Donald Trump's going to agree to a second debate. Biden's going to need it now. I'm not sure Trump's going to agree to it if the dynamics of the race change. And I would also watch the third party.
I just want to say one thing, especially to you two guys. If for whatever reason there's a change at the top of the ticket, you guys are in trouble with Donald Trump because the guy who was up there tonight is not a guy who's going to inspire people. He did not show in any way that he has changed from the guy who people don't have a very positive opinion of for a lot of good reasons.
I think Donald Trump won several policy exchanges tonight. I think he did well on immigration. I think he did well on the economy. I think he did well on inflation. I think he went back to Afghanistan as he should have. The thing he did not do was after he realized that he had Biden beaten on policy and on image, he should have turned the page and sounded an optimistic note about what we can become as a people and as a country. He did not do that. He continued to pummel Joe Biden all night. I understand what you're saying.
It's not any.
But at the end of the night, very few things about the policy exchanges is going to be remembered. People are going to remember Joe Biden. They're going to remember him shuffling out. They're going to remember him staring blankly into the camera. They're going to remember him looking down, losing his train of thought. And they're going to remember that everything I thought I knew, but the White House told me don't believe my own eyes, is actually true.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I said, Scott,
doesn't matter what you said. He said something
else. If Joe Biden were not the candidate, if there was another candidate, I think Donald Trump would be in deep trouble.
If I may, that is such a sad state of affairs. Something I was consistently hearing is what a bad debate in the sense that Donald Trump lied throughout. He misrepresented. He tried to turn away from key points that he should have given answers on and kept deflecting. With any normal generic Democrat next to him, I don't think he would have won the night. But you put somebody who was suffering from the moment that they got out. It was hard to watch. I had to occasionally look away because it was so uncomfortable. I think America deserves better than the options that are in front of them. It's really devastating. And by the way, our allies are watching.
Hey, yeah, look, I mean, the way that I would try to phrase it, less emotional.
He said, it was
Biden
crazy, man.
Stuttered, but he told the truth.
And Magneto, let's go.
You look terrible. His policies were good. Trump spoke plainly, but he lied the whole time. And he looked good, but his policies were terrible. I mean, he's going to do nothing on climate change. He was hugging the cactus on abortion. I mean, his policies are terrible. So you have somebody who probably shouldn't be president, and you have somebody who cannot be president in terms of what Donald Trump represents. So we have a problem as a country now, and this might be an opportunity for people to come together and figure this out. Because neither one of those people right now are inspiring the confidence that they should inspire, that they can do the job in a way that would be good for the country.
But young voters are up for grabs in this election. And I don't know a voter under 30 who would have watched tonight and could say, I have confidence in Joe Biden and casting my vote for 4 more years of Biden.
And this opens the door, by the way, for the conversation about if Joe Biden remains the candidate, you're not voting for Joe Biden. You are voting for President Kamala Harris. Let's be honest. That is where the Trump campaign is going to go with this. They started down this road with
but ain't no way to look around. Ain't no way to overlook that now.
This conversation about who you're actually casting your vote for, the volume is going to ratchet up. And I got news for you.
Vote for Biden.
She's less popular than he is. That is going to be a big problem for the Democrats if this ticket stays the way it is.
Yeah, and it's Scott's Democratic friend who maxed out, right? That's the sentiment you're going to hear, I think, from some of my Democratic friends who are texting me saying, I can't believe this is where we are, right?
Yeah.
I don't forgive. I'm not going to be able to forgive the party for putting in this position.
Look,
on the lies on Donald Trump's lies. I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking about this throughout the debate because, we in the media, I sit in the chair and I fact check Trump all the time. So I know these lies by heart at this point, but people watching from home do not. And Biden's job as the other person on the other side of the stage is to be the one to very quickly dispense with the lies and to shut them down. And I don't think that happened enough times in a coherent way to blunt the fact that Trump was taking a universe that was built on a house of lies and building a whole world for the millions of people watching.
Particularly on some of the most basic subject matters that President Biden should have been able to just...
That world that he was able to build, it was not knocked down by the president. That is really at the heart of the problem. He may have won when he was making his discrete policy points, but part of the job on the debate stage is dealing with an opponent like Donald Trump, who goes like a mile a minute on things that are not true. And if you don't deal with that,
Abby.
I don't know if no one at home is doing that.
All I want to say is I'm not sure. I don't think you're giving viewers enough credit. I think what they saw was the Trump that they didn't like. And I don't think he did himself a great service.
But yes, and I also think we should let voters absorb this and see what they say, right? Let's look at the dials. Let's look at where they are next week. We can make our pronouncements, but ultimately votors have to absorb it.
They're going to turn your mics off, guys.
Real quickly, on the one thing that that Biden did fact check him on the Charlottesville thing, he was completely wrong. Right, so he's up there talking about Charlottesville and Trump not denouncing the two sides, and Snopes was out last week. 7 months, 7 years too late kind of thing on the deal. And that's the thing Joe Biden's going to fact check him on, something that was proven false.
We're going to more with the panel out here. A lot of notable moments, painful moments from tonight. But as we've been talking about, perhaps a single defining one as well, this one early on.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with
Trump worried about him. Look at the Trump worried.
You
okay, Joe?
We finally beat Medicare.
You okay, Joe?
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Just thanked him.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
That was a good one.
That was one notable moment early on. Let's go to Aaron in the spin room. Aaron.
That's right. That was a moment, I'm sure, Anderson, that you, your panel, me, my panel, and people around the country, that was a painful moment to watch. It was early on in the debate, and Audie, Caitlin, and Chris are here. It was very early on. Chris, it seemed from that moment, that was it.
I think it was even before that moment when he first started speaking, President Biden, and that the raspiness, the hoarseness in his voice, that was at 9/11.
Nah, they ain't helping.
And, there were several minutes when Jake and Dana were setting the rules, so it's got to have been less than 10 minutes into the debate.
Yeah, we're getting ready to be done with them. But yeah, y'all, man, I'm getting ready to roll up out of here in a quick second. I don't know if you still around, Yella. And hey, what they're not thinking about, all of their drama right now, that's actually helping people form their opinion that this was worse than it was. Like, it was just one night. But he's also been like this, like Why said. He's been like this for a minute. Like, he's been like this for a minute. This can't be the thing that broke the camel's back. That means you ain't been paying attention.
Right.
Like, you ain't been paying attention. If this is like, you like, you panicking now? Like, come on now. Everybody been seeing this on Joe. So they've been lying to themselves, they're lying to us, and now they got to admit it. And I don't think they wanted to admit it, but everybody saw it this time. It wasn't no like a moment, a clip. It was like, okay, you saw him for an hour and a half, like struggling. He came through for about a half an hour, so they got to finally admit it. It don't look good. And it's late in the game, too. They waited too late in the game to actually make any changes, so now they kind of stuck, hoping he'd do the right thing, which he won't. Man. Free critically drinking. Yeah, I got to go through them. It said, okay, this is stupid. Let me tell you what it said, because it's funny. It's funny and it's offensive. Hold up. Because I got an email, of course. But what do they call it? I have to go to... They call it copyright school. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta complete a learning module called copyright school in Creator Camp. That's the most offensive thing. That's the most offensive thing.
So they didn't give you no set time?
Nah, I got nothing to set a set time. I've got to go in and attend copyright school, and they'll just release the claim. I've got until July 26th to do it. I got to pass a short quiz, it says.
Oh, shit. I wish they'd have gave me one of them.
Well, you know, I had an account there for like 3 years with no claims so far. So, you know, that's solid.
Yeah,
the world is laughing at us. Yeah, so it is what it is. I should do that sometime tomorrow. We should be back. After that, man, I'm definitely running a refund on my stuff. Like, I'm putting whatever I got on Twitch, I'm running a refund on my credit card. Like, give me my money back. Anybody that has a sub, I know Nova said he still has a sub. I know Ty Libra, I know she's still been subbed up. Y'all still got a sub, man. Don't renew that joker. They gonna take me down eventually. I was looking for something. I didn't think it would be this though. Like, this was free. It was on all the major networks. It was on the internet for free. This is a weird thing to strike people for, but shoot, they can have it.
Yeah,
they can have it. But the email attached to the strike was from somebody with the Warner Brothers Discovery suffix. So it's definitely Warner Brothers. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one thing about it. Twitch is not the one giving out the copyright strike.
Yeah, it was Warner Brothers. And that's the same HBO. They on it. That company, for whatever reason, they are on it every single time. But like Bree said, a whole bunch of other people were streaming it. I don't know how they pick and choose. No clue. But they play with me, I'm gonna play back. I'm getting all my money back from Twitch. Cash me outside. How about that?
ABD.
Yeah. So, man, we can ready to get up out of here, man. It's been 6 hours, man. It's been an enjoyable day. Appreciated the conversation with Rico, Greg, my so-called life. Y'all in the chat with all the questions and the comments. Didn't even get to all the comments because I wanted to trash a few of y'all. Because Enya was talking about, I'm a survivor. I'm going to survive the apocalypse. I was like, okay, here we go. But let me see. What else? Let me see. That was cute. The felon and the disoriented crackhead. That was bad tonight. You said it was going to be fun. You were not wrong. I wanted to get on Quantum for talking about her religion won't let her vote because that's sus. That is super sus. Man, the sharpest spoons in the knife drawer. And you had a black chick from The Walking Dead. Ty never fought me. Nope. I wanted to get on Bree. It's weird that that's the same why black people have this blanket need that can be solved. Obviously, we're speaking in generalizations on a panel conversation. We can't speak to all the different class and educational and financial and you know that. Playing little games. Can't stand people. Class is more pertinent. Class warfare is the real issue. Race is just used to divide and track. I do believe it's more class now, but race is a part of class. So I know we like to separate them out, but race is still a part of class. That's why when they were talking about, as a matter of fact, tonight, when they were talking about black people, I don't know if anybody caught it, but Joe said we did stuff for people whose income is under such and such and such and such. So he was saying to help black people, we help people of a certain class. So class and race are not mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one right here, I wanted to get on, Quantum. Men aren't men anymore. Men are still men. They're just not the men you want. We're still men. If we're not men, you got to tell me what we are. I can't build nothing, but I'm still a man. I bet you won't say I'm otherwise to my face. How about that, sucker? How about that?
Bro, like, what is it supposed to mean? Like, every man knew how to build things. Like, stop it. Most people would die. I heard y'all talking about that earlier. We've gotten too accustomed to watching shows where people survive those situations, and we think that we would do the same.
Yeah, and I know I would.
Most people would.
Be a survivor.
Most people would. Not like most people would. You know what I'm saying?
If I got locked in an elevator, like, you know how I get stuck between floors, I'm done. I'm gonna starve to death. Done. It's a wrap. I'm not climbing out. If nobody come to save me, I'm stuck. I'm gonna curl up in the corner and just wait for my turn for the sweet release of death. But no, let me get up out of here. Tomorrow night we got the Beat Bracket, best albums of all time, headed by Lauryn Hill. So the top song off the top album. We are gonna have. I'm gonna have to get with My So-Called Life and Rico when Greg re-ups his internet, because he got to re-up. He got to re-up with the plug. We're going to have to do another. We're going to have to do a follow-up after this performance. We're going to have to do a follow-up, talk about this. What do the Democrats do now? And he's talking about the election night. That'll be dope. We can do some election night something. But we will be back, man. Yellow, what you got coming up?
Shit. I have to go probably play some Fortnite. We got Red Fighting Blues next Saturday, y'all.
Okay.
So check in with us, tune in. You know what I'm saying?
I can work on the promos tomorrow too. During the day and Saturday.
Yeah. And that's about it, man. So
cool. All right. She know better. I wasn't even trying to be cute. She know better because I'm a thug, y'all. I just got off probation. I'm a felon like Trump. Y'all must have forgot. Don't let the smooth face fool you. I'm out here. Y'all know.
We Trump and Biden. A felon and a drug addict.
Oh shoot, that's what's up. But y'all, hope y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all night. We are about to roll up out of here. And peace.